In this video, we'll be going over some tips and tricks for the stages in the new version's themed mode, Ocean Odyssey, to help you better grasp the new gameplay and have a better experience. First, situated underwater beneath a huge statue is the Ocean Palace. At the beginning of a match, there are two ocean palaces that you can go to. They are located in the waters under the ruins and Milta. Each ocean palace has loads of supplies and treasures. It's an ideal landing spot. Now, what's the quickest way to enter the ocean palace? Parachute directly to the ocean surface at the start of a match, and after plunging underwater, you will get a speed boost, so you can quickly reach the palace. You swim faster in the water near the ocean palace, and you can hold your breath for longer, allowing you to move around quickly underwater. After passing through the sea suppressor barrier, you can enter the ocean palace. The sea suppressor barrier forms a large air pocket in the ocean palace, and you can battle in this space. The first time you enter the ocean palace, you will receive a special respawn. Do keep in mind that you will lose it if you leave the vicinity of the ocean palace. Inside the palace, you can activate the water nymph performance. When it ends, you'll be rewarded with supplies. A powerful item lies at the center of the palace, the trident, which unlocks once the countdown ends. Upon retrieving the trident, not only will you get lots of supplies, but a special respawn card as well. It's used to respawn in the battleground, and still works even when eliminated outside the ocean palace. However, the respawn card has a time limit, so pay attention to when it expires. Lost crates are hidden in the waters all around the palace. Dive in and explore for surprise loot. Once a certain amount of time passes in the match, a kraken will appear and destroy the sea suppressor, flooding the ocean palace. Use the portals in the ocean palace to leave quickly. Finally, there are several Forsaken ruins. Besides having tons of supplies, the Forsaken ruins conceal two sea treasuries. Find the switches to remove the water veil and enter the waterway from the ocean temple. Then you can find the sea treasury located underground. Light up all the pillars at the treasury entrance to open the treasury door and obtain the treasure. On the ground of the Forsaken ruins, there is a blasting current and a mirage tower. Use them to get higher up or to move around. When you encounter an enemy, use them creatively to take the enemy by surprise. Furthermore, some Forsaken ruins will have a spirit whale that appears in the sky after some time, and will leave a water orb on the ground after landing. Enter the water orb to board the whale escape pod. When the blue zone approaches, you can use the spirit whale to quickly get to the play zone. That's all for this video. Discover more ways to have fun. Hurry and try out Ocean Odyssey in PUBG Mobile. In this video, we'll be introducing 5 new items: the Trident, Gleaming Stingray, Water Orb Grenade, Water Orb Blaster, and the Whale Escape Pod. The Trident is sealed within the Ocean Palace. It can be retrieved after some time passes in the match. Follow the directions on the map to find it. Wielding the Trident grants the following: a special underwater swimming animation, faster swimming speed for moving about quickly or entering the play zone, and an exclusive water spout ability. Use it to turn into a water spout that moves around and can knock players and vehicles up into the air. You can use this ability to pull nearby enemies into the air, where teammates can focus fire on them, or give teammates cover to evacuate. Please be aware that water spouts cannot lift up enemies hiding in buildings. The Gleaming Stingray vehicle can be found in the waters of the Ocean Palace. Get close to it to ride it, or pick up a Stingray core in the Ocean Palace to summon it. Gleaming Stingrays can glide through the new underwater areas in the air, and can seat 2 players. After dismounting, it can be stored as a Stingray core. The Gleaming Stingray can then be summoned again from the quick item menu. In water areas, it can be quickly deployed with one tap without needing to be placed. Gleaming Stingrays have a special ability that launches bubbles and can be targeted at enemies to restrain them. When enemies are restrained, the passenger and other teammates are free to eliminate them. Bear in mind that the player in the back seat must be in the air to fire. Enemies restrained by bubbles cannot fire. Furthermore, hiding behind cover or moving quickly can reduce your chances of being hit by a bubble. The Water Orb Grenade is a new throwable item that can be picked up around the map and thrown to generate a huge water orb where it lands, engulfing players caught in the explosion. Enemies must swim to the edge of the water orb to escape, while you and your teammates get a dash ability inside the water orb. While in combat, hit enemies with this throwable to let you and your teammates get closer to eliminate them. The Water Orb Blaster occupies the pistol slot and can shoot a water orb that lasts a while and grants you and your teammates a dash ability that you can use to quickly enter the water orb. From here, you can quickly move to another water orb or dash from it. When fighting in buildings, you can use this item for quick movement and counterattacks. The Whale Escape Pod can generate a water orb where it lands. Enter the water orb and wait a while for a whale to appear and take away everyone inside. It can carry your whole team, and you can also change its route or get off midway. It's a great option for getting to the play zone. That's it for this video. I'm sure you're already coming up with a bunch of other ways to use these items. Try them out in the new version now. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. In this video, we will go over the new version's game mechanics to help you have a better understanding and improve your experience. Let's get started. First is the Kraken underneath the Ocean Palace. Although the Ocean Palace is abundant in resources, the rewards are not without risks. After players enter the Ocean Palace, a countdown begins, and at the end of it, the Kraken will awaken and break the sea suppressor, causing the Ocean Palace to flood. This jeopardizes the play area, so when the countdown ends, make sure to evacuate quickly to avoid getting trapped underwater. Next is the Special Respawn. Upon entering the Ocean Palace, you will receive the Heart of the Sea's protection and get an additional special respawn chance. This special respawn only works once per match. When eliminated in the Ocean Palace area, the special respawn chance will be used up. When you leave the Ocean Palace waters, you also lose the Heart of the Sea's protection, and your respawn chance will be removed. Furthermore, when the sea suppressor is destroyed, the Ocean Palace will flood. If you enter the Ocean Palace area at this point, you won't get a respawn chance. Next is the Sea Treasury underneath the Forsaken Ruins. If you wish to enter the Sea Treasury, you will need to find it within the Forsaken Ruins and activate the switches at the Treasury entrance. Pass through an underwater cave to reach the entrance of the Treasury. To open the Treasury door, you need to light up all the pillars. Once you get the treasure, a portal will appear. Go through the portal to be teleported high in the air within the play zone and parachute back in. There's also another feature to explore, the Water Prism. Water prisms are scattered throughout the map. Barriers surround them, and they can be unlocked by approaching them. Enter to reach the crates inside, and get precious supplies and items. Last is the Celestial Sea Treasure. In the new themed mode, you can pick up a new airdrop, the Celestial Sea Treasure airdrop crate. The Celestial Sea Treasure is delivered by water column. Loads of supplies lie within. We hope you all discover more fun and surprises. That's it for the game mechanics tutorial. We hope you have a better grasp of Ocean Odyssey now. Rewarding game mechanics and challenges await you. Be sure not to miss out. In this video, we'll be going over some tips and tricks for the stages in the new version's themed mode, Ocean Odyssey, to help you better grasp the new gameplay and have a better experience. First, situated underwater beneath a huge statue is the Ocean Palace. At the beginning of a match, there are 2 ocean palaces that you can go to. They are located in the waters under the ruins and Milta. Each ocean palace has loads of supplies and treasures. It's an ideal landing spot. Now, what's the quickest way to enter the ocean palace? Parachute directly to the ocean surface at the start of a match, and after plunging underwater, you will get a speed boost so you can quickly reach the palace. You swim faster in the water near the ocean palace, and you can hold your breath for longer, allowing you to move around quickly underwater. After passing through the sea suppressor barrier, you can enter the ocean palace. The sea suppressor barrier forms a large air pocket in the ocean palace, and you can battle in this space. The first time you enter the ocean palace, you will receive a special respawn. Do keep in mind that you will lose it if you leave the vicinity of the ocean palace. Inside the palace, you can activate the water nymph performance. When it ends, you'll be rewarded with supplies. A powerful item lies at the center of the palace, the trident, which unlocks once the countdown ends. Upon retrieving the trident, not only will you get lots of supplies, but a special respawn card as well. It's used to respawn in the battleground, and still works even when eliminated outside the ocean palace. However, the respawn card has a time limit, so pay attention to when it expires. Lost crates are hidden in the waters all around the palace. Dive in and explore for surprise loot. Once a certain amount of time passes in the match, a kraken will appear and destroy the sea suppressor, flooding the ocean palace. Use the portals in the ocean palace to leave quickly. Finally, there are several Forsaken ruins. Besides having tons of supplies, the Forsaken ruins conceal 2 sea treasuries. Find the switches to remove the water veil and enter the waterway from the ocean temple. Then you can find the sea treasury located underground. Light up all the pillars at the treasury entrance to open the treasury door and obtain the treasure. On the ground of the Forsaken ruins, there is a blasting current and a mirage tower. Use them to get higher up or to move around. When you encounter an enemy, use them creatively to take the enemy by surprise. Furthermore, some Forsaken ruins will have a spirit whale that appears in the sky after some time, and will leave a water orb on the ground after landing. Enter the water orb to board the whale escape pod. When the blue zone approaches, you can use the spirit whale to quickly get to the play zone. That's all for this video. Discover more ways to have fun. Hurry and try out Ocean Odyssey in PUBG Mobile. In this video, we'll be introducing 5 new items: the Trident, Gleaming Stingray, Water Orb Grenade, Water Orb Blaster, and the Whale Escape Pod. The Trident is sealed within the Ocean Palace. It can be retrieved after some time passes in the match. Follow the directions on the map to find it. Wielding the Trident grants the following: a special underwater swimming animation, faster swimming speed for moving about quickly or entering the play zone, and an exclusive water spout ability. Use it to turn into a water spout that moves around and can knock players and vehicles up into the air. You can use this ability to pull nearby enemies into the air, where teammates can focus fire on them, or give teammates cover to evacuate. Please be aware that water spouts cannot lift up enemies hiding in buildings. The Gleaming Stingray vehicle can be found in the waters of the Ocean Palace. Get close to it to ride it, or pick up a Stingray core in the Ocean Palace to summon it. Gleaming Stingrays can glide through the new underwater areas in the air, and can seat 2 players. After dismounting, it can be stored as a Stingray core. The Gleaming Stingray can then be summoned again from the quick item menu. In water areas, it can be quickly deployed with 1 tap without needing to be placed. Gleaming Stingrays have a special ability that launches bubbles and can be targeted at enemies to restrain them. When enemies are restrained, the passenger and other teammates are free to eliminate them. Bear in mind that the player in the back seat must be in the air to fire. Enemies restrained by bubbles cannot fire. Furthermore, hiding behind cover or moving quickly can reduce your chances of being hit by a bubble. The water orb grenade is a new throwable item that can be picked up around the map and thrown to generate a huge water orb where it lands, engulfing players caught in the explosion. Enemies must swim to the edge of the water orb to escape, while you and your teammates get a dash ability inside the water orb. While in combat, hit enemies with this throwable to let you and your teammates get closer to eliminate them. The Water Orb Blaster occupies the pistol slot and can shoot a water orb that lasts a while and grants you and your teammates a dash ability that you can use to quickly enter the water orb. From here, you can quickly move to another water orb or dash from it. When fighting in buildings, you can use this item for quick movement and counterattacks. The Whale Escape Pod can generate a water orb where it lands. Enter the water orb and wait a while for a whale to appear and take away everyone inside. It can carry your whole team, and you can also change its route or get off midway. It's a great option for getting to the play zone. That's it for this video. I'm sure you're already coming up with a bunch of other ways to use these items. Try them out in the new version now. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. In this video, we will go over the new version's game mechanics to help you have a better understanding and improve your experience. Let's get started. First is the Kraken underneath the Ocean Palace. Although the Ocean Palace is abundant in resources, the rewards are not without risks. After players enter the Ocean Palace, a countdown begins, and at the end of it, the Kraken will awaken and break the sea suppressor, causing the Ocean Palace to flood. This jeopardizes the play area, so when the countdown ends, make sure to evacuate quickly to avoid getting trapped underwater. Next is the special respawn. Upon entering the Ocean Palace,
at last, we are in the final day of week number 2, and another thing is there's no Ostja for today, so it's gonna be the chance now for a ton of the teams that are playing for today. By the way, this is Kuku TV together with Contra, and Contra, I was just watching you earlier at the Metro Royale Esports. So how are you feeling today?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good, honestly. Like, we've got some really good games for the Metro Royale, but we're back here for more Battle Royale instead. So, of course, we're looking at the entirety of Southeast Asia having great competitions all across the board, and now we're going into, the regions of Miramar, Singapore, as well as the Philippines. Am I missing any names? Cambodia, probably?
Cambodia.
So, yeah, so that's pretty much what we do have in store for all of you guys who are on board. If you guys been watching some parts of the action, that's great for you guys, as you guys may be able to keep up with the pace of what the tournament's looking like. It's an Ostja domination, but there's definitely a whole lot more to play for today, because Ostja's in Group A, which means they will be resting for this evening.
Yes, indeed. And before they even rested, they basically just put up a record-breaking 317 points, which you're gonna see later on. But for right now, let's explain to you first the viewers who are just tuning in for PMCL Fall. Here are the maps and point system: Sanhok, 3 Erangels, and 2 Miramar. So that's match 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 total matches for today. And you'll see also the placement points. For every chicken dinner, you get 10 points. Second, we'll get 6. 5, we'll get for the third place. Fourth, we'll get 4 points. 3 points for the 5th placer. 2 points for the 6th. 7th to 8th will be 1 point. And 9th to 16th will be 0. 1 elimination point whenever they get an elimination point, which is a very important thing right now. Because remember from last week, Arame Bro weren't even able to get that first placement point, which is the chicken dinner, and they got the 3rd spot in the overall league points. So with now them able to get the chicken dinners, they have a chance now to be able to at least get that 2nd place.
Absolutely, and of course, why do they play for those placement points as well as elimination points? That's because they are collecting league points as well. So the higher the points, the further their position goes up into the ranks of the league. Therefore, we are already nearing towards the end of week 2, which will be played out for the course of today, where of course the highest amount accumulated will reward the winning team with 20 points. As you can see on the right side of the chart, based on their position, they'll be scoring those set amount of points with 20, if being the lowest with that 1 point to be gained. And all these points are collected to be brought forward to the grand finals. So the bottom 17th to 20th will be eliminated, and only the top 16 will advance. And it's definitely crunch time, as we are going to be having Group B, C, D, as well as E to play out the final match of Week 2.
And like what you said, Austria will not be playing, and together with Group A's Time to Quick Esports, Dread, and RTC. So you won't see RTC going for those early engagements here for the whole rest of the maps. You will probably see a much more organized, or probably a very slow pace in the early stages, unless the other squads would, come right by near each other. The big question also is, who will take Kao in Sanhok? Who will take the Sosnovka military base in Erangel? That's basically what Austria has been doing, and since they're not here anymore, might as well. I would highly recommend for Flash Vision Esports, since they're actually struggling together with Exquisite Esports, to maybe try to take those dropping points.
Yeah, that's a very fair point. And also for today, we don't really have RTC involved, so some teams might not be overwhelmed with the random hot drops out there. But this is the overall standings. Asia undisputed at the top with 317 points, followed by Dread Esports, who are also resting for this evening at 179. So these are some of the scores to beat. Asia probably is going to be unreachable for the entire evening, but Harame Bros can actually seek to at least score more than 179, according to position at third. YG, GE as will do exactly the same alongside with the other teams involved. So with that being said, now we also take a close look into the teams currently nearing the bottom. Sin Esports, RTC, FVE, as well as XQS is currently in that position, so they will really have to fight really hard if they are involved in the matches for this evening. Whereas Team Max, they're not really off the hook as well. They're only having that 80 points, so they want to at least keep up with the tempo to bring back some extra bonus points.
And what are they playing for besides that number 1 spot in the rankings? This is the league prize pool, which is $18,000. So the breakdown will be: first place will get 4,500, 2,400 for the second placer, 1,800 for the third placer. Fourth place will get 1,500, 900 USD for the fifth until the 8th place. From 9th until the 12th place will get 600 USD. From 13th until 16th, we'll get 300 USD, and then for the 17th until the 20th, they will get 150 USD. And then you also have here the weekly awards. This has been the weekly award since PMCL Southeast Asia Summer League. You will be able to get 150 USD each for both best performance team and the weekly Terminator. And if you try to ask me right now, Contra, who would get those weekly award for week number 2, I would just say it's going to be Austria Esports who will get the best performance team. As for the Terminator, it's a really close battle between Red Bull and Martin, right?
Yeah, it definitely is. When we take a look at all these prizes in store, it really felt like Austria Esports have backed all the accolades possible, right? From the highest amount of chicken dinners to the amounts of MVPs earned by Red Bull, and now also being traced by Martin. Whether it's going to be left pocket, right pocket, which is between the two of these players, it's still Austria Esports that really wins out righteously. So I just felt like they have absolutely crafted over the course of that period of break that they had, the most formidable team currently in PMCL. So we definitely want to see how well will they be doing in the grand finals, because with 2 number 1 spots already being secured. I feel like no matter what, we will see them in the grand finals. It's more of whether or not can they secure that slot to the PMGC. So they're just basically playing the waiting game. But there's still one more week to play for. We probably won't see Asia taking too much of a rest where they will just follow on for another day in the office. But for these groups, B, C, D, as well as E, they're gonna fight pretty hard. And now, of course, if you lock into the game, you will be able to find the Galleria X suit as well as MG3 Sky Huntress that's going to be available for you to also upgrade. This is absolutely an exclusive where you could get the first draw for only 10 UC for your first roll. If you can't get it within that one roll, try again, or you can always wait for the next day to get the other 10 draw offer. So with that being said, go ahead and check it out.
Yeah, please check it out, and you can flex it out whenever you get it. Flex it to your friends, to your clanmates, or maybe to your enemies when you play local tournaments or clan tournaments or whatsoever. But here we are in the predictions. We've been predicting other teams yesterday. It was only Astro who was just dominating during yesterday. Well, for my pick for match number 1, I would go with Genesis Esports. Genesis Esports, this is their time now since Austria is not here. Usually the rotations coming from right above the northern side of the map of Sanhok is it's either Austria or Genesis Esports who's fighting on that northern side. So if Austria is not here, well, it is gonna be open for Genesis Esports for them to easily roam around, for them to easily rotate, and for them to easily go ahead and engage with the other opponents. So that's my pick. How about yours, Contra?
Yeah, I think that is a really good point. With a lot of space open up, Genesis definitely will have a good game. I was thinking about Playbook Esports because they have definitely shown improvements, despite, they still have some of the mid-game problems of really cutting into some playing area. But for what it's worth, Playbook Esports, at least back in the past, this has been their strong map when it comes down to sign out. As a matter of fact, all the Filipino teams, including, of course, evidently, Harami Bros, are super proficient when they come into the small map of it all. So I'm not too surprised to actually see Genesis to have the highest of votes amongst the casters. But, I'm actually voting for Genesis to take more reign of control when it comes down to bigger maps like Erangel and Miramar later on.
Well, for PBE, I get your point with PBE because, Austria is not here, and we usually PPBE right around the end game of Sanhok if they're able to connect with their rotations, especially if the circle is not within their side. Knowing that PBE is dropping at the Sami area, this means that they would have control right around the bottom side, but except if Harami Bro would be one of their gatekeepers. Harami Bro is dropping in Painan at the middle portion of the map itself. So if they would think about gatekeeping Playbook Esports, that's going to be a big problem for Playbook. But anyways, guys, we already shown you our predictions, but you can also do your own prediction by scanning the QR code right below Contra. Scan that QR code right now, vote for your favorite team, whatever it is that you want to vote, so that it will show up on the screens for later on. You can also vote for your favorite rising star of the tournament. And we've been talking about Red Bull and Martin, but you could also vote for others like Monboy, like Marnet, like for Harami Bro, we have Federales, who has been the reigning and defending rising star from last season.
That's right. And of course, the votes come in for the amendment, while of course we will have the countdown before we get ourselves into action. So you have just about less than a minute to do your votes right now, and we will be well on our way to see who will claim the very first chicken dinner here inside of Sanhok. We were just looking at an absolute domination from yesterday for Asia Esports. That was like, what, 3 chicken dinners, 4 chicken dinners? I lost count because it was just way too crazy that nobody seemed to be able to stop them. Now that they're not here, anybody could have actually taken this chicken dinner, Cuckoo. So I have definitely felt like this is a relief for all the teams that are playing for this evening.
This as well would be Sin. Remember, Sin has 2 teams dropped right on them. It was Flash Vision Esports and RTC. So now that we don't have RTC, it'll only be Flash Vision Esports that can challenge them, unless Flash Vision Esports would go to either Tau or Tatmok, wherein Austria is going there. And then if, say for example, Sin would be surviving right at the early stage, they can easily just rotate if the circle would go on to the eastern side, because there'll be no Austria who would be gatekeeping them right at the bridge area. Because normally you would see Austria right over there trying to gatekeep any single players coming from the Camp Alpha Island. So if Sin can handle this one right now, which is going to be commencing, we're going to have 2 hot drops here contra STE and KE, and then we have Sin and Flash Vision Esports up on north.
I absolutely do love seeing this battle between KE and STE. Have not been settled throughout the course of this entire season, and STE is taking the first drop, waiting for knock, as they will be able to find one more back. Campus goes for that 1-for-1. Meanwhile, Kaya is still waiting for the helping hand. This is still going to be a little tough, as we can see that some of the members coming from KE is dispersed onto the outskirts, whereas all 3 members of STE, they're playing indoors, controlling the rec center. So it's going to take a while before KE regroups and go for the push.
Well, Get Slow was impatient, in my opinion. He should have just waited for maybe even Lucy or NC2 to try to get closer to him. It was a 2v1. And if you are up against a player with a DBS, you got to be careful, because with one shell, or maybe one pull of that trigger coming from your opponent, you'll be knocked down. And now STE, though they do have the middle portion of the circle, they are outnumbered right now with a 4v3. They just need to strategize right now on what would be the best approach, if ever would KE would try to go push them in this Y building. Initiation will be a frag grenade, which is right now Carrillo goes for the throw. Not going to do anything for now, but Carrillo needs to get a helmet, while we see Elevate Esports and RSG. And this has been the struggles of Elevate Esports, wherein they're able or not able to survive early engagements, and looks like they're able to right now.
Yeah, at least finding a good pickoff to start off their round, clearing some space for themselves, while the rest of Elevate can further carry on their pursuit to just control not only caves, but also the south side of Quarry. While we do have that battle inside of Hatin much early on, it seems like Sin, they're going on the full aggress, with Master Rix holding down through the stairwells as he finds boom! Oh, you can always rely on the faithful hands of Master Rix to pull off a clutch moment like that. Makes Wako absolutely destroyed once they set foot indoors.
Oh, and this seems to be the problem now for Sin. They're not able to level their aggressiveness to whatever level of aggressiveness the opponent would have. And like Flash Vision Esports, Master Rix and Toki has been the initiators for their squad, and they're able to, connect, like what happened there with Master Rix, able to eliminate Wako and Migs. So for now, Master Rix would have to loot up for a bit. We'll have to replenish maybe the utilities that he has been using now. And the problem now for Sin is, again, like what happened in ST and KE, they're outnumbered. They don't have any much of items as well. I mean, they do have utilities, like Cool right now does have the frag grenade and the Molotov. They can probably use that in order for them to gain advantage against Flash Vision Esports.
Yeah, I was really curious as to see how they were pushing up against Master Rix, right? Because if they did have utilities, I'll be pretty upset that they didn't use it during that very moment. If you have... I think what will be the biggest difference maker is to put up a flashbang into that area. But of course, when Hatin is just so small where you couldn't really find too many to begin with. But of course, we have this scuffle going on. Team Max challenges Genesis Esports as they try to cut right through. They already got one knock, haven't really secured it just yet, but they will do so right here, right now, as the push comes into effect. GE now getting absolutely surrounded with the drive-by as well. Dejan goes in for a full push. The DPS not effective enough, but they did match a 1-for-1 trade. Liliaka over on the other corner of the map. Goat Esports finds 1-2. While now that tries to prime the grenade, it might be able to connect. Yes, it does. It's coming in from Joseph instead, while the push comes from the lower ground. It's down to Marnet. So Despite his players bleeding out, I don't know how much more damage can he cause towards the side of Team Max, because they still have all three members healthy and alive, and that will be pretty much it for Exquisite, which just got sent off. Well, we still have Marnet trying his best, but it's just too overwhelming. GE, an early exit just through the corners of Ban.
Yeah, it's surprising as well for me because, like what I mentioned earlier, they do have total control of the northern side if ever the circle would be there. But then again, it was Team Max v9 surprises us with that engagement. It's a 4-1 trade, by the way. Boyshan was the only one killed in that process. 4 eliminations now in the bag for Team Max.
Yeah, while we were fixated onto GE, Exquisite, they got caught out by the entirety of Go Esports, where they also got 4 points, just like how Team Max have done. But, you know, I was really surprised on the early advancements of Team Max being so super efficient, where they just absolutely left GE with no chance to really react to it, despite them being planted over on the top side of the hill. So that was one good example of an effective push. Meanwhile, we haven't settled scores yet here inside of Boot Camp. This is taking a while, my friend.
Yeah, it's really taking a while for boot camp between them and STE. And if you remember it correctly, I think for this week, I believe that KE hasn't won yet against STE. But, I mean, they do have the numbers advantage as of right now with a 4v3 situation, but they're not really committing as of yet. But looks like they are now. Things are getting impatient now for the side of KE. But Lucy's already with the S12K on hand. He does have a QBZ if ever something goes wrong with that gun. NC2, though, he's looking at a different angle. Right now, Lucy... Oh, Lucy will get taken down campus with a frag grenade. And now, with a backup from 762 from right above, he will try to go for the manage here. As, looks like KE is now going for the push onto NC2. It's a 4v1 situation right down below. But there we go. 762 goes for the savior for the support. But no! It's going to be STE now who will die in the process. And now it's a 2-1 in Sanhok for these two squads.
My. That was absolutely worth the wait. And STE, they were holding separately, where the moment that the grenade catches over onto Lucy, it was pretty much well sorted out by KE. You saw that full confidence with the push, and it was mainly Campus as well as what I do believe to be Kaya to be the main source of damage throughout that course of battle. And STE, they really had nowhere else to run. And now that they won that battle, they will have that free access to cut through Quarry to move into the southeastern corner map. I would still say this circle has been a little rare, but yesterday we did manage to get to see a finish near towards Quarry. This could still end up around the caves or perhaps moving further in towards the southeast towards the port. So plenty of spacing for the teams to still play out, but there are teams who are still pretty far away from where they need to be. So I'm hoping to actually see smooth rotations come into effect while GOT7 keeping themselves busy. This is pretty interesting that they are pulling over onto the far south, have yet to cut over on a bridge to make their way past cave. So they're just locked right in here alongside with Bunny and the rest of RSG. And this is not going to be all too easy for GOT7. They need to clear them off before the blue zone takes them down.
There's a lot of teams working around the blue zone, one of which is Sin. I did notice that they're going to do some sort of hard rotation again here in Sanhok. Bunny here needs to be careful, though, because he's out of the open, and God7 is just way out of the place here. Ooh. Frag grenades coming from Edward QT. Damage done by the blue zone and the splash damage, but maybe is just right behind Ryder, protecting his teammate, able to knock down Edward. Edward will not get a revive for now, as Amor Chile will get hit again by those splash damage. Now, first aid will be coming on his way. Maybe now we'll try to go for the push. S12K to the body of Amor Chile, and he goes down and out. Now for God7, they do still have two, which is Vin, together with MH. was right nearby Bunny, and looks like they're gonna go on a bailout here with a Coop RB together with them, or probably a Murado. So they will just maybe try to get inside a circle, or for now, looks like Bunny is just looking at them. They're not really so sure yet. Looks like they will escape Contra.
Yeah, probably so. They don't really want to waste too much time on the outskirts. Sure, Sami probably fully looted by now, but I'm looking at GOT7 members. The remaining ones don't seem to have enough stocks of first aids, which is why it's best that they actually traverse right across the bridge before RG get to them. Well, into the Charlie side, we also do see FRL now having some problems dealing with the members of PBE. Both sides having a little bit of trouble getting the revives through. It's going to be down on the far south that PBE will find themselves pretty much pinched. Not really the best scenario, but if they do win out that trade, they can actually have some safe refuge inside of the cave, where PBE landing some good strikes, certain damage to be done. Smokes now being popped from the side of Ranzer and Co. FRL, they're taking a lot of space over the hills, but it doesn't really provide them cover. This is where Ryman goes in for the full push, as he will just seek out Pop-Pop. But Pop-Pop is just absolutely dealing with 3 members. Not gonna be easy, as Ryman just easily just run him right over. But he got his buggy stuck out in the open as well. The good thing is, FRL, they're still hiding within the smoke, so they don't have the vision, and Ryman will continue to trample them.
And Ryman, unfortunately, not able to go for the round onto Ranzer, but they were able to take him down. And now, with one player left, Pozo, right from the backside, he will bail out from the scene. PBE, good job with that push. Good job with that engagement against Fearless Esports. They're the ones that is actually fearless during that time. They will be able to get the revive as well. So, looks like your pick is looking good here, Contra. But for now, it's going to be still God7 and RSG. Still in the blue zone, by the way. And they didn't really care about getting into the circle now as Ryder goes for the spray. Oh no, this is Murado is in trouble. Oh no, almost. Gonna go for that explosion, but maybe he's currently down. Now MH will try to go across the road. Now Ryder up to be ready with S12K, as Ryder right now will go for the side instead. And that is it for Risk Guys Esports.
What a push coming in from MH07. He was just absolutely fearless, but then again, they had nothing to lose. They were dealing with the troubles for the longest time. It was that initiation from RG that gated them on the outskirts, but they had the last laugh. Beautifully done by VN as well as MH, but RSG, I felt like they were really kind of asking for it, staying for far too long on the blue zone. Though they had to compound, it really wasn't really giving them much benefit because there was some kills to play out for the side of GOT7. So, Sin Esports, we saw them last taking certain fights, losing 2 members in the process, while Harame Bros hoping to catch them as they have a flying vehicle crashing through the trees. Oh, thankfully, Rankid didn't have his vehicle exploding, so they carry on cool. Would just trying to take claim onto that shack. Look at how aggressive Harame's been trying to zone them off. So they will still be able to hold over onto this corner of the hills, which is a very good position. Speaking of which, taking a look at the hard shift, it will be brought towards the direction of Harame Bro. So as much as I voted for PBE, you know, I was thinking that the position that they've been holding has been pretty tough for them to actually make any further rotates. Now, they will have to take on teams like Yangon Galacticos, FRL, and maybe even Sing. But over on their side, it's going to be a clear passage for some of these members of FV for them to take the direct north of Quarry.
Oh yeah, and on the northern side, though, we have GG and Flash Russian Esports. They might go right at it together here, but Team Max will be the ones to be the gatekeepers of the northeastern side. Navit just went ahead and just put his UAC down on the quarry area. Goat, though, will be on the opposite compound, just on the eastern side part of this circle. They're still not yet inside, so they still have to move in order for them to be included in the circle. And they're just basically checking out every single team that is still roaming around the outside skirts of that zone. As you can see here, Lilyatka asking for an energy drink. Again, energy drinks and boosters are very much important as well, especially if you're one of those teams who tanks in the blue zone. That would basically negate whatever damage per second the blue zone would have. Ooh, but look at this. Ooh, another ride or die situation, kind of like what Sin did earlier. GG, no fear at all. We'll try to go fort at the quarry area. Boo, but they're out in the open, and Joseph, together with the John, was able to take down 2.
Yeah, you said right or die. This seems like a right and die situation, but at least there was Onyx that managed to survive to make the cut. But trouble definitely lies up ahead. Team Max now getting picked up by Flash Vision Esports. These two teams have been battling over on Nerf, while Erangel Galacticos also on an attempt to push right through. This is up against Goat Esports that have been holding on to this compound for quite some time. There's just so much going on over on the course of Quarry and Ban that we are seeing Goat slowly getting chipped off. Erangel Galacticos, they might actually seek this to be a perfect opportunity, but the trade comes right back at him with XZ holding on to the DPS. SadeCloud, he needs to take charge right here. The Master get the revives through, and it's 2, 3, maybe the entire squad, but it will be denied. Romeo Boy can only save himself for now.
Oh no, they actually lined up. The 3 players of YG lined up, and that was the problem for them. And that was an almost clutch there from Goat Esports, and good thing SadeCloud manages to be able to crawl through the blue, and we'll be able to get revived. Smokes are on the way as well. They will be late at the circle. Rix is now back, by the way, who has been resting yesterday. So looks like they're switching things around with Elevate Esports. As for Kurukuru, he's the only man standing for the rest of Flash Vision Esports, as Team Max has been really aggressive ever since the get-go. They even eliminated Genesis Esports, and there you go. They also eliminated Good Game Esports out in the area. And look at on the western side here, Contra. KE and Elevate, looks like they just went right at each other, and then they just bailed out.
Yeah, and for a very good reason, because they need to look for some wiggle room into the circle at the very same time. YG still on the desperate attempt, even despite Romeo Boy's effort to go in for a safe. Thankfully, SadeCloud did manage to survive all that pressure coming from Team Max. Team Max today really turning up the heat. I just love seeing them in this current form. Look at that, already securing that 9 points, but here we go. There is KE just moving past. I don't think they know of the presence of these members of Flash Vision Esports as they surround the area of play. It's going to be a couple of shots fired. They will now know he's right through these corners. Kurukuru finds it. Secures it quickly as he's still playing around the cornerstone. And how many more bullets does he have? Only 4 bullets, and he goes down. Great effort still.
He did manage to get that 1 kill. So that's a really good job from Kurukuru, even though that he died. Well, I mean, it's a lost cause for him. But for now, look at this. Fearless Esports drops Monboy. And Claire does realize that there are some players over there. But God7 from behind. Surprise, surprise. Here we are. Elevate Esports. Oh, another bomb. Naded Elevate. And they're out.
Oh, boy. They're just completely crushed up. Sandwich in between. And PBE, they take that slow approach that has paid off in dividends by just taking the heels of the cave and now wrapping the edges, trying to take down God7. It wasn't the easiest of path that God7 has taken as they dealt with RSG beforehand, but now I'm not too sure if they can hold out against an entire squad of PvE just charging right at them. They don't really care if the circle's moving right by because these points are well worth the cost. And speaking of which, even strikes coming in from up above, it will be Michi that will find it. Well, that will not be stolen away with another squad that's hoping to pick that up, and that to be the rest of Harame Bros. So we do see the civil rivalry continuing here, but Federal is the first one to be knocked down. There goes their firepower, and they're turtling inside of the warehouse. I say that, but Riggs is in the middle open, trades right back at Daryl, somehow finds it.
Jarl did not win that spray down between him and Rig just showing his own firepower. We don't have Federales, but here I am to save the day for him. But look at this, Monboy just right beside his former teammate Rankid. Rankid staying so quiet. He's the man who can't be moved right now. Contra and Monboy. I mean, he does have the P90. He does spot Cool though. And Cool, you just don't look at me like that, says Monboy. But Rankid will not do anything as of yet. Again, the patience is being shown right now by this kid. Still commencing, still happening is Arami Bro versus PBE. And looks like both squads had reset each other without Jarl now because of that Rig spray down. And oh, there we go. Mitchie got spotted by Rig. The eyes of this man and the reflex and the speed. It's just showing up here in this matchup. And Cole was able to take out Monboy as well.
Yeah, a little bit of a tough spot to be in as well. He was trying to lurk and a little bit overzealous on what that could have actually been to try to take down members of Harame Bros. But at least for Harame Bros, they are working by the corner of the ridges and now drives right through, hoping to crash over onto Wako section. Wako, or should I say Rankit, will be taking down Cole. Federalis, once he's back on track, there's no signs of stopping for Harame Bros. Yapping now, getting picked off. Sydney Sports, like you say, is definitely a worthy contender. Now makes their way into the top 4. Say Cloud has been staying quiet, but it won't be quiet for too long as he will have to strafe past all these members of Harame Bros at the very same time. He's getting chipped out by the blue zone. This Nate might find its mark. Cool. Is he gonna get it? Oh yes, he
wow.
does! Absolutely wonderful. But now trouble lies up ahead. He's the only player left for Sydney Esports. He has the zone. 2v1v1. This could be very well possible. Where we still have one more member of PBE.
Ooh.
Down to Ramen and he finds the nade! Oh, might be a 1v1 ordeal from these 3 teams.
Yeah, the 1v1v1. And now Rig is out of the open. He's in trouble, and that is it for Rig. Good game, well played for Rig, by the way. 3 eliminations for PBE. Now it's a 1v1. Cool. Versus Ryman. 2 former teammates from Playbook Esports before. Who's the better one right now here in Sanhok? As Ryman now still has 1 frag grenade. He does through 1, but it's way too short. Cool, though, has height advantage because he's using that rock as a vantage point for him.
Yeah, but this nade might look to be pretty lethal against Ryman, who's currently banking on hopes that it won't be not hit by any of all these chip damage. Who somehow gains all that lead after taking down members inside of Harame Bros due to the help of Ryman as well. Now they are both pushing up ahead. There's one nade being tossed right in from Ryman.
Oh!
And it will connect!
PBE! Oh my
Wow.
goodness! And you are on point again, Contra, with that PBE pick. Winner, winner, chicken dinner got taken away from Sin. And what a finish from these 2 former teammates, Cool and Ryman. And Ryman with that god nade. Wow.
That is one of the best chicken dinners we've seen inside Sanhok, where it went down to 1v1v1. For a moment, you know, like, Harame Bros look really good. They look like they're absolutely destroying everybody out there. And PBE did commit those mistakes, you know, sending Mitchie up there, and that got picked off. And for some reason, Sin Esports, you know, they went into this very, very off-the-wall method, having Rankit out in the open, and then this final member, Cool, was just trying to play it off from that shack. And he was the one having all the benefits of the circle. But I love that when it went down to this 1v1 duel between PBE as well as Sin, they both really won in. They weren't just waiting around. They went for the push. And that timely nade just sealed the deal for PBE. I'm definitely ecstatic. I can't ask for more. I got my prediction right. And the early rounds was chaotic, to say the very least.
Oh, yeah. Very chaotic. 2 early hot drops. We have KE and STE. Then we also had Hatin. We're in Sin versus Flash Rishon. And that's when Sin actually did not commit it onto that hot drop. They basically went for a hard rotation. And they even went for a ride or die moment with Rankid and Cool, wherein they just flew that Coop RB around until they were able to get into the middle of the circle. So that's a really, really cool moment. No pun intended for Cool, but this is what we are ecstatic about. It's a 1v1, and I actually saw that coming because Cool Ryman was already cooking the nade, and Ryman with his IQ knew where Cool was going to, and that was just right behind that rock where he's actually gonna get cover, and he is the MVP of this match with 4 eliminations as well.
Exhilarating matchup. It honestly was really close because Cool, he did toss out those 2 grenades, but to no avail. He was trying to hit him through the smokes, but it could also be dodgeable if so long as Ryman hears the sound cue. So Ryman absolutely bested all these individuals during the final hour. Should I say final few seconds of the matchup? So despite these numbers to not be a crazy amount, it is still a really incredible hit rate considering that he only dished out 700 damage, but he has caused 2 knocks and 4 eliminations throughout the course.
Yeah, and PBE, I thought that they lost that match already because of that rigged spray down between him and Gerald. After that, they just waited and just stay quiet. Ryman just, with his IQ, he was able to stay quiet. He was able to just, look at what's happening, and they were like counting who were knocks and who are remaining in the game. And once he found out that there's only 1 player left that he's up against with, he's locked in, and he was able to find that right position as well, able to get cover, able to cook that nade. They were able to get that winner chicken dinner, also with 10 eliminations, so that's 20 points for the side of Playbook Esports. And if you talk about where Playbook Esports would come around with when it comes to the points, they would be going for 109 now, since they're starting this day with 89 points. So this is a big score for Playbook Esports, a bounce back game compared to the previous few games that they had. And we'd love to see Playbook Esports to flourish, and that is because they were playing in the PMSL region before. They have the experience. It's just that they're lost in this region right now in PMCL. Looks like they need some wake up call, and that's probably is the wake up call where Ryman did that clutch.
Yeah, it wasn't just Ryman. I felt like throughout the early game, they managed the battle in Chaos very well. We saw how many teams were actually hoping to siege around that corner, and they managed to just best them by having very convincing battles against all these squads out there. I forgot who they were up against, but of course, we'll roll back some of all these highlights for you guys to catch later on. But of course, good stats overall, where the vast majority were actually going in for battles where, as compared to many of all these other Sanhok, where we see players struggling by the zone. Though we did see fights over the zone, that was actually concluded between RG as well as GOT7. So as we take a look, it's 20 points for PBE, a solid one to welcome them to a 100-pointed club, while Team Max have also shown up. They were the ones to dominate around that quarry region where teams were struggling to make pass. That also includes those members of Yangon Galacticos.
Oh yeah, Yangon Galacticos just got naded by Cool, which is a pretty cool moment for Sin Esports. And they weren't able to really come into the circle peacefully. Remember, we had say Cloud and another guy from Yangon Galacticos who survived that engagement against Goat Esports. And again, they weren't able to get into the circle freely. They were gatekept by Cool, and just so unfortunate for Yangon Galacticos. They didn't manage to get that moment as well together with Ryman and Cool, but they did manage to get 11 points in that game, so that's still good for them. Now the overall standings, as Ostja is on top with 317 points. Now looking at the rest, Arame Bros still at top number 3 with 150 points. Now Yangon Galacticos goes over now here with 138 points, goes over Goat. Goat is still at number 5. KE and GE is tied up right now with 124, but if you look at KE, they managed to do the tiebreaker when it comes to rank points. As for the rest, I did do the math correctly here for PBE. They're now on top number 10 with 109 points.
Yeah, excellent work for all these players out there, especially for PBE. they will now at least break free from those 90-pointer teams who are currently GOT7, Fearless Esports, as well as Team Max. But we also saw these 3 teams that are currently close to a tie with that 96 as well as 95 points to really put up a lot of points in this matchup. GOT7 winning their trades, Team Max with that crazy number of elimination points at the very same time. So you definitely know the heat is definitely really on for these teams, where they are really showing what they're cooking so far. So I'm liking what we're seeing the moment that, Austria Esports is not here to party. It really feels like everyone is starting to feel confident again that, oh, maybe if we cut to this corner, we will at least have so much more free space to play. And this is the beauty of it. Almost half of the map of Sanhok, these teams are really showing up with their own aggression. So moving into Erangel, I think that this is going to be even more brutal for the teams that are ill-prepared to take out their opponents.
Yeah, especially that Austria is not playing Contra. The most important thing always would be Austria is not playing for today. Again, I did mention that military base will be open, so who will get that military base? And we have seen a lot of Sosnovka Island circles for the past few days as well. Will we have a Sosnovka Island circle for today? I think there will be one at least. So whoever gets that Sosnovka Island military base dropping point, they will be very lucky, because again, that's always been the dropping point of Austria Esports, and they have always taken control. Whoever would come into their island, especially if they're fast with their rotation or fast with their loot, and then the rotation would come in right around to the other side of the bridge, where they actually go for a bridge camp. For Genesis Esports though, Genesis Esports, yes, they got killed by Team Max V9 in the early stages of Sanhok. This is their time to bounce back from that game. It's either Novo or Rozak, whatever it is. It's still effective for Genesis Esports. We know that God7 is here though, Contra, and we know God7 is now taking that area of Novo. So whoever takes that, if ever the circle would go down, definitely would be very, very lucky. As for the rest, Elevate Esports, they didn't really manage to survive, all because of the sandwich that happened between them, God7, and PBE. And you can also add Harame Bro to it. They have to manage to not to be in that type of situation, because if you're on a sandwich, it's kind of like you're not able to actually really move at all, right?
Yeah, true enough. I mean, there's definitely so many possible scenarios that can happen here at Erangel. While we're waiting for the next game, I want to also bring to light that what Sin Esports did that round was actually super incredible. Now you recall, they had that fight in Hatin. Now you see, Hatin is so far away from caves, and for some reason, the final 2 members that did survive, that weren't picked up by FV, they matched a top 2 finish. So I just thought that definitely deserves a shout out. And of course, shout out to you guys that have been playing PUBG Mobile every single day. You definitely have seen this around the PUBG Mobile client, where you can get your hands on the Galleria X suit, as well as the advanced upgradable Sky Huntress MG3. First draw is always going to be for 10 UC, so you can try your luck to gain this exclusive weapon throughout the course of the month, where the final offer will be by the end of September. So you got time, less than a month right now, since we are already in September. So good luck, and may you guys earn that Galleria X suit.
Yeah, may the luck of the gods of PUBGM come over to you, and hopefully you'll get the Sky Huntress or maybe the Galadra X suit. But now let's focus on the next game. No remakes for now, so let's go ahead and predict now the second match. For me, it's going to be Harame Bro. Harame Bro, you've seen them played in Sanhok. It's just that all eyes were on Harame Bro that time. It was Sin and Playbook Esports. It's just way too much if ever Harame Bro would be sandwiched, like what happened with Elevate Esports. So I'm picking Harame Bro. There's no Austria Esports, so there's not much of any threats for Harame Bro this time around.
True enough. And I'm going back towards YG, where I felt like they were having the toughest time playing in Sanhok because of the crowd that was around Ban. But overall, when it comes down to Erangel with a lot more open space, YG, they usually play it really smart. So most often than not, you will still probably see them putting some decent impact, even if it's not going to be a chicken dinner. But my vote here definitely is just a show of confidence of how this team has been able to perform. Even despite you saw what YG had to go through, they battled all out with Go Esports to try to take claim to even get past Aquari. If you give them more space to play here in Erangel, they can absolutely struck their stuff.
Right. And now that again we're moving into Erangel, this will be the time for God of Death 7 or Glory of Dragon 7, which Sammy's pick is right now. God 7 has been pretty good in the map of Erangel compared to the other maps like Sanhok and Miramar. So this is a really nice pick in my opinion for Sammy, going for a Glory of Dragon 7 pick. As for Big Daddy, the trust is still with Team Max V9, and you did mention earlier that Team Max V9, with their eliminations that they have done in the map of Sana, hopefully they will have that type of energy, and that energy maybe if they can try to convert it into a way wherein they will have all those boost of morale so that they can get into position correctly, right in time, get that winner chicken dinner. So again, a good pick as well for Big Daddy. A lot of other picks coming from Genesis Esports. That was my pick in Sanhok, and then they basically got killed by Team Max. So I'm not really sure yet. That's why I'm not picking Genesis Esports for the second match. Let's just see and find out what's gonna happen here in match number 2.
Yeah, I really feel that Genesis Esports, they will need to take their time to really navigate around the first couple of matches where it hasn't really been the best of showing coming from them. But you know what? You guys can say that, hey, these casters, they're just yapping, like maybe we could actually get better votes in, and of course, may the best team win. So you guys can vote for your favorite teams and also vote for the MVP, which is also the Rising Star, by just scanning that QR code, and tell us your thoughts overall, who's going to be able to take the next match. Now, I have absolutely loved how, I've been able to just randomly throw in the vote and actually got quite a number correct throughout the course of the week. So I've been a happy boy, and I'm pretty sure that if you guys get your votes right, you guys will feel the same joy as well. Just, of course, me now also yapping to buy more time before we get ourselves into the next map. So definitely plenty to play for here for all these squads out on board. But what are the teams that have also surprised you for at least the start of the showing of Sanhok, other than clearly the victors of Sanhok being PBE?
Well, for Erangel, Contra. I mean, while I was thinking about what I'm gonna say here. Actually, I was like thinking that you probably are getting the right picks, Contra, because you've been casting like early in the morning. So you are one, really good guy who has been casting. So you've known a lot of these players. You probably have been researching a lot as well. That's why you're getting all those picks right. But going back to Erangel, I mean, we have like the usuals like Harame Bro, PBE, Genesis Esports, God7. One pick that would come into mind is if I would not pick Harame Bro is Goat Esports. Remember, Goat did manage to take 2 chicken dinners in a row in the map of Erangel, and that was with, if I'm not mistaken, that was with Austria. So now that Austria is not here, this is high time for Goat Esports to maybe try to replicate whatever they have done in week number 1. If they can manage to do that, if they have the the luck together with the elimination as well, they just have to control their aggressiveness, because sometimes for Goat, like what happened in the previous match, they almost got that clutch over Yangon Galacticos. You just have to, they just have to manage that aggressiveness. If they can manage that aggressiveness and they can connect those shots, definitely Goat is one of those teams that we need to look out for in this matchup.
Yeah, I do believe that if Goat have just gotten their day started, especially they've shown aggression despite them losing out against the members of Yangon Galacticos. Now, of course, we got the timers up, and to be honest, I mean, me casting in the morning probably is a totally different teams as well as, you know, sometimes it's really down to the luck of the predictions on.
It's a different mode as well, by the way, guys.
Yeah, it's more of a gut feeling on who's probably gonna win as well. I was just been keeping tabs onto PBE. You know, they've been really trying very hard. I could definitely tell, and it's just great that eventually they have been able to really get back into a winning way. So hopefully that will continue to be a momentum to be built. Whereas there's a lot of great teams out there, as they will be getting themselves ready for this round of Erangel. Sorry, I'm about to sneeze,
it's fine.
So don't mind
I'll
me.
take it from here, Contra. You can go ahead and do whatever you need to do. But anyways, guys, we're gonna start now with match number 2 as we now go into the flight path here. Hopefully it will not be as hard as whatever we had for the previous ones, because sometimes it like goes down on south, wherein it's gonna hurt a lot for the teams who goes onto the northern side, like the likes of Yangon Galacticos and Goat Esports, who goes onto the north and south George, even the Kameshki area, or the Zarki area rather, where Elevate Esports is actually going. So look at this now. This is actually going to be an easy fight path for those teams that I mentioned, but not for the others, because look at this. Yes, Poliana is far ways out. So STE and Good Game Esports, they probably have to think about on how they can, you know, go to the Saya area, because this is a really far distance from their location. God7, look at this. God7 goes for us just dropping point, and then GE goes for the dropping point that they have. But I think there's someone right with GE right now.
Oh, this is actually pretty cool on what the changes are in between. So rather interesting to actually see them going for this form of approach. Whereas we're already seeing some form of casualties as they go in for the trades. There's 2 teams directly on top of Sonoska, so we are gonna be in for a brawl as it is STE. And take a look at that circle as well. It's no man's land. It's all the way up north.
And this is just so sad for STE. I mean, they pick a dropping point where Inosha is not here. I mean, they also managed to get a kill already. Now, the next thing that they need to do is just wipe them out, and then go for an early rotation onto the northern side, and maybe just try to go to their own dropping, which is in Yasnaya Polyana. But it looks like it's gonna, you know, stay slow for now for these 2 teams, because it's gonna be a standoff between these 2. Oh, cool! Just ran over Master Vape off from the kill feed. So that's RSG 1 man down already. And this is the problem with this type of flight path, Contra. If it's like extreme on the western side part, or maybe whatever side it is in the map, you would usually go for like early engagements, because you're going to be getting those vehicles. And this is what's happening now.
Yeah, absolutely. And Sin Esports, they are doing the best that they can. A lot of all these casualties in the early game with such a difficult flight to kick things off. So this is just looking rather to be pretty bleak for those that have been picked off. But for Sin Esports, they're just rushing right through just to try to secure the numbers, even despite them only with the pistols. Ryder, he does have a VSS. I guess like that's decent enough of a weapon for him to just utilize. But still, battling up against some other teams with shotguns and many more to go. Sin Esports feeling rather confident to go in for the rush, but RSG, definitely a true medkit now being popped. Makes the check the corner. Oh, that's going to be a tough blunder. And now rushing right through. Cool. He can't actually flush them off, but Master Vape goes for 1-for-1. Ryder with a VSS, he's only got about 10 clips out there, but he's making it work, only needing those 3 bullets. And Cool is already arriving to the scene. VSS versus the S16. Oh boy, who's gonna get it though? Oh, a close call. Sin Esports still backs it home.
Sin Esports. Unfortunately though for Sin, they lose 2 again. So they lose Rankit and Migs this time around. So Sukul has been the clutch player for Sin Esports. And right now, going back to Subsnovka, NC2 now goes in. Vin will be the last member. Got the headshot by NC2. And Glory of Dragon 7 is out. And this is what I just said earlier. Get the early elimination onto God 7. Go for an early rotation up on North. And this is, again, an option for STE. But look at this. Elevate Esports now. Three different engagements in early game here.
I'm almost losing count. Thanks for counting out, Player Cuckoo. So, support, he does get that pick off. We love all these off the beaten path type of flights where it just results in teams just scouring for a place to be or even to gather loots. What we saw, everybody started off with scrap loots, right? Nobody really had those firm AKMs or even like the M4s there. Forced to use like pistols, VSS. A good start to the day, if you ask me as a spectator. But imagine the pain being in this match. Like, you're not really getting the best out of the early game. So, of course, in the esports, they only get to play with 2. Elevate at least still have 3 members to work with. No luck for RSG or even GOT7. But now that spaces have been opened up, STE
the scooter.
the scooter. A major upgrade from a bike, I would still say.
He's probably gonna be delivering something or whatever.
On the monster truck now.
Oh, on the monster truck now. I mean, they did use the bike with Sin, so the power of bike again, still showing here in day number 5 of week number 2. I'm not so sure with week 3 now because we don't have it yet. But for STE, they're able to manage to have all 4 members still strong. So this means that they will have the the momentum going into the latter stages. NT2 is just going for like those jungle loots, and I would say if they're gonna do something like this means that they're gonna go for a late rotation going into the circle, right?
Yeah, very likely, especially when we saw the flight. A lot of teams are still around these corners of Quarry, maybe even Fair Pure. If they want to move in early, it's actually not too bad of a plan because you remember how far the first circle is going to be at. It's still around that northern region where Yasnaya is also being covered up, if I'm not mistaken. So perhaps like it's still pretty alright for them to just make their advancement here within stage 1 or at least early stage 2 to say. Well, of course, there's plenty of traveling to do for even the likes of Flash Vision Esports. So it's going to be a smooth ride until we actually hit into stage 2 as well as 3. Maybe there might just be 1 battle or 2. For now, it's just going to be a clear passage. I'm liking what FRL is currently doing. They're also making sure that teams do not get that free pass through the north side, as they're already booking their spot over onto the north side of 70. While Yatka finds a little something there, trying to go in for the pickoff.
Oh yeah, little Yatka. A very underrated player. There's a lot of potential for this player, by the way. You could see that. Able to at least get a little bit of pressure onto the side of Flash Vision Esports. However, it's going to be Lil Yatka who will be currently down. 21 will have to defend his teammate right now as XZ11 is currently down. Just right behind that tractor. Ooh, Master Rix again. Showing off how clutch he is for his squad of Flash Vision Esports. Now, another throw, another damage, and 21 just got outplayed there by Master Rix. And now, it's going to be Lil Yatka or GOAT Esports. He's the only man remaining. Trust Lil Yatka for now. Ooh, but the nade actually will take a little bit of more damage. And ooh, with that nice throw of that Molly, just burns GOAT Esports alive.
And it's still burning on his crate.
Oh no.
We were just complimenting him on how well he's been playing, and like cameraman did him a little dirty right there. Put into a really tough spot as well. But hey, Liliaka, of course, we will still see his impact in the upcoming rounds. But this circle divided between the river and the lake. So is it going to be a north? Is it going to be a south? STE, like you said, it's going to take that late rotation to have a clearer passage in to the mainland. I would still say that the other squad over onto Novo is also going to do exactly the same. But that will also mean that there's just going to be plenty of teams over the south side. Like, at the very least, probably 6 to 7 squads going to be around the vicinities of Rozak, maybe around these corners of shelter at the moment. But what's going to be the game plan here? Are they going to be hiding out in Rozak? Or maybe take school as a pit stop for the moment
Ooh, what
to
is
just
this?
hide out? GE on those boats? Okay.
Okay.
Something that we don't see every day, but
Yeah.
GE, they haven't been having good games for some of these run from yesterday till today.
And this is a very late rotation for Genesis Esports Marnet. Not so sure if the rest of GE was already there in the circle, but look at this. Federalis, Elevate Esports, trying to take this compound. But you cannot just take a compound out from Federalis. Federalis would most likely gonna, defend all of his life in order for him to be able to keep this area. And if you notice how Harami Bro is playing this one right now, they are letting Federalis just to lurk around the areas there, right on the middle portion of the circle. And he's all alone. And then the three other guys of Harami Bro is on the opposite side of the lake. So that's how trust that they're giving to Federalis right now.
Yeah, plenty of it, where he's always been the anchor, the reliable player to be able to bring those points back. Well, Flash Vision Esports, they feel pretty comfortable about taking certain areas to hold out while Elevate spots out the rest of KE's movement. Probably will stay silent for now. I'm pretty sure that KE are going to be making some control over onto the vicinity. Elevate Esports definitely have taken notice by now that there are players around. It's going to be a tough challenge if they were to try to flush right in, especially now without the numbers to work with. So, YG, they found themselves a garage, get themselves a brand new spanking buggy to ride around the north. So, remember this, YG, the other day, they have managed to also secure chicken dinner here, but for the updated circle, it might not be anywhere close by. The trade looking good. What a spray through the smoke to find one back.
And this is where the gameplay of Arama Bro will come into effect. Federalis will be on the other side of the lake. The three of the other players on the opposite side. So they will be able to manage the circle. So the circle went towards to Federalis. They will just go to wherever Federalis is at. So they will still be in the circle together with the rest of the other teams that is already rotated in. And you can see now Flash Vision Esports just right outside the zone, being gatekept by another squad. The kid right now, all eyes on Lufa. Lufa is the scout for Exquisite Esports. And looks like they're not able to find a really good place to stay for now, as they're able to, find it first. As for 7 support and the rest of GG, they have to be pretty careful here because there are only 2 players remaining for their squad. Rancer will be coming in. We'll be taking some sprays coming from 7 support. But again, these are just waste of bullets, in my opinion, for 7 support. Best is you just have to, wait for the rest to come into your compound, and maybe you can just use those bullets and items once they come in.
Yeah. I guess like sometimes it's only effective for you to try to zone them away just to create that presence for them to turn the other way around. And that may have actually resulted in Ranzer to be running into this corner shack, which will now face off against the entirety of Harami Bros. Or he has already have planned it right beforehand. But Ranzer's still going for the frags. Oh boy, this might look to be a tough one for Harami Bros to go in for the recovery. It's really down to Rick here to win this trade. The nades are now being popped right in. If he falters, it's 2 points for Ranzer. If he wins, that's great news for Harami Bros to be able to add that 1 point to the table. Rinch still limping. Eventually will be getting a revive, and he will secure it. The South Asian A's knows how to just flush it out without any form of trouble at all.
Yeah, the only man from Nepal here in PMCL. And like previously, like in the previous season, there were like 3 players from Nepal, if I'm not mistaken. That was like Incus, No Fear, and I forgot the name of the other one. But right now, They actually have switched back to PMSL CSA because I've watched them played over there when I tune in to the PMSL Central South Asia League. But for now, we have Yangon Galacticos, Stay Cloud going for the sprays, random sprays through the smoke, but there's no one out there. Now it's going to be shotted by STE from the left side. We'll have to go for that full med kit so that he can fully heal up. Circle will also update after this one. And KE now planning going towards Elevate Esports. Not so sure where the Circle went now, but Elevate Esports need to defend themselves here because it's a 4v2 situation where it looks like they're going to go where to Claire is currently at, which is in the gasoline station.
Yeah. Not the fondest of this spot. You are forced to turtle in if you're going to be holding out into the gas station, but at least it's going to be a good spot to hold out for at least a good phase or two. But the circle pulls further down into the areas just across the lake, which is why Elevate Esports is trying to take that direct center. Very sensible, though they could have actually held out into the same compound, but with the pressure coming from KE, it is absolutely the best possible choice. So KE can just take the spot where Elevate has left for them. Well, we have a trade between Harami Bros as well as GE, just like old times. Jappy now cooking up that grenade, lobs it right through. Probably will be dodge, while the entire squad of Harami Bros it will follow suit to join in. So GE, as much as they try to hold out, I don't think it's smart for them to actually stay for much longer. Small just doing what he can to just hold the rest of Harami Bros just around the corner, while they themselves have to make it past the river. So this is definitely going to be an interesting battle that will take place for quite some time. While KE, they have found new visitors in the form of Flash Vision Esports dropping by.
And Kaya able to take out that player who's getting revived. Kurukuru not able to manage to get that recovery. Now, since they're able to eliminate one, this is their time now to go for the push. It's a numbers advantage now for their side. Kaya now throws in a molly. This will delay things up for Flash Vision Esports, or even not giving them a space. And Master Rix, no fear at all, just going through the fire. And Kaya now goes in, UMP spray. And now it's going to be Kurukuru. Will have to defend Flash Vision Esports. There is still Master Paps from the backside, which is Master D2K, pushes in S12K to the face of Kurukuru. Master Paps now right outside the circle. Can he still manage this one? It is still going to be a 2v1 against KE.
Wow, what a battle this is. A three-way tie. I say tie, but it's actually FV losing out so many of their members already. Paps, though, what more can he do? He needs to get the revives into place. Just waiting for Kurukuru to slowly crawl over as that nade. It's going to be falling a little bit short. Though, Paps is currently surprised. It didn't seem like he could actually step out to get his teammates up. So, kind of in the pinch. And the blue zone's also setting in. Not really space for FV to work with. So with them crashing into the compound, it was definitely a desperate attempt up against KE, which they couldn't really prepare in that very short moment of time. Master D2K is just waiting for the right timing. He's running out in the open, so he will be spotted out. Sprays right through, but it seems like Master Pops have just wiggled into that tiny little crease to just hold out. But I don't think it's going to be for long, though, for Flash Vision to eventually succumb to their own demise. So, perhaps he could prove me wrong as much as he wants, but even Campus is already lurking past. So, maybe going down over onto the lower end is going to be much better for him to wrap further around than to really go up against these members of KE, since there's still some space to play out.
Yeah. A lot of space to play out for this one. As for Master Pabs, you can go for a vehicle in order for him to probably escape. You can try to manage to loot up some of his teammates so that he can still get some utilities. But for STE, Strangers Esports, Lucy is currently down. They have to set up smokes for him in order for them to set up some revives. But look at YG. They're all there to take away that recovery. But Lucy is very, very smart here. Look at him. He's going to be crawling towards to a designated area where he can get a revive. But look at this. The extension coming from Romeo Boy, able to spot Lucy as Yangon Galacticus gets another elimination in the bag for them. And going back here to Flash Vision Esports and to kill enemy. Campus now throws in a nade. Master Pabs should have just went away with that vehicle, and he now got bombed in that vehicle.
Yeah, I guess like that is the last straw right there. So for the members of FV, once again the problem lies into the midst of rotation for Erangel. Hopefully they could have actually played it a little bit safer, where instead of crashing through the compound, I was just thinking that there's still plenty of options where they could just wrap further up the north, even if it takes them to tank out some portions of the blue zone. That would have actually caused them to survive much longer. But desperate time calls for desperate measure. Meanwhile, it is YG losing those wheels. Oh, the tire is now being popped, and they are now stuck to deal up against KE that has been the beacon to destroy everybody else over onto this far west. So I'm not too sure what are the chances for YG, despite them playing very well throughout the course of Erangel so far. It might just be a decent battle that they're getting up against Campus as well as Master DTK, considering that there's also PB up those corner of the hill to also chime in. So pretty much a 50-50 ordeal right now, despite, you know, only having 2 members left for the side of KE. They will turtle in. PB, are they going to look for a rush through this compound to look for kills? Not too sure, but eventually we will find out.
Well, PB doesn't really have to make a push because it's going to be YG versus KE eventually. As YG is still in the blue zone, they still have to get into the circle. Campus spots Say Cloud together with Romeo Boy. And there's only one, which is Say Cloud, which is going to be dying in the blue zone now, as YG will get eliminated in this game. And now going into the circle now, shifts towards to where GG and Team Max is currently at. And this is kind of, in my opinion, good for GE, in my opinion, because look at this. Zai is already inside a circle. They can go for that rotation to where Zai is, but look at this now. PBE, Playbook Esports, pushes in. They now know that YG is not within the area, but look at that surprise onto Monboy. Gets him down. Now Master D2K goes down as Ryman goes for the save. Ooh, Michi goes down as well from afar with that S12K, but now again, the God Nade one more time from Ryman eliminates KE.
Campus really put everything he's got, but there's only such a tight space for him to work with. Here comes Elevate Esports trying to pry open this fight, but it didn't seem like it was the better trade, as Elevate has been sprayed down by Gerald. Great cover fire. Elevate, they used to play in this position, but this isn't exactly the right moment for them to really strike. They were really banking on hopes that PB is battered and bruised, but they were having pretty much a clean run against KE. Now, all that is left, Coca-Cola standing out in the open, as he will not be able to win the trade. Oh my goodness, PB looks so clean today.
Yeah, very clean as well, but the problem is, the blue zone is moving. This is why Jarrell is not going for the revive anymore. He's just gonna go for the focus onto the circle, as he will still be managed to go for the heal up, as he still has that one first aid. And look at this, get slow. He's crawling like a snake. Ooh, Federalis though will get pushed by 2 GEs. And right now they have to get in because there's just way too many angles for the rest of the other teams. But Federalis was on fire and now will be eliminated. Now Rig has to defend himself now. The last 2 players for Harame Bro is now in trouble. And GE is doing a really good job here with the push. Problem now is they cannot really find an angle onto Rig. Rig is doing a really good job when it comes to using the utilities as well. He does have 11 smokes, so he can use that one out to delay things up for his life for now. As you can see, GE is now going for some revives. Nades coming in. Oh, it's actually a stun grenade. Just blinding Rig inside. Master Smile now goes for the spray with a PP Bison, but 7 support will die, and also he will die as well with the nade from STE.
Wow. That was just absolutely overwhelming to really see this battle go through, and it was a member of GG that got clipped at the very end. Only one member left for the side of Miramar Bros, GE. They had that long trade through the river all the way up to this compound, and they only lost one member so far. It was just a tough hole. Now down to Rick playing on the upper end, and it's just a really tight space. Good for a DBS to go through some of these pushes. Other than that, if there's going to be any form of grenades, this is tough. You can't jump down from that pigeonhole. So he's just tossing everything that he can just to make sure that the rest of GE would not just simply push, but to respect him. Zai's now caught out from the outskirts. So he's going to be limping forward in hopes that GE would still be able to go in for the revive. But take a look at this again. Today seems to be a really good day for Team Max. They are split onto two, playing on the hillside. And they can't actually cover a whole lot of region until they have to make advancements into the zone. It's only Jarrell over onto the streets. Good thing that it's been cleared out over on the south side. So I'm definitely thinking that Team Max have a solid chance of the chicken dinner. Not only because they have those numbers advantage, but also with them with a potential to really wrap up a lot of zone over on the north.
For now, ooh, Jarrell got hit. And then it's going to be Team Max who just circles around Jarrell. And PBE is out, though they do have 10 eliminations in the bag. Now with 3 teams remaining, Team Max has numbers advantage against GE and Arami Bro.
And they're just forced to turtle into the compound. There's no other play possible. There's no other area that Team Max need to actually seek out of because it's just an empty field. The residents inside of these 2 houses eventually will have to vacate the area as well, as Stage 8 is about to commence within that 1 minute. GE, perhaps if they can look for those pickoff, it could still open up some spacing for them. And speaking of which, now being caught out in the open, now they know. They're all indoors.
Oh yeah, you have to be indoors for now, because Team Max can just surround you, knowing that the only players remaining is inside this house, and Rig is actually trying his best to at least eliminate Smile, but Smile is very smart when it comes to this type of situation. Now Rig tries to get downstairs. Rig try to go for the fire of his DBS. Team Max, they don't really have to do anything for now. You just have to let GE smile and smile with that shot from downstairs to upstairs. Able to see Rig. It's going to be Team Max versus GE, kind of like a rematch in Sanhok. It looks like they're able to still get some eliminations from afar. Look at that. Marnette able to eliminate 2, Boyshan and the other member of Max V9. So it's now going to be a 2v2.
They absolutely blundered this. I mean, there's no reason for them to play on that side of the map, as it's being so wide out in the open. All they really had to do was just to hear the sound cue coming from the compound and just swarm that compound. But at the very least, with these numbers advantage, they could have actually done something about it. But now that it's down to 2, it's an equal chance for GE. But they're playing by the edge. There's more area of play for the rest of Team Max. Scattered across the field. Marnette so sharp on his shots. He's going to be able to also seek another one hiding right behind the tree. So this is going to get a lot more awkward. How many smokes do they still have? It seems like there's a few in the hands of Master Small, as he will be popping on the outskirts. Perhaps a restock will be set into place to upgrade his weapon. So I guess right now, GE, they're feeling rather confident because these 2 members, they are scattered across. All they really have to do, focus onto one of these members out there and then take the one by the edge. So even Max, they do have smokes of their own to create a little bit more of a passage to draw it down to close directly into the middle. But it's definitely going to take a while before they settle the scores out there. It's trying to just pick them off, but this crate is just giving very good covers for Master Small.
And look at the John. The John is very smart here. Using all of his smokes. Actually, it came from 7, now down to 3 smokes for John. So for the John, you just have to manage this middle portion of the circle and just let his other teammate Joseph try to fend off Genesis Esports. Especially Genesis Esports will have to get out of this broken wall. Marnette will have really no choice. And look at that. He's now spotted. And he'll be taken down. Now Master Smile just hiding beside the smoke. So Team Max V9 won't have any much information as of yet. As right now, the battle of the snakes will happen. Smile will try to go for the gunshot. He will get spotted eventually because Team Max V9 will have the better advantage when it comes to the circle. Now with the Molly as well, goes for Phrase as well, also with the Groza. And then the final kill goes from Joseph of Max V9, able to take that winner chicken dinner for match number 2.
A well-deserving win after some long trades between them as well as GE. For a moment, I really thought that they absolutely botched it because of their position, but then again, GE, they kind of popped the smokes a little rather early for them to actually play out stage 9, where it was just an empty bag for Master Smile to work with. But you saw he was being so effective on some of all these shots that both sides of the members of Team Max, they were also having concerns because they're soaking damage with this one player left alone. Imagine if there was maybe a little bit more smokes that he could work with. Master Smile could have actually turned the tides around and absolutely caused a crazy clutch to happen in the end game. But, you know, I don't want to put too much credit onto GE because it was Team Max that have won it. They look excellent back in Sanhok, and today you can see that they are feeling super confident, and they are just shining bright here with a chicken dinner of their own as we get a look into the highlights. Plenty of early battles because of the fight path, but after that, these teams who have booked the north side have absolutely thrived.
Well, Team Max V9, they didn't really had, I mean, in my opinion, they didn't really had to wait until the end game. Whereas they knew already that the 3 remaining players was inside that compound. If they heard those gunshots, might as well, if they still have a little bit of the vehicles or if they have the utilities, then might as well go for the push while things are happening inside this compound. Like whatever GE have done here. Look at what they did. They basically pushed Federalis and Rig, and then there were so many third parties from, you know, long distance. That's what basically Team Max did here in this matchup. But again, you can do it however you want to do it. Eventually, the chicken dinner will go to Team Max V9 because they have numbers advantage. They should have not have the 2 players got killed there in the latter stages where Marnette was able to, you know, take. They should have just pushed right straight where the compound is at. But the MVP for this matchup, even though they did not get the win, will be Master Smile with 2 eliminations with 724 total damage.
Yeah, there was one onto Rick and then another one somewhere out in the open as well. So Master Smile still showed that he is still very formidable. But I do agree on the sentiment where, you know, going back into the winners here, it could have been a very clean and convincing win if they were to really send those members for a push, because there was that drive up towards members of PvE being Jaro taken out. And after that, that was literally the access to hit into the compounds. It's just that Team Max, they were being a lot more respectful. They don't want to take too much of a risk to really commit every single member to flush right through. Else, it could have actually resulted in maybe GE giving them a little bit of scare throughout the compound. So I guess like playing it safe, they still managed to still secure those points with a total of 8 to tally up to 18 points for Team Max. So far, 2 rounds played, 2 rounds with the double digits. This has been quite the Team Max day, in fact.
Yeah, and Team Max V9, if I'm not mistaken, that was predicted by one of the KH casters. So a really good pick for one of the KH casters going for Team Max V9. 8 eliminations in the back, 1,300 total damage as well. It's a total team effort for Team Max V9. It's not like the other teams where Master Rix and Master Toki for Flash Vision Esports is just dominating the whole squad itself. There's a lot of support coming from the rest. of a Max V9. If you have that type of support, well, definitely you'll be successful for every single game. And this could be a start of a Team Max V9 consecutive, good consecutive, matches. And remember, during day number 5 as well in week number 1, Team Max V9 has been playing pretty well. So it seems like the last day has always been their good memo here in PMCL.
Yeah, they always save the best for last, it seems, where this was a very tough start for most of these squads, where we only get 58 total eliminations, while maybe a little bit lesser of throwables being utilized throughout the course of the match because of how there was so many open space to play out, where maybe even some of these grenades or even smoke grenades hasn't been put into great effect for them to either play offensively or defensively, so I could absolutely understand that. But this has been one of the games with the highest amount of airdrop looted up, with a total of 4, where we saw maybe the average being either 2 and perhaps 3.
Oh yeah. For Harame Bro though, it's just so sad that they just got surrounded by the 4 players of Genesis Esports. They didn't really had any choice there. Well, Rig tried his best to defend the 4th together with Federalis, but it's just again way too much. Here comes the match standings for match number 2. Team Max getting that win with 18 total points. PBE is still there with their aggressive output, 10 eliminations for them, total of 14. GE at second place for the rank points, but they only got 11 due to the fact that PBE got more elimination points. SDE is also there with 10 points in this game. As for Harame Bro, they continuously just get those good scores, around 4 to 6 points if it's a bad game or such. But for the rest, we have Exquisite Esports, God7, and GOAT. These are teams that has to improve onto the next game. You might as well include Fearless onto that one.
Sure enough, and when we add all the points all together, it's good maintenance for the side of Team Max as they continue to put big numbers on the block with this chicken dinner. Also receiving that $150, definitely give them a little bit of a morale boost. Whereas PBE is now tied with Strangers Esports with a total of 1, 2, 3, while we also see Yangon Galacticos, Harame Bros now surging upwards, getting closer and closer to Dread Esports. With the amount of games that's still left available, an overtake is absolutely possible for Harame Bros at the very least.
Oh yeah, Harame Bro they will most likely go on second place here if the others would not move at all. Like if YG would continuously have bad games, but I mean you are not going to be expecting that from YG. They are definitely gonna want to take that number 2 spot again here in week number 2 because they did had it in week number 1. As for GE has been trying so far. Like they've done early rotations, they've done late rotations. Looks like the late rotation has been pretty effective for GE because they were able to find themselves way into the second place of that match number 2. As for Harame Bro, it's been always consistent, either them or PBE right at the middle center of the circle. If they can manage to have all of their members complete, then maybe we can find PBE or maybe even Harame Bro to be in that final moment where we could see those clutch moments again coming from Ryman or maybe even for Federalis for the side of Harame Bro. But for the rest, again, it's still early. This is just match number 2 of this day. There's still 4 more matches to come, 2 Erangels and 2 Miramars.
That's right, and speaking of which, of course, we will be getting ourselves a little bit of a break, so you guys could go ahead, grab some of all your snacks, as well as do what you need to do, and we will eventually be, moving into the upcoming rounds. I'm excited because we are really seeing the best of all these teams to be able to really push up their ranks. So with that being said, we've already seen big wins from PB, big wins now coming in from Team Max Victoria 9 as well. Who are the next couple of teams that will be able to propel forward? It's time for us to also find out, Cuckoo.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and find out in the next matches, but we're going to go on a break here. Cuckoo TV and Contra will be right back here in PMCL Fall of 2024.
In this video, we'll be going over some tips and tricks for the stages in the new version's themed mode, Ocean Odyssey, to help you better grasp the new gameplay and have a better experience. First, situated underwater beneath a huge statue is the Ocean Palace. At the beginning of a match, there are 2 ocean palaces that you can go to. They are located in the waters under the ruins and Milta. Each ocean palace has loads of supplies and treasures. It's an ideal landing spot. Now, what's the quickest way to enter the ocean palace? Parachute directly to the ocean surface at the start of a match, and after plunging underwater, you will get a speed boost so you can quickly reach the palace. You swim faster in the water near the ocean palace, and you can hold your breath for longer, allowing you to move around quickly underwater. After passing through the sea suppressor barrier, you can enter the ocean palace. The sea suppressor barrier forms a large air pocket in the ocean palace, and you can battle in this space. The first time you enter the ocean palace, you will receive a special respawn. Do keep in mind that you will lose it if you leave the vicinity of the ocean palace. Inside the palace, you can activate the water nymph performance. When it ends, you'll be rewarded with supplies. A powerful item lies at the center of the palace, the trident, which unlocks once the countdown ends. Upon retrieving the trident, not only will you get lots of supplies, but a special respawn card as well. It's used to respawn in the battleground, and still works even when eliminated outside the ocean palace. However, the respawn card has a time limit, so pay attention to when it expires. Lost crates are hidden in the waters all around the palace. Dive in and explore for surprise loot. Once a certain amount of time passes in the match, a kraken will appear and destroy the sea suppressor, flooding the ocean palace. Use the portals in the ocean palace to leave quickly. Finally, there are several Forsaken ruins. Besides having tons of supplies, the Forsaken ruins conceal 2 sea treasuries. Find the switches to remove the water veil and enter the waterway from the ocean temple. Then you can find the sea treasury located underground. Light up all the pillars at the treasury entrance to open the treasury door and obtain the treasure. On the ground of the Forsaken ruins, there is a blasting current and a mirage tower. Use them to get higher up or to move around. When you encounter an enemy, use them creatively to take the enemy by surprise. Furthermore, some Forsaken ruins will have a spirit whale that appears in the sky after some time, and will leave a water orb on the ground after landing. Enter the water orb to board the whale escape pod. When the blue zone approaches, you can use the spirit whale to quickly get to the play zone. That's all for this video. Discover more ways to have fun. Hurry and try out.
Welcome back once again to the PMCL Southeast Asia, where we are having all the teams battle out on this Sunday run to see who will bag the most of the bonus points of the weekend. Of course, we already have one answer on who's at the top, but it's all about all the other teams that need to make the cut in order to secure their grand finals by the conclusion of the group stage. So, of course, it's your boys here, Cook TV, as well as Contro, bring you all the action for the entire course of the evening. It's been a really good week, you know, like we've seen so many of all these crazy action, of course, with Asia's domination, and now today without Asia, there's so much going on. We start to see teams like PBE and even Team Max flourish with their own chicken dinner.
Oh yeah, you're right. Team Max has been very consistent now with a bunch of eliminations in Sanhok, and then got their own winner chicken dinner for match number 2. Genesis Esports has been on and off. That's why Sanhok was really just so bad for them, and then here in Erangel, you're able to nab the 2nd place. But we also do have our newest X-Suit, the Galadriel X-Suit, with an exclusive lobby post. Available until September 30th. Reek also Havoc with the Sky Huntress MG3, the first ever advanced upgradable MG3. And you can do draws every day, because every first draw of the day is at 10 UC. Now, going back to the conversation here, Contra, yeah, a lot of other opportunities now coming from the rest, since Austria is not here. And now our prediction will be coming up, and it is going to be YG for me for match number 3. I do feel that YG will have a much better chance now compared to the last match here in Erangel. Since then, that the circle will be totally different. By the way, when it comes to circle, this circle that we just had in the second match is like the opposite side of where YG is dropping. So that's probably why YG did had a hard time here in match number 2.
Yeah, and overall, I'm going for Harami Bros. Like, if you consider the factors that was in play in that last round, they did manage to predict correctly that they are close to the end game, but it was GE that has overwhelmed them on that safe position, which rendered them unable to win out that trade as well. So hopefully, this time, if all goes smoothly, then we might actually see Harami Bros getting the best of it. Now, of course, interesting picks coming in across the board. We got GOT7, Genesis Esports, Elevate, YG, Fearless. I would say, like, they're all in a really good form. Maybe for certain teams out there, they're really caught up in certain predicaments. I'm still, if you ask me, I'm not a firm believer of Elevate Esports yet on certain decision making, but hey, when they look good, they absolutely do show up really strong.
Oh yeah, I mean, in the previous match though, their decision when it comes to pushing towards PBE was the bad decision that they just did in match number 2. If they didn't really went for that third party, it'll be them gatekeeping PBE from getting into the circle, because they do had the gasoline station. So if they were the ones who did that, the push towards PBE, well then they could just easily just spray away towards PBE, and they can just maybe manage to stay in the game at the end. But your favorite teams are available here. The QR code, you can vote for them. Besides us casters, we do know that we have our own picks, but you can vote for your own. Just scan the QR code, and lastly, you can also vote for your own favorite Rising Star player.
That's right, and there's just so many things that you guys could do throughout the course of the live stream. Go ahead, make some friends throughout the comment section, and tell us who you guys are rooting for as well while you guys scan the QR code. Now, getting ready for the next couple of Erangel matches. Now, I'm definitely starting to see that players, they are getting at least a lot more well-versed, even with all these very difficult circumstances. And if you think about it, right, like GE, they managed a top 2 finish with that very questionable decision of taking boats and stuff, but hey, it gets the job done regardless for these members of Genesis Esports, which is absolutely great to see that they played it out well through the very tail end of it. So 1 more minute left, Cuckoo. Any final thoughts before we head right into action?
There are moments in game. I mean, not just for GE, but GE did had some overthinking. Whereas there might be like some players that would gatekeep them, go for bridge camps right around the right side part of a bridge, knowing that they dropped around Novo. So again, for GE, they don't really have to overthink now. There's no Ostia. There's not much of any threat down in the bottom side of the map. And if ever that the circle would go to the bottom side of the map, then it'll be really good for Genesis Esports. Let's see if they can bounce back from that play that they had from last game, as we now get closer to the third match of the day. This is again week number 2, day number 5 of the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Fall, as we now start in the second Erangel map.
Oh, I can't wait to see what the result is this time around, where it's honestly getting harder and harder for us to really predict what will potentially happen. But at least T-Max having a really good form. PPE, they were also hustling into close to a top 5, I would say, or is actually within the top 5. So maybe this will still be some of the names that will be able to appear by the end game result. But here we are. This is a much better flight path for all these teams to at least get the access into the north, the central, as well as the south side. So fair enough for most part, but heading in towards South George as well as the hospital grounds, they will have to drop maybe a little earlier to find those vehicles to get right by.
Oh yeah. Well, with this flight path, either way, GE would be safe. GE goes to Rozak or Novo. It looks like they will be picking Rozak instead for this time around. Again, expect that on the bottom side of the map, which is in Sosnovka, that we're going to see probably God 7. Because STE will be most likely be at Yasnaya Poliana, which is right now they're setting up, getting vehicles first before they set up to go for the loot. Team Max V9, though, gets Novo for themselves for this time around. And look at Sosnovka military base. Looks like it's out in the open. No one's going to take it. Even God 7 says, nah, we're not going to take it. We're going to go onto the eastern side of Yasnaya Poliana. We're going to go on jungle loots together with the mansion drop. Circle, by the way, will go onto the northwestern side of the map. So, like I mentioned earlier, Contra, YG had a long rotation going to the circle. This time around, it will be on their side.
Absolutely, and also better decision making for GE to go back into their primary spot into Rozak. Now they also reap the benefits of being close to the direct center. So all they have to do, extend their reach into ruins, maybe take those corners of the Gakka Mountains to be able to really control the entire sector. And even if they want to play it maybe slightly safer as well, they could just slowly play it out around Rozak without making too much of a drastic decision heading into this matchup. So we'll see how this one's gonna go. Fearless Esports immediately getting their hands onto the monster truck, and I kind of wish, here in Southeast Asia that this would be a common vehicle that we could actually use, because certain areas just have tough terrains and floods and stuff like that. It'll be really cool, because I've always seen it in American movies, and there's always all these crazy action with the monster truck. And same goes to what happens here in PUBG Mobile, that it's huge. Yes, it's super tanky still for you to try to, run over players, or maybe just outlast that long rotation up ahead. So, of course, me yapping in the early game because we don't really have any form of altercation in the early game, which is a good thing for the teams.
Oh, yeah. I think you've watched too much of Mad Max. Contra.
Oh, yeah. Fun fact, I've not watched the movie up till now.
Oh, you haven't?
I haven't at all. Not even the old versions of it. But I was hoping to actually take some time to watch it. But yeah, I always forget about it because, I'll tune into whatever that's on some of all these.
What was the last movie you watched, Contra?
Very good question. What was the last movie I've watched? Oh boy, it's been a while. Oh, easy answer. The ones in the cinema, Deadpool.
Oh, yeah, me too. Deadpool x Wolverine.
Oh yeah, it was super fun.
Yeah, I was even with some of the talents here in the PH scene. So we watched it all together, together with actually with the big bosses here in the PH as well. So shout outs to belated happy birthday, by the way, to Sir Bench and to Sai Sai, to Tess. They are the esports managers here in PH and the country manager. So shout outs to them.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, their birthday is at the same day, by the way.
Wow.
Yesterday.
That's great. They can have celebration together, perhaps.
Oh yeah. Then maybe they can ask the casters or the talents to get invited to do some Korean barbecue or something, right?
Do I get invited as well?
Well, I mean, if you can fly over to the Philippines, definitely.
Well, too bad. We still have to keep the show running, so we'll be here on desk, So they will have their own celebration, and happy birthday to anybody else celebrating their birthday this weekend who's tuning in.
Oh, and happy September to everyone, by the way. Today is the first day of September.
Yes, indeed. And it's just in the blink of an eye. I mean, we're
It's
already
way too
closing
fast,
to the end of the year already, with only a couple months left. And I'm not ready to get older, but age is only a mindset, I guess. So same goes to these
mine is not in the calendar already. So.
Oh, right. So while we have time to buy, What's your birthday? If you're willing to share with the
Oh,
audience as well.
It's just last month. You
Last
weren't
month?
you weren't even able to greet me.
Oh,
Yeah, it was just last month.
sorry, I never knew. I mean, we only casted like about 2 weeks ago.
I know,
so,
I know.
So yeah, I was late to that.
Where's my
late
gift
birthday, I
now,
guess.
Contra?
My gift is an advertisement of the gallery exit for you. Nothing more, nothing less. So I'm sorry, I can't
It's
fly
fine.
over.
It's fine.
Anyways, like back to the scene while teams are driving by safely through the ruins. FRL's in a really good spot, I would say, because this is currently the Dark Center, which is where you see even Harame Bro. They want into the action, but they're not willing to really put themselves into a risky position just yet. But you'll expect if it goes further into the Gatko region, Harame Bros probably might be challenging up the hill alongside with FRL. So that's something that we can look forward to. The pacing really looks very different without the presence of Group A. as a matter
Yeah,
of
it's
fact.
very very slow pace. Definitely it will be because if you remember, Group A has Dread, and you know Dread because of that emergence of Gymna's aggressiveness compared to week 1 and week 2, it's just way too different. And then you can add where Dread Esports was like experimenting between Jashi and Barney. That's why they're able to at least be active in the early stages. Same goes to Astra. Astra, I mean, if you try to like stay right close to them, they will definitely eat you alive, like eliminate you, every single one of your players. The rest, though, like TTQ, another team that is on and off aggressive, sometimes not. Sometimes they just focus on objectives. RTC, man, this team, Contra, always there in the early stages of the game. Like they always drop at the same spots where others drops at. Like one good example is in Sanhok where they drop together with Flash Vision and Sin. So that's probably why it's been pretty slow for for the early stages. Hopefully, it will get quicker by stage number 2 because you could see now STE getting close to Flash Vision Esports, as Flash I think is still not yet set with their loots because you could see Kurokuru still trying to exchange some items down on the floor. But for RSG, Lufa for Exquisite Esports, he's the scout of the team, not able to get a specific area yet, but this is a really good area to stay in. Though it's not in the circle, though. The circle is, by the way, going onto the northwestern side, and that's why there's a lot of rotations that we're looking at right now.
Sure enough, and plenty of space for them to actually work around with shots now towards Ryder. Thankfully, he is going to be the peel-in to be able to still, pop a couple of all these energy drinks or any form of mets. While it goes further up the north, today's tendency of the circles really seem to love the teams that are playing around the northern region. Even names like Yangon Galacticos, they have not made their way past that river.
Ooh.
So this could be a huge concern with this great migration of teams moving around the corner, and now Goat Esports will be keeping themselves busy to see if they could just stop teams from moving across the bridge, but they also do have some hustle from the other corner of the map. But definitely, like from this position, Unknown, he's going to be A-okay. While it's going to be a little bit of a long wait till more and more teams actually cut right by.
Expecting a really good output from both Goat and YG now, knowing that the circle is right within their vicinity. And there you go. Just what I said. YG now able to get a knock out of STE. This is a different engagement, though. This is between PBE and RSG, and a good thing Ryder was revived already by his teammates as PBE gets closer. And look at this. Jarrell just ever so busy, ever so aggressive. Ooh, that nade actually. Ooh, took some damage, but he was the one who was able to take him down.
I'm just so shocked by how Jarrell responded to that. He's the one who eliminates him instead. It wasn't a full clip of the grenade, so he was given that slight margin of a chance, but here comes the nade tossed right back in from the side of Ryder. Tough to actually hold out for himself, but Ramen Bros also getting clipped at the very same time. Ferral is being knocked down. Ryman goes in to clear up, and that will be the end for Ryder. While Miramar Bros sticking to the edge of it, we'll have Gerald just dry peeking, but will meet his own demise by doing so. Rage quickly looking for a revive upon Federalis. This is Ruins just having parties after parties, running right through, and even from the back, it's Michi from right down under that gets sniped instead. PPE, excellent work, 3 frags, and more to come.
Yeah, more to come for Playbook Esports. Playbook Esports has been playing pretty good now. Ever since match number 1, ever since this day started, actually. As Lufa takes down one of the players of PBE, though, and RSG is now gone. Arami Bro, though, can go for a third party while they are going for recovery. Ryman needs help. Federalis now jumps around to try to check if there's any other members of PBE that is out in the open. But for Michi is right over there on the Ruins castles, or is actually in the church area in Ruins. So he's going to be the flank for PBE. But for the rest, for Ryman and Monboy, they're going to be inside that small compound where Harame Bro is looking at right now. They don't really have to be aggressive with this one because they lose one of their players, which is Rig, one of their main fraggers in the squad. The circle, by the way, updated now to the northeastern side of South George, as the teams are now getting in position into the circle. Michi just staying quiet for now. He does spot Lufa. Lufa's head is actually seen, and if he actually just peek, he might be in trouble. But look at this. Look at Harame Bro, very aggressive in the early stages.
Oh my, a very risky drive-by coming from range, trying to bait some shots coming out of the members of PBE. Well, they're definitely optimistic about this approach, as they also do have 3 members to work with. His name's now prime right in. Not really finding anything just yet, but the more they poke and prod, they eventually find themselves in trouble. Range overstep right into the grenade. And this is where the rest of PBE might actually send some members to follow suit. Ryman now holding on to that DBS.
Ooh!
Wow, Federalis
getting that nade. Ooh. I think Federalis got traded out with that headshot, but Jappy was there to go for the save, and now he can go for the pickup here for Federalis. They have to be careful, though, because look at this. Fearless Esports is coming to town, as Monboy will be confirmed by Fearless. On the kill feed, it's Exquisite MM. Will be taken out by YG. YG is just staying inside a compound, so they're just doing this from long distance, as Fearless Astro X is now going to go for the push. So this is kind of like what Harame Bro has been doing with PBE. Now that Harame Bro was able to eliminate the 2 players of PBE, now it's going to be the other way around. Let's see how the defense would work for Federalis and Jappy.
Yeah, rather interesting fight, and there's barely any more grounds to cover here inside of Ruins. It's just going to be a tough way out, but for now, it seems like these players, they just really are in this full commitment for the brawl. Astro X and the rest of Fearless Esports have definitely found very strong games coming in from yesterday's run, and is trying to regain back into shape as they are slowly moving into the 100-pointer club. T-Max now arrives over onto this sector of the map, absolutely having a dominating day and still looking to thrive. Zai's now catching onto 2 members of Exquisite Esports, so that's going to be Yue already counted out for. GG playing on the lower ground. How are they supposed to push through? Team Max is also gating them, so this is going to be tough for them to even get out there, especially with that one member still being down on the ground.
Yeah, very tough for GG. 7 support will have to get out of the way. I mean, yeah, that's the best thing that support can do. Just get out of the way, because Team Max... Ooh, but look at this. God7 is getting closer to where Team Max V9 is, as the kid is now going for the pickup onto Onyx. There we go. The pickup did happen. And then, all because of that God7 rotation all the way to where Max V9 is, it basically stopped them from being more aggressive against Good Game Esports. So now they're going to be forced to just get inside the circle just for a little bit, and then they'll be forced to probably fight against God7.
Yeah, such a tough position right now with the hard shift. And at the very same time, they could still try to poke and prod not without too much of a problem. But now with their attention being scattered across GOAT, they're definitely worrying on how to be able to keep themselves safe for the meantime. While the votes come in, Harami Bros will be your team that is the most voted, followed by Genesis Esports as well as KE. Meanwhile, we are still in the midst of that battle. Good pickoff here coming from Carrillo. They find Fearless, cutting right by the edges. This was that desperate attempt, and it's been a long way for KE, but it will still be traded back. Fearless Esports depending on Astro X, and they still have decent numbers to play out this round, so looking rather solid from the Cambodian squad.
Ooh, with a spray from Navit. A really good-looking spray as he takes down Onyx. Goes for the confirmation. Exquisite Esports, though, will get eliminated as PBE also joins in back to the lobby as GE now has 5. And this is the GE that I'm looking for ever since week number 1. This is a pretty good GE that we're looking at here as Team Max still continues with 3 eliminations in the bag. Navit, though, just way too much of sprays that he's been doing. He should control himself, and someone has to go to him to go for the pickup. But for now, John focused on God7MH. Ooh, down to very low HP. Just one more bullet left, and he's down. But no, you will be able to take cover inside a 2-story house. As for the kill feed, 21. GOAT versus Fearless right now happening on a different location. Navit now throws in a frag grenade onto the side of God7. Finn just hiding behind that rock, or maybe just a ridge area. But nothing yet is happening. Just a stalemate between the two.
Yeah, it's been such a long trade out between both of them. They're also losing a lot of resources. Look at the bullets left. Down to 100 extra, 150 or so extra clips on the hands of these members of Team Max as the circle further strays away from them. So I'm not too sure what to really make out of their potential of making their way across, but so long as they keep themselves safe from the harm's way of GOAT Esports and deal with FB later on, they might see themselves a chance to maybe flush into the compound. But here we go, the charge right through as they are hoping to pick up this other fight of the open. FB overwhelming their presence, immediately sees 2 members being dropped out, only 2 more being left indoors. While they also will have one of their members down on the ground. Boyshon needing a little bit of a helping hand. Could they recuperate in time? Now there's also GOAT Esports that will chime in once again, coming in with the drive-by. This might just be their moment to shine. FV, they will just make this an opportunity for third party, but immediately upon arrival, they are knocked down on the ground. Trades right back. Cutie trying to sift through the smoke. They see nothing at all, and here we go. The dance will find VN Carry with a knock.
Oh my
now
goodness.
Down to 1 member left. What on earth is going on? Max crashes out with a chaotic finish.
Total mayhem is what we have seen there. FVE, God7, and Team Max V9 just staying alive for this one is God7. And now they did hurt the vehicle coming from GG. And GG7 support will have to set up himself there. But what is this? It's actually GE. From long distance, this is Marnet finding an angle onto God7. And if he manages to actually saw this angle earlier on, then Marnet would have had more kills. Oh no!
Oh,
Coca-Cola
wow.
with the drive-by.
It's pandemonium here, Cuckoo. It's just absolute pandemonium. All the drive-bys, all the close-range battles, and what more is there left on the table? Only 8 more teams remain right now. It's all these tight corners that these teams are playing that sees themselves either getting into trouble or actually reaping the benefits of all these teams struggling to even get their way across. And now, FV somehow survives all that helter-skelter to see the entirety of GOT7 to try to flush right in. They got those Molotovs popped through. Some damage being done, but even so, when we take a look at what's really happening over onto this edge, the nades will fly through. More Chili secures it.
going for that throw inside that room. Kurokuru didn't had any choice but to just look at the nade explode in front of him. Now Edward goes in, but there goes the support coming from God7, and look at God7 pretty much sustaining every single engagement that they actually go into. 5 eliminations in the bag as well. Now their eyes are needed to be set now onto Elevate Esports. As look at GE. GE is just controlling all of the bottom side of the playable area right now. Circle goes to STE though, as they're inside the middle of the circle. GE can most likely manage to get into the circle right around the southeastern side and maybe also to the south side, but they have to take care of themselves as well, especially that YG is on the western side of the area.
Yeah, it's a really smart play coming from GE, wrapping around the edges, but I'm not too sure how much room do they actually have working out for the squad, as eventually they might be open for the picking of other teams as well. So looking a little worrisome. Meanwhile, the nades are flying in from God7, with Elevate being the brand new challenger, but God7, they are the absolute kings of this hill. Elevate only walks away with that 1 point, unfortunately. How many more casualties could there be up in this hill? Speaking of which, here is nades towards the side of Mix.
Oh, and Mix
right back. There's me obliteration with those big bang into the shack. Does secure it, but Gold Esports are also not in the clear. Lucy, so cheeky, out through the smokes.
Wow.
Now we have a top 4.
Yeah, top 4 now. God7, YG, GE, and STE. STE, though, only has 2. The rest has 4 players strong. And by the way, I just counted. It's already been 3 teams that God7 has been fighting, and now this is the 4th team. A new challenger for God7. Just trade knocks with those frag grenades for both sides. So this would mean that they will have to go for a reset, unless if God7 will just, ignore the fact that they have 1 man knockdown, because Edward. Oh, looks like Edward is getting revived. Oh, that was a clutch revive. He doesn't have any HP anymore. And now look at this. MH tries to circle around, going for the scout for the squad of God7 onto GE. GE now will back out. They have disadvantage here as of the moment. But look at this. Ooh, Master Smile spots MH, as MH will bow down to GE. Now it's going to be a 3v3 between the two.
Oh boy. God7 so far looking to be the craziest team out there. Just for the fact that they've been played by the edges and now hitting another nade over onto Marnet. They're making it rain with a couple of restocks, and they got all these resources for days. And it's just connections after connections. Only 2 members remain, or should I say only Master Smile. Discussed it before, but I don't think he survives for far too long. GE, a little rather too late, but hey, they got 7 elimination points. 4th place, not too shabby from what we've seen them achieve so far.
Wow, GE got obliterated by God7. They lose 1, and when the Naughty Boy spots 1 from STE, that 762, Lucy has split it up from his teammate, just hiding behind. I think that was a small shack where he's in, but this is going to be a God7 versus YG moment right at the end game. Thus, YG still has the man advantage here, and also the circle advantage.
Oh, yes, indeed. Now that you actually pointed it out. YG, off to a good one, and your prediction might just come true, my friend.
Yep.
As they have that upper hand in terms of not only the circle, but also all the strength in numbers, as we see WTZ going for the pickoff. And I felt like by now, Goat, they are looking to be slightly exhausted with some of their resources of utilities, because they were really taking on those fights after fights. But for what we're seeing right now, Seikal goes in for the push, also being brought down to 1 HP. Oh, he survives. Thankfully, YG didn't really have to at least send more members through. But looking at this current moment, this is going to be a full flush. And we're just looking at potentially GOT7 expanding their horizons a little bit longer, trying to take the further north. Now, I want to see what STE has to offer on the table because they could possibly choke out some members of YG from the back.
Yeah, and Lucy can most likely try to get the guy from the far left side of the circle. I'm not really sure who it is, but Say Cloud is also looking towards that angle, so they're all far covered until that angle. Now for GOT7, they will have to do a little bit more recovery as they are getting a ton of damage from Yangon Galacticos. Now for Lucy, he's going to be the man who will just be crawling through the thick grasses. Ooh, and actually got spotted by Say Cloud. Very unfortunate for STE as they're now out here on match number 3.
Oh boy. Now, it's the battle of the Titans here who has been bagging the most elimination points, and we're looking at so many points already gathered by GOT7. Despite having one member down, they are now being clumped towards the far end. YG poised to secure this game as we're taking a look at them wrapping gold over onto the corner. It's all about execution right now. If Go finds a pick, there's still a possibility here to make the numbers even, but there's barely any area to hide out for the moment.
For now, still a standoff between the two. It's all about YG's control now of the circle. Look at the mini-map there. They have the control right on the northern side. Most likely, YG will get the circle, but how will GOT7 now do this without utilities? And this is basically the hardship of what GOT7 is going to be doing right now. But they got a knock. They can do another one here. All they need to do is just use this rock as cover. But for how long? The blue zone is also moving. Now the nades are coming in from both sides. Now Finn can also do a revive here, but then again, there's going to be sprays onto the left side, and there's also going to be a nade from Romeo Boy, who finishes off GOT7 as YG gets the winner chicken dinner. My pick to win this match.
Absolutely spot on. Yangon Galacticos, they really worked super hard to really take control. From the get-go, we saw, this might be a very worrying circle because they were over on the south side, and then they usually take hold over onto the upper portion of the river just across Georgiapol, and they just slowly played this one out. So far, Yangon Galacticos, whenever the circle goes up north, their win ratio is looking rather high, which we absolutely love to see how confident they are to really take on all these fights. But the other team that absolutely were bosses of this match were GOAT Esports, because they absolutely crushed it against how many squads? 3 squads? 4 squads?
Yeah,
I lost count.
It's GOT7. GOT7.
Oh, right. GOT7.
Yeah, GOT7, who...
They both start with G, which is why I got confused.
Yeah, they fought against, I think, 4. The 4th one was GE. And then the 5th one is YG. It's just a matter of how long can they survive. All because of those utilities being used up all throughout the match. I mean, you cannot, like, just save so many frag grenades and smoke grenades throughout all of those teams that you fought against with. Like, 4 teams. It was like Max V9, Flash Vision Esports, Elevate Esports, and then GE right at the final moments, wherein we see now where Smile tried to hold his ground against 3 members of GOT7. And right at the end, just total management of the circle coming from YG, as the MVP goes to WTZ off from Yangon Galacticos with 3 total eliminations.
Yeah, build for work from WTZ. He will really brought things out in the open, and I would just say that Yangon Galacticos, they just played super effectively. They were not really putting themselves in the mix of danger as compared to what GOT7 was doing, rampaging over on the north side. And once they're done, there was barely enough room as well as space for them to play, which forces GOT7 to just move the other way around. And YG, they just have that full wrap. The full squad was absolutely alive to really take on everybody else. So that pretty much sums up what really went on. WTZ having the most impact to bring those points home.
Yeah, WTC bringing that impact. I would say Cute Low-Key also brings a lot of impact together with, say, Cloud for Yangon Galacticos. It's not just WTC, because if you remember, say, Cloud was the one who spotted Lucy, who was hiding inside that thick bush, or just the thick grass right around the outskirts of the western side part of the final circle. But then again, here comes the teamwork. It makes a dream work. 11 eliminations for Yangon Galacticos.
Yeah, this is definitely a much-needed win for them to propel up ahead to chase up not only against Harame Bros, but also the teams that are not playing, which is Direct Esports. Astia, well, as we said, they are the king of kings at the moment. So Yangon Galacticos now puts 21 points. So where will they be placed right now? I think that it might be able to actually match the scores coming from Dread throughout all the games that they played out for this evening. And even if it's not enough, there's still few more games for them to cover before they end the night. So Yangon Galacticos definitely looking super steady in their pace throughout the course of these past 2 weeks. As let's take a look at some of the stats as well before we take a look at the overall standings.
Yep, overall standings here. Looking at the airdrop looted, this is the thing that is very different every single game, but looks like they needed a lot of help from that care package or that airdrop, wherein they have to replenish the level 3 gear, which is the helmet and the vest. I didn't really see any much of the care package weapons, like the MG3s, FAMAS, or maybe even the Grozas, or maybe even the P90s. So we didn't really see that much. Especially that the focus was on God7 most of the time, right at the mid game until the end game, because they were the team that was ever so busy from that moment on. They basically just lurked around the areas of Team Max V9 until then, that they met together in that one certain area, all because that Max V9 did manage to, eliminate the 2 players of Flashfish and Esports. Well, anyways, here comes the match standings here for match number 3. 21 points for YG, as God7 with their aggressiveness and with all of the engagements totals at 18 points, 11 for the side of GE. As for GOAT, it is 8 points for them. So it looks like the ones that are in favor of the circle did manage to get those points, and the one who got lucky and got into the right position is Yangon Galacticos.
Yeah, overall, it really beats me on how GOT7 have been able to survive so many of all these battles to be able to still have 3 members to last out against YG. It was definitely a sight to behold, and the whole pandemonium moment with even members of EV holding on to that compound, it seemed like they only managed to secure 1 point out of what really went throughout the course of the battle. While PBE, Team Max, they were also actively involved in some of all the earlier team fights. Now, as we look closely into the overall standings, they have now overtaken Harame Bros, as they are at 162 points. Just 1 or 2 more games, they should be able to reach Red Esports, whereas not too many changes going across the top 5. Where we take a look at KE, also cutting into the margins to try to match up with GOAT Esports' performance throughout the week. Meanwhile, PBE on the rise, moves 1 spot up, pushing Team Max is still around the corner, but this will seem to be the current standing for now. But GOT7, they find themselves a huge surge to move all the way up to 11th spot.
Right. Well, for YG, they took over of Miramar Bro now. Looks like the trend here would be Austria would be at number 1. Then if YG would continue with their outstanding gameplay, they will manage to get that 2nd spot. So it's a battle between, if I'm not mistaken, it's a battle between the 2, which is Miramar Bro, YG, and I mean for GE, they might have a chance also, because if you could see the games out of GE, each game, except for Sanhok, so the 2 Erangels, they had these chances. For match number 2, They got second place on that one. On match number 3, I mean, they got some points, but not really way too much. So it's kind of like what Harami Bro is doing right now. So whoever comes in first, Harami Bro or GE, then maybe they will have a chance to battle that second spot in the overall rankings against Yangon Galacticos.
That's right. And of course, with that being said, we are going to be preparing ourselves to see who's going to be the next victors. Today, we've seen so many different wins, which is very pleasant for all the fans that have been really rooting out for names like YG, PBE, and even on the votes, we also see a lot of love for Genesis Esports. I feel like Genesis, they are also doing really well. It's just that the end game, it just needs to be slightly managed better, and then they will be able to eventually find their own win for today. So things are looking decent. While on the early game, we still get fair share of battles. What was happening in the ruins early on was also pretty exciting, where we get to see Harami Bros, PBE, and I do believe it was also Fearless Esports to be involved. So that was basically the battle of the PH region to try to get across the bridge. And, it was a tough game. So the games can only get tougher. So before we move into the next map, of course, let's take a look at what the game offers. As there is the X-Suit, the Galore X-Suit as to be specific, which is currently in store till the end of September. As you can also secure yourself the first ever Sky Hunters MG3, where you could just back this for possibly 10 UC on your first roll daily.
Oh yeah, this is your gift to my birthday. The Galadriel X-Suit ad that we have for right now. Yeah, definitely, guys, please. If it's your birthday right now, might as well ask for a little bit of extra allowance so that you can buy this X-Suit. You can buy the UC, and then that UC will be used for the 10 UC discount per day. You don't really have to be like PubPub, wherein you would have to spend 50k UC. That's way too much money, guys. Don't be like PubPub. Try to be smart when it comes to buying these stuff. 10 UC per day, that's gonna be enough, and I hope the luck will be on your side so that you could get one of each of the skins that is being shown right now on your screens. But our prediction now is coming in. It's going to be GE for both of us, for Contra and myself. I think it's time for GE now to win. We've seen them try. First map, no good for them. Second, just the second place. Third map, not really so good as well. But I mean, they did try. I think it's time for them to win now on match number 4.
Yeah, I got a hunch feeling as well. I love the synergy between you and I on how we have had it all aligned together. So perhaps this is probably their fate to be winning this game. But we could be wrong. The other casters could be right. We still see strong support coming in from GOAT Esports, from Toyo, as well as Zan. And then, of course, Harami Bros Team Max today has been a massive day for Team Max, which is why, over on the KH side, they're super duper happy. I'm pretty sure that during that moment, that probably would be clipped and be uploaded to TikTok for their own channels. But Sin Esports as well, there was also certain brilliance displayed in the early game where Sin almost clutched it up for that chicken dinner back in game 1, but we're far off from game 1 right now. Have they found form as well as rhythm in these matches of Erangel? I still think that there are still certain struggles, but they're looking to convince even further.
Yeah, and for GOAT, I think GOAT would have a better chance as well now, since they have lost that match in match number 3. By the way, you also have your own chance to vote for a favorite team. Make sure to scan the QR code right now, because this is a limited time wherein you would see this QR code. Just please scan the QR code, or might as well just take a picture of us right now. Maybe we can do some posing, Contra, something like this. And you can go ahead and take a picture of that QR code. You can use it for later until the end, and you can vote for a favorite team. Just keep on voting. you know, and might as well you can see them in the voting results on the lower left side part of your screens. But going back to my point, GOAT, they missed that chance in match number 3 because remember, either YG or GOAT would have that most number of chances of winning the game. It went towards YG. So, and that is because they drop at Georgia Pole together, northern and southern side. So now if GOAT didn't really got that chicken dinner, it's a really good pick to see. I saw that from Queen Toyo and the other guy from Myanmar. I think it was Sammy, who did voted for GOAT. I think GOAT would not want to miss a chance to get a win in Erangel, right?
True enough, and I believe like the earlier round, was it God 7 again?
Yeah, it was God 7.
Yeah, GOAT definitely sees a lot of good opportunities throughout the course of these rounds, which, it's just so unlucky for them that it has slid across their fingertips for quite a number of times already. I feel like if we're gonna get another circle over on the North, man, I think that these players, they've been playing it the whole day already, like 2 matches over on North. I'm thinking maybe this time it will be a very different scenario, but honestly, nothing really surprises me unless if we have like the circle just zooming into one portion of bridge of whichever part of Erangel, then well, good luck everybody. That has happened maybe many seasons ago where only the team that's on board surviving or maybe underneath the waters, which is so awkward. There was I recall one game, there was one guy up there, one guy right down below, and you know what happens, the guy on the bridge gets to heal up and the ones in the bottom don't. But now, even so, of course, those were heydays where many improvements have been implemented into the esports mode that, most often than not, water will not be covered into some portions of those areas of the end game to make it fair for all.
I think it happened actually last week. Contra were in. They're not in the water though. Like they're at the bridge in Sovsnovka Island, wherein it was Sin versus Harami Bro. That was like Rankid going for the push and then Range trying to defend himself down below. The 2 other guys of Sin really didn't had any view of Range because Rankid was impatient on going for the push. So Range just stayed downstairs below the bridge. Rankid went for the push, eventually killed Range over, because again, if you have that advantage, especially if you're on higher ground, you will have much better chance of hitting the head. And when you hit the head here in PUBG Mobile, you'll have the most number of damage. You can try, guys. If you try to go to training grounds, you could try to get an M4, maybe an AUG, or like an AKM, or like an M762. You can see the difference of each damage for every body part, because there's like a dummy that you can actually hit in training grounds. So if you are able to hit the head, definitely you'll get more chances of winning. And that's what you were saying earlier, that they were up in the hill or the bridge, and then there's someone right below. Most likely, the one upstairs will be the ones winning. But sometimes there will be some moments wherein, a player will be upstairs and then the player will be downstairs. The one downstairs would win. So, that's a really little chance of winning. Maybe probably around 5 to 10% of winning. But if that moment happens, then it'll be like a clip moment. It'll be a TikTok moment for them to post it out on social media. But again, we're just talking here, guys, because again, we're just waiting for the counter to actually show up on the upper right-hand corner of our screens. Seems like the players are still not yet in the lobby, or not yet in the spawn area, which is in Erangel. Speaking of spawn areas, Contra, have you ever tried going to the spawn area in game?
Oh yeah, just for the fun of it, right? Like,
Yeah.
I've done that once before. Surprisingly, there's actually a couple of loots inside.
Yeah, there is
the
loot,
island.
right?
Yeah, but like, no visitors, that's good. But most often than not, the circle never really gets into that portion of the map. And you know, like I kind of wish that we actually get to see that someday. But it's almost near impossible because that's
Yeah.
further north as compared to where Kameshki is, right? But I remember I casted a match. It was a PUBG Mobile Star Challenge with all
Oh.
these creators around the world gathering, and I met Ronnie. He is an absolute troll in a really good way, but he's a wholesome guy, right? So he was playing with I believe Team Soul at
Oh
that
yeah,
point,
yeah, yeah. Right.
and they were
I
all
remember that.
they were all on board. They said, you know what? Respawn Island is where Spawn Island is where we will start our game, and he fulfilled that promise.
I
It
remember
was
that
excellent.
moment. That was way back, like 5 years ago, right?
Hmm.
Yeah, 5 years ago is when that thing happened. Yeah, that was I mean, that he is a content creator, so definitely that was just a content moment for him. I mean, you don't really do that in tournament gameplay here, especially in PMCL, especially if you're gunning for some sort of placement in the league standings. But if ever like someone would do that, like probably by the end of week number 3, if you think that you cannot really qualify, then might as well, right? Just a
Hmm.
suggestion here from the casters. But we're gonna be starting now. Match number 4, the final Erangel map for day number 5, week number 2, as we go towards the scenery here in Erangel.
Here we go as we are getting ourselves prepared for another round. And for all the players that has been having, you know, a long day of action, this will be the final wrangle where they get to play out if they've been really having the best results. I think like a couple of such teams have been YG, some players coming in from Team Max at the very same time. KE also doing very decently throughout the course of today, where we're going to take a look at how things are going to start off with. Team Max is the only one in the island with RSG moving into Milta. So this is quite standard. Maybe it's just a little bit stretch for teams like SDE to get to the Snap Poliana. They can also look for an alternate drop if they want to as well. So this will definitely take a while before we will get ourselves the first phase, which I really do wonder, is it going to be in the north again? Because YG are just looking to be the king of kings over on the top side.
Oh yeah, especially if it goes right nearby their dropping point. Earlier we had it around I believe it's just right below shooting range is where we had it. But even though it goes like right around to ooh, look at this.
Wow.
And nobody went to Sosnovka. Oh my goodness. And if ever KE realizes this, they can just go ahead and go to Sosnovka Island, loot over there, go for an early rotation right at the middle portion, maybe to the bridge area. You are going to be expecting here also, Contra, that there will be teams who will be going for boats. Kind of
Yeah.
like what KE had been doing for the for the past few games or so. If ever the circle would be right here, there's no Red Bull who will try to go at the edges of the island to go for the spray downs, right?
Yeah, and for most part, like right now, KE don't really have to rely on boats anymore. They just move directly inbound to the island to take that direct center. But I want to see what their approach is like, because teams who try to gatekeep have been having struggles to deal with Harame Bros. So you see an early approach coming from Harame Bros too, trolling right behind kill enemy. So we might even see those early battles taking place. RSG, they also don't waste any more time while Team Max is looting up. You know, Team Max has been that sort of team where even with the circles going into the island, they always take that later approach to even try to take some space, which sees them, you know, some games getting bested or so. But now there's still plenty of time, so they don't really have to worry about that. If they want to put a bridge setup later on, it's entirely possible, because teams like Sin Esports, they will look to cut across. Whereas, take a look at Master Vape. There is one player by the sea.
Yeah, one by the sea. Oh, look at the right hand side part. RSG already also went through the bridge area, so they're now on the bottom island as well. Same goes to what Harame Bro is doing. And look at Harame Bro, they don't have yet any loots. Jappy doesn't have any loot yet. range is, I mean, he does have loot. He does have a UMP and a Tommy gun, or maybe an AKM. So they're still gonna be looting around as they're able now to get vehicles as well. Again, vehicles will be very much important in this game. In this game now, especially that the circle is on the bottom side. Whoever doesn't have any vehicles will gonna have a hard time of getting through the circle. Now, SQ City Sports does the same thing as what RSG is doing, going for the boats. Now they're going to be opening up from the northern side of the island of Sosnovka. RSG will be most likely starting at the bottom side of the island here, as they're now going for that location. As you can now
Yeah.
see, UI Prime still hasn't crossed over yet, so they are actually splitting it up. So how will they be able to cross over though?
Maybe there's a secondary boats waiting for him by the pier, so they should be considering certain advancements. But speaking of which, Bunny now being stuck into this really tough situation against Harami Bros. Shots now being fired, Bunny also being traded back, but he does get the knock. He tries to secure it, but immediately he was dealt with Federalis, who's so much faster through the G36C. So interesting, very, very interesting, because like the last I saw, RSG, they were also split up, you know, like as we are currently taking a look. 2 members by the port, which was taking the boats. Another 2 actually went with those vehicles directly into the islands, which we last saw. They tried to congregate into the southern end, and then Harami Bros just did that drive-by. Now, back towards YG, though. They have to deal with this one member who's looking around. Nate's now flying in. Where's the rest of Fearless Esports? This is just by the open fields of Gatka, and the result is evident that
Wow.
it could only be YG to clear the area.
That was so scary, Contra. Like 4 players just gunning on you, and then having guns spraying on your dead body, like the loot crate. Ooh, look at this. Looks like Harami Bro does realize where RSG is coming from. RSG now, they have to be ready here. IC does have a DBS. Ooh, and Rick got hit from the side. This is Ryder who has an AUG. Now the push coming from IC. Will go for the push now. Goes for the 2 knocks. Goes for the 2 eliminations. Now it's going to be a pickup here from the side of RSG from that kill that they had earlier on. For Harami Bro, this is just so bad for them. They didn't even have defense for those 2 players that they had. Range and Federalis will have to do something else.
Yeah, they were a little overzealous out there. Good traits, though. Avenging Bunny. And now, depending on both Range as well as Federalis, they've been in such a position before because Harami Bros, they love to go on those 2-2 split. So at least not all eggs in the basket. Harami Bros, though, potentially could have actually gotten so much more, but they were one of the earliest in the island. And I guess like it's not too wrong of them to try to seek out teams who are docking over onto the back end of the island, but now find themselves in an interesting position where they could still hold out against these members of RSG. RSG, if they want to turn back and move the other way around, honestly they could, because there is cover fire for IC if he wants to peel back. He's considering it right now, but he's also taking a look whether if there's going to be other teams coming over the corner. I'd rather have them actually make a move because they don't have those vehicles. Maybe take a better coverage of this port than to just hold the same angles. Now, Ramen Bros, they're not going to sit around and wait for the sun to set. Well, the sun actually never sets here in Erangel for some reason, but let's not question that. For Federalis, you see, this is the proactivity that I'm hoping for from RSG because they got the numbers. They only lost 1, so they need to set up a flank. It's an advantage against Haran Bros, as a matter of fact.
Exactly. And for Haran Bro, you could see Federalis trying to look at the 6, like his opposite side, wherein he can be spotted. So looks like He's just waiting for range. I think his buggy earlier on, he was trying to get out of that area. I think his buggy was stuck at the moment there. That's why he was just waiting. But look at this. Elevate. Give you Rick up against, I'm not sure which team this one is. This is GOAT, actually, who didn't really rotate it right away. So they're going for a late rotation up on the north. And now Nathan will have to set up smokes here so that he can go for the wipeout. There we go. Wipes out XZ11. Now for GOAT, Lil Yatka and Unknown. This is the bad thing about delaying or being on a late rotation. You'll be out in the blue, and then if someone would spot you, you'll be like 2 players remaining. So it's basically just a lost cause for the latter stages. I mean, unless they're able to, you know, clutch it out until the end, you know?
True enough, and now GE has finally arrived to the scene, but they are already getting shot at the very same time. Playing very far off and taking a late rotation into the island has always been a big risk to take. So certain teams, they might not make the cut, while there's another pickup against Lufa, who's all alone against all these members of Kill Enemy. Koopa now trying to trade right back, but he's already unloaded the entire clip of the PP visor. Now getting charged right through. He's just gonna wing it. But you know what the result's gonna be if you're gonna step out in the open like that. GE, they see this battle, they want in. Third party set into place. Zeiss now just randomly popping those grenades, and this is gonna be free pick. Stealing away those points. While Exquisite is only down to MM. GE now roaring with those engines, as it's only gonna be a Tornado holding for his own, going for the jump shot, looking beautiful, but he's catching fire as well. But he'll be able to get some cover, turning it round and round. Oh. We'll be able to catch Kaya, trying to actually climb over. That's actually smart to smile. But Carillo surviving 1 HP, knocks 2 down from GE.
We're looking at Carillo right now. This is not the Bond. This is Carillo, guys. Well, right now, the mollies will be coming from KE, as GE will manage to go for a set of revive here. GE, unfortunately, though, I mean, I know third parties can be an advantage for you, but you have to also take a look out for other angles. GE didn't really manage to do that. They're just like all over the place. Ooh, right now MM goes for the third party from behind. He was just
Max
trying to be quiet. Oh, yep.
Over the hills. Oh, the hills definitely have eyes on this one. GE, a little reckless, if I should say, on how they approach that fight. And they're going to fight till tomorrow, perhaps, with the circle still being within that area of play. GE is the one that gets eliminated, despite them trying to third party.
Well, GE and Exquisite Esports, just so sad to see them gone now. I mean, I want Exquisite Esports to really bounce back. They haven't really scored that much points in this week. Look at them, 44 just in the bag for Exquisite Esports. As for KE, they managed to defend, even though that they're the ones being third party. Look at that, Naughty Boy able to get the confirmation kill onto STE, but didn't really manage to get the defense. But now NC2 pushes in, doesn't know where to go. Just right around that security tower, you can see NC2 just going for the confirmations. As Young Galacticos bails out from the scene, they will not revive Naughty Boy as he gets eliminated by 762.
Here we go, as the exchange comes into effect. Elevate trades right back. It's going to be Nathan now on the ground, though. Well, Strangers Esports, they got this area pretty much well surrounded. But they need to be well on their way. They're still over onto the mainland, it seems. Very, very far off. But the bridge should be cleared up a little bit more, since that GE has already been out of the matchup. Our prediction crumbled and fell, but at least GE got in 4 points. Now, I've been meaning to ask you this now that we have a little bit of time, right? Does the word harame mean anything at all in Tagalog?
Oh, no. It actually is the name of the owner.
Oh, the owner of...
I almost got to speak with Harame. He was in Manila
I see.
Way back before when they were called Team Power PH, if you remember Team Power.
Oh yeah, Team
Yeah.
Power.
So they had to change the name due to the the issue
Ownership.
before, and they just went with the name of the owner. So
Oh.
they just added bro because it's Arame Bros. It's basically his bros, Range, Few, and the rest. But anyways, that's the story of the name of Arame Bro, by the way. But
Yeah.
Yep.
Pretty cool story, honestly. But here's another story, though. NC2 upon arrival gets point blank shot down. Joseph. So far, getting one back. I thought it was the Navid show so far for Team Max for the moment, but now we will get all hands on board for the entirety of Team Max. STE, they journey on with only one member remaining, and yeah, we talked about those late rotations into the island being so risky. But take a look at YG's approach. They were late to the scene. They said, let's swim over. And somehow, swimming seems to be one of the best possible ways to get around there. And now they will be controlling the north. But Lilyaka is also taking a swim. He should have enough time to get by. But a lot of teams are playing by themselves. Elevate, I'm not sure if they can survive, honestly. They're so far off.
Oh yeah, they're still far off, and it's already like stage 4, which is in just less than 25 seconds. Eventually, the circle will move, or the blue zone will move. So, I'm not pretty sure if Elevate Esports can still survive this. I mean, they would expect that there will be no one else staying at the bridge. As for Lilyatka, we have a little bit of Olympics with 762. Looks like he will be doing a little bit of Olympics as he swims over towards the island. Ryder, though, got headshot by Navit, by Team Max V9. As they hear the gunshots, they hear the knockdowns as well, or they actually do the knockdowns. They now pushes in, no, and rams over Icy, and now Vape will be the last guy, just with bandages now to heal himself up together with the driving. Fearless Esports, though, will get eliminated as well, and that's going to be Arame Bro who will do that. Master Vape, if you don't crash into an empty room, you will die. Oh, but looks like it's gonna pop now.
It's sliding into the hands of Lucy.
Oh, yes.
Oh, he got cover.
Yes, he got cover.
Oh, no. That could have been so bad for him, but here comes the nade. Is he going to be able to dodge? Oh, that was just slightly short, but it does a little bit of chip damage as well. How on earth did he survive that? Another bang? And... oh boy, Master Vape. Can he just step right in for cover? Honestly, cover or not, there's still nades in the hands of Lucy. Can he actually win this duel is also another question. YG's going to be moving into this vicinity later on, so I would say neither of these individuals are actually safe.
Well, Lucy, I mean, he doesn't really have to overcommit for now, because, I mean, if he's going to try to reveal his position, then maybe like a different angle would get him from right above. Especially, he's in the bottom side of the... I mean, he's just on the roadside, and there's so many hills around him. Best thing that he can do for now is just to stay quiet, just not use the utilities. You can probably use that for later on. Ooh, and that is it for KE. Looks like Harame Bro has been killing it in the island of Sovsnovka, a military base, as PBE Jarrell will die in the process. This is the update now for Elevate. It looks like they will survive.
Only Nathan left, though. I believe one of them have run out of resources. Nathan has been constantly popping bandages while multitasking, driving by. Oh boy. You gotta focus on driving, though, because he's passing by YG. I guess it's short-lived. Okay, so as we have expected, it's a struggle for Elevate Esports. It continues to be the same. But look at that spacing over in the north. There's even a free compound that teams could actually make good use of. GG, they can take over the hill. But Max is doing the same. Max do have 3 members that they could go up against. GG. However, for God7, they're playing it rather safely. Same goes to Harame Bros. Playbook Esports, I think, like, with the late approach coming from the eastern side, it could actually work very well for them because they can scout out over the south to find a clean passage. They could also move up to the north to eventually challenge YG. So it's up to their picks. If they really want to take the direct center to take the spine of the hill, it's also entirely possible. So PBE, this game could still be within their grasp if they play it accordingly.
Well, let's see if they can play accordingly. Ooh, look at this. Arame Bro pushes at RSG, and that's it. And again, this was when Lucy was trying to go for the bombs and the nades, and now it's going to be a takeover now for Harame Bro. They'll be right at the middle of the circle as well, so they could just hold on for that small shack. They have to set up smokes every now and then, though, for Harame Bro, so that they cannot just easily get naded. As for Lucy, he has to be careful, though, because he's been firing his shots, and this would mean that YG would have his eyes on him. And then now, if you could see the minimap Contra, there's like a team just right below the circle, which can also spot Lucy from up above.
Yeah, it's rather dangerous, but so far he's doing decently. He's just trying to create a little bit more sense of presence so that perhaps other teams might not go for that full engagement, thinking that, hey, maybe it's more than just one person inside the shack, whereas it's only just Lucy alone. Well, Yetka also playing by the shack. I'm not too sure if this can be called as a gold house, but it'll do for now. Oh, PBE having Monboy arriving towards the back. They are looking for that push towards the north, which sees Yangon Galacticos clipping them out. A really, really tough convoy, as they now will have to settle with 3 still by the edges and giving just about enough space out of respect towards Yangon Galacticos. They can still move deeper if they want, but this is where we'll find this cluster of players to be just pulling over on the central all the way up to the north western side. Meaning to say, whoever's over on the south side, they're absolutely chilling.
Yep, just chilling like a villain. But for now, for PBE, I almost thought that they have a chance here because they have 3 players still remaining in their squad. But eventually, Monboy or either Jarrell got killed in the process, and now it's going to be up to Michi and Ryman. Whereas the circle will update in just a couple of seconds from right now. I mean, most likely the circle will not be with their side. There we go. It went over to YG, so this would mean that PBE will just be forced to just go for the crash onto Yangon Galacticos. Oh no, it looks like they're not.
Oh, I absolutely do forget that there's also the involvement of Team Max, who's really taking things slowly over the south side. Speaking of which, they're about to make their presence be felt. But as they try to circle round and round, they're just trying to assess the situation. How many teams are around these corner? Boyshon should have some clear ideas now that they've baited some of all these bullets coming in from the side of GOT7. They will now further commit to wipe them off from the edge of the map. A little far off, but oh, that grenade looks to be pretty convincing. It also hits over a carry, but lucky enough, he's already on his way out. Absolutely dodged that one completely, but of course, damage still pretty significant now. Range is going to be able to find a couple of members dropping towards his corner, and he will be able to win that trade out. How on earth did he manage to stay alive? Harame Bros, this guy's absolute beast. Even with a car ramming towards their end, they have been able to hold out.
Yeah, they're now collecting all of the utilities here. Being delivered over to Harame Bro. Goat will get eliminated there, as YG has one of their players knocked down. And it's actually good that PBE did not crash onto YG. They just went on to the northern side area of the circle. This would mean that they will have much better control of the area right now. Federal is able to spot one Max V9, and Max V9 didn't even challenge Harame Bro for that push. I mean, they heard the gunshots, they heard also the explosions, but still no go for Max V9, and they're now going to be pinned down by Harame Bro, and also at the same time by the bombs of PBE. but looks like it's gonna be GG. Will be able to take out the one player of Max V9, but eventually Harame Bro gets the one elimination.
Yeah, Harame Bros really standing tall out there. 9 elimination points already in the back, and it almost looked like nothing can stop them from getting even more, but they're only working with some tight angles. Lucy's also doing a really good job playing by the other compound, but he's only by the edge. He will eventually be forced to move and take a look at who's behind for the longest of time. YG, they also settled the scores against some of the members of PBE. Leaving PBE with only 2. Lucy, gotta be careful if he sticks his hands out, or even the moment he sets foot to even try to move towards his vehicle, the rest of YG could just open fire. So take a look at this. YG being very, very disciplined on not making too much noise. And they did manage to notice these 3 teams so far. Just playing with all that intel. And look at GG. They have the most members. And they might have actually wrapped all the way over onto the eastern side. But we'll need to slowly squeeze in. And I don't know how, but Lucy and Harame Bros, they're still within the circle.
Oh yeah, but now look at this. GG on the move. Again, the aggressiveness has been improved from last week, but they have to defeat Harame Bro, which is range right now, and Federalis has been really so good. Oh, look at that. The spin around of that buggy, and now WTC got eliminated, and now it's Romeo Boy, who opted not to go with him, who will just stay at that house. And I think he doesn't have any vehicles as well, so he will just be forced to just walk or run towards the circle now. He will probably use up some utilities here, as he has his smoke on hand right now. And again, for PBE, they can just have their eyes now set to YG so that they can easily just eliminate them. And look at that!
Oh,
Range! Oh my goodness! And they don't even have, like, a lot of
vision.
information. Exactly!
How did he clip that? I think he was just having a hunch that players are hiding right behind those trees, and thankfully Onyx is not too far off. So smoke's in play. We'll be able to at least get the heals up. It's going to take a while for this top 5 to really conclude it, because they're taking a very different region. Lucy finally finding something though, taking down Rage. Immediately turns him down. Overstepped out of literally the shack. And now we also see a tiny battle between Onyx as well as Ryman. He's just going to use whatever bandages that he could, though he does have 4 first aids that he could now put to good use. Wow, very potent shots coming from the side of Onyx.
And if not for Lucy, then Erangel would still have that one other guy that they can, trust to try to get this win. So now, since it's only just Federalis, let's see if he can do some sort of like 7-6-2 moment here, as the circle now will close in just 5 seconds. GG does have the numbers advantage here against everyone else. PBE, Harame Bro, and STE. Circle now updated. It will be on the side of GG and Harame Bro still. They have to defend against a ton of angles here. PBE up on north, and then we also have Harame Bro and STE right at the western side part of the circle.
It's really hard to tell what kind of advantages some of all these individuals could actually get out of the situation, but right now PBE is not within the zone, and they're slowly getting flushed by all these grenades prime right in by the kid. It does land over onto Ryman. A little worrying signs as he tries to trade right back, and that grenade does actually land. Michi now left out all alone, while Federalis, let's see what kind of magic he pulls off here against Lucy. While the rest of GG, they wrap all the way up north. They won all corners of the map. Kid now putting a little bit more of that pressure, and it will still find Michi surviving for only a little longer. That is going to be secured by Jisoo. Still going for the revive. So 4 members strong, but they did take notice of Federalis trying to pin them over onto this corner of the map. But keep in mind, the rest of GG is still up upon the hill. Lucy, he moves off, and Federalis finally catches him up. A solid top 3 for Strangers Esports, and now is Federalis versus all 4 members of GG.
Federalis, the last stand of Arami Bro. Ooh, with a fire inside as 7 support finishes off Federalis, and they got the winner chicken dinner for match number 4.
Wow, what a game this is. This is one of the perfect ways if you have 4 members on the team to really dominate the entirety of the circle. You saw how well they've been holding over onto the far west. They know that there's nobody else around them, so they make sure over onto the top end of the southern hills, they have been able to garner control. So they slowly pick on PBE so that they could eventually wrap up north and just have the full control of what really was going on. And after that, it was just down to Federalis as well as Lucy, which they were going up against each other. So when he's inside the shack, there's only a couple of things that can happen from then onward. So GG, beautiful win, and absolutely well deserving on how they've played out inside the island. We saw certain teams, they were early, they even lose so many members out there. Federalis also, I gotta give props to him because we saw what happened when they were in the island. They pushed towards some members of RSG, losing Rake as well as another member early on, and they have to play as a duo. And to survive to top 2, it is super impressive on how they've been able to collect so many points.
Yeah, they've been doing a lot of duo squad in the classic or ranked match. Looks like they are. But here comes the highlights where it's a triple threat matchup between Exquisite, KE, and GE, where KE manages to complete that triple threat. And then, right at the mid-game to end-game, it's all about that open area together with that hillside up on north. As PBE was able to take control of that north, Team Max V9 went from the bottom side down to the middle in order for them to get into the circle, but that's not a good idea for you to be able to survive this type of circle. It's all because of the positioning also of GG together with PBE right up on north, and then you can also add up Lucy's impact to STE and to the rest of the game. And here comes the final moment where it was actually Rami Bro who was trying to get himself denied by throwing up a nade on himself, but there was a Molotov that was thrown into that little dog shack. It is going to be Carrillo, aka the Fawn, who will get the MVP of the match with 3 total eliminations. And one more thing, Contra. GG got the chicken dinner, and you know what? Where they came from? They came from Yasnaya. So that's how far they came from.
It's crazy on how they've been able to achieve this overall, but that game honestly almost looked like anybody could have won it until the arrival of GG to really sweep everything off of the map. But, you know, impressive work coming in from not only Federalis, the other individual, Lucy from Stranger Esports. I felt like he really played his heart out just to really hold onto the compound, causing so many ruckus. Even Yangon Galacticus, who was watching for the bag, didn't last as long as he did.
Well, for the winner chicken dinner team, this is a very underwhelming performance, to be honest with you. I mean, they did manage to go for the objectives, which is again what they needed, especially that they're coming from Yasnaya. But I am expecting more eliminations from Good Game Esports, especially that they're included in the end game. They should have went for more aggressiveness right until the end. I mean, I did saw some aggressiveness, but it was like a 4v1 or 4v2 situation against PBE. They didn't even challenge Team Max V9 right at the bottom side of the circle as well. But anyways, it's still good to see that GG got their own winner chicken dinner for match number 4.
Yeah, they were just being a lot more disciplined onto some of the maneuvers, and also as a matter of fact, Team Max, despite taking a lot of area, it's kind of hard for them to really pick off all of these players on board until they move deeper into the northern side of the island. But once we see circles moving into Sonoska, most often than not, we see that decrease of ratio of both knockouts as well as elims, quite common when it comes down to how this one is playing out. There's definitely no time for any airdrops to be looted off, so I guess like we absolutely do understand, like even with GG's win here with 4 frags, it is the best that could have been done with what GG has to offer on the table, where many of these teams have also signed up for all these battles and then look where they end up. Like early on, Harami Bros, they lose 2 members, and then after that there was also that battle between PBE as well as YG. It was really tough. Sometimes like maybe not taking the battle and play for that position was actually the best choice, and GG finally find themselves back into the double-digit scoreline by taking this win. But Harame Bros, this is crazy. 10 elimination points with only 2 members to play out the course of the matchup. It's just ridiculous if you ask me.
Oh yeah, especially if you try to look back, in the early stages they only got 1 elimination against RSG, and they were like on a 3v2 against RSG. So this is how you play duo versus squads. I think perfect way on how you play it.
And mind you, they were in the shack the whole time.
Yeah, they were on the shack the whole time, and whoever comes into the shack gets demolished by either Range or Federalis or both of them. That's just how you do it. If you're down on a pinch, if you're down to just 2 players remaining, best thing you could do, you can go ahead and make some impact outside, but it's just a matter of how long will it last. So they did. I think they managed to eliminate 2 squads or maybe just 1 squad right at the outside, and then able to just go straight into where RSG was positioned into that small shack, and they were able to just defend it pretty well. If not for Lucy, if say Range was still alive, then maybe Harame Bro would have a better chance of getting that win. But here comes the overall rankings now, Contra.
Yeah, due to those heroics coming from the lethal duo of Harame Bros, now they find themselves back over onto number 3, just besting YG by 4 points. So they're really down to these rounds of Miramar to see who will be eventually overtaking Dread Esports, while GE is also moving up a little bit more with 150 points. But if they are not careful enough, both Esports, PBE are hot on their tail. So we are seeing lesser and lesser of movements throughout the course of the end of the week, as teams have definitely had solidified their own positioning, as well as for all the other teams right now who are on the second quadrant of the leaderboard. That's where we'll definitely have to focus on, all the teams that are still within their close ratio, because those extra 1 or 2 bonus points could mean moving into the grand finals or be eliminated.
Well, we're done with the 3 matches of Erangel. It was a quick work, actually, to be honest with you, Contra, for the 3 Erangel match, including the 1 Sanhok map. We're going to be moving on now to a much bigger map, a much different terrain, so you will expect total different gameplay, totally different strategy from each team. Who can actually go for the pickup here in Miramar? We'll find out in the next few moments to come, as we're going to go on a really short break here. Again, my name is Kuku TV, together with Contra, and this is the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Fall of 2024, and we'll be right back.
In this video, we'll be going over some tips and tricks for the stages in the new version's themed mode, Ocean Odyssey, to help you better grasp the new gameplay and have a better experience. First, situated underwater beneath a huge statue is the Ocean Palace. At the beginning of a match, there are 2 ocean palaces that you can go to. They are located in the waters under the ruins and Milta. Each ocean palace has loads of supplies and treasures. It's an ideal landing spot. Now, what's the quickest way to enter the ocean palace? Parachute directly to the ocean surface at the start of a match, and after plunging underwater, you will get a speed boost so you can quickly reach the palace. You swim faster in the water near the ocean palace, and you can hold your breath for longer, allowing you to move around quickly underwater. After passing through the sea suppressor barrier, you can enter the ocean palace. The sea suppressor barrier forms a large air pocket in the ocean palace, and you can battle in this space. The first time you enter the ocean palace, you will receive a special respawn. Do keep in mind that you will lose it if you leave the vicinity of the ocean palace. Inside the palace, you can activate the water nymph performance. When it ends, you'll be rewarded with supplies. A powerful item lies at the center of the palace, the trident, which unlocks once the countdown ends. Upon retrieving the trident, not only will you get lots of supplies, but a special respawn card as well. It's used to respawn in the battleground, and still works even when eliminated outside the ocean palace. However, the respawn card has a time limit, so pay attention to when it expires. Lost crates are hidden in the waters all around the palace. Dive in and explore for surprise loot. Once a certain amount of time passes in the match, a kraken will appear and destroy the sea suppressor, flooding the ocean palace. Use the portals in the ocean palace to leave quickly. Finally, there are several Forsaken ruins. Besides having tons of supplies, the Forsaken ruins conceal 2 sea treasuries. Find the switches to remove the water veil and enter the waterway from the ocean temple. Then you can find the sea treasury located underground. Light up all the pillars at the treasury entrance to open the treasury door and obtain the treasure. On the ground of the Forsaken ruins, there is a blasting current and a mirage tower. Use them to get higher up or to move around. When you encounter an enemy, use them creatively to take the enemy by surprise. Furthermore, some Forsaken ruins will have a spirit whale that appears in the sky after some time, and will leave a water orb on the ground after landing. Enter the water orb to board the whale escape pod. When the blue zone approaches, you can use the spirit whale to quickly get to the play zone. That's all for this video. Discover more ways to have fun. Hurry and try out Ocean Odyssey in PUBG Mobile. In this video, we'll be introducing 5 new items: the Trident, Gleaming Stingray, Water Orb Grenade, Water Orb Blaster, and the Whale Escape Pod. The Trident is sealed within the Ocean Palace. It can be retrieved after some time passes in the match. Follow the directions on the map to find it. Wielding the Trident grants the following: a special underwater swimming animation, faster swimming speed for moving about quickly or entering the play zone, and an exclusive water spout ability. Use it to turn into a water spout that moves around and can knock players and vehicles up into the air. You can use this ability to pull nearby enemies into the air, where teammates can focus fire on them, or give teammates cover to evacuate. Please be aware that water spouts cannot lift up enemies hiding in buildings. The Gleaming Stingray vehicle can be found in the waters of the Ocean Palace. Get close to it to ride it, or pick up a Stingray core in the Ocean Palace to summon it. Gleaming Stingrays can glide through the new underwater areas in the air, and can seat 2 players. After dismounting, it can be stored as a Stingray core. The Gleaming Stingray can then be summoned again from the quick item menu. In water areas, it can be quickly deployed with 1 tap without needing to be placed. Gleaming Stingrays have a special ability that launches bubbles and can be targeted at enemies to restrain them. When enemies are restrained, the passenger and other teammates are free to eliminate them. Bear in mind that the player in the back seat must be in the air to fire. Enemies restrained by bubbles cannot fire. Furthermore, hiding behind cover or moving quickly can reduce your chances of being hit by a bubble. The water orb grenade is a new throwable item that can be picked up around the map and thrown to generate a huge water orb where it lands, engulfing players caught in the explosion. Enemies must swim to the edge of the water orb to escape, while you and your teammates get a dash ability inside the water orb. While in combat, hit enemies with this throwable to let you and your teammates get closer to eliminate them. The Water Orb Blaster occupies the pistol slot and can shoot a water orb that lasts a while and grants you and your teammates a dash ability that you can use to quickly enter the water orb. From here, you can quickly move to another water orb or dash from it. When fighting in buildings, you can use this item for quick movement and counterattacks. The Whale Escape Pod can generate a water orb where it lands. Enter the water orb and wait a while for a whale to appear and take away everyone inside. It can carry your whole team, and you can also change its route or get off midway. It's a great option for getting to the play zone. That's it for this video. I'm sure you're already coming up with a bunch of other ways to use these items. Try them out in the new version now. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. In this video, we will go over the new version's game mechanics to help you have a better understanding and improve your experience. Let's get started. First is the Kraken underneath the Ocean Palace. Although the Ocean Palace is abundant in resources, the rewards are not without risks. After players enter the Ocean Palace, a countdown begins, and at the end of it, the Kraken will awaken and break the sea suppressor, causing the Ocean Palace to flood. This jeopardizes the play area, so when the countdown ends, make sure to evacuate quickly to avoid getting trapped underwater. Next is the Special Respawn. Upon entering the Ocean Palace, you will receive the Heart of the Sea's protection and get an additional special respawn chance. This special respawn only works once per match. When eliminated in the Ocean Palace area, the special respawn chance will be used up. When you leave the Ocean Palace waters, you also lose the Heart of the Sea's protection, and your respawn chance will be removed. Furthermore, when the sea suppressor is destroyed, the Ocean Palace will flood. If you enter the Ocean Palace area at this point, you won't get a respawn chance. Next is the Sea Treasury underneath the Forsaken Ruins. If you wish to enter the Sea Treasury, you will need to find it within the Forsaken Ruins and activate the switches at the Treasury entrance. Pass through an underwater cave to reach the entrance of the Treasury. To open the Treasury door, you need to light up all the pillars. Once you get the treasure, a portal will appear.
A lot of exciting matchups that we've seen so far out of that 3 Erangel matches. We're going to go in to a much bigger map called Miramar. We're right back here with PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Fall. This is yours truly, Kuku TV, together with the one and only Contra. And Contra, we have seen a lot of exciting matchups until the very end. I mean, it's not so exciting though with the last Erangel map because it was a 4v1 situation. But what do you think so far, since then that we don't have Austria right now? Do you think that the others have already taken that opportunity since Austria is not here?
Oh yeah, you saw the diversity of winners for today, and on top of that as well, like every single round we actually see a very healthy amount of elimination points from every different squad. I mean, maybe the first 4 or maybe the first 5 squads will always be, you know, on the short end of the stick, but overall, it's a good distribution of points for everybody out there. So I would still say, you know, they've been having a very strong day here in the final matchup of these week 2 match. So of course, going into this, we do have the X suit available where you can get your hands onto the advanced upgradable MG3, which is the Sky Huntress. Your first draw is only at 10 UC for each respective day, so you can try throughout the entire course of September, as it will only be available until the end of the month. So that's probably from today until the 30th. So if you guys are hoping to get your hands on this beautiful set?
Well, predictions is now going to be shown as we're going to be moving to Miramar. It's going to be a different type of prediction now lineup for everyone else. For me, it's going to be Playbook Esports. I think Playbook Esports has been crawling their way into that winner chicken dinner lineup. I mean, we know for a fact that they already have one for today, right? So I think another one for PBE can solidify their positions, especially that this is the last day, and we're gonna most likely see now later on by the end of the day what will be the league standings now for week number 2. I mean, again, that's my pick. How about yours? STE, a different one.
Yeah, you saw how strong Lucy was, holding everything down to the wire, heading into the final battle, and managing to secure a top 3 with quite a number of elimination points. I am pretty convinced that, you know, STE, they could actually do even much more when they are playing inside of Miramar, where, you know, it's a good setup heading into Miramar, because these matches of Erangel for today has a lot of all these hills, valleys, as well, all these terrains that allows these teams to get accustomed to playing into mid to long range. So I feel like it won't be too far off in terms of performance for certain teams out there that have already done well. But as to what extent, of course, it's for us to find out. Where we got some good votes in for Justice Esports, I think like it explains for itself where this team has at least shown some games where they are really strong in this map, even in the past as well. But, you know, after losing their old players, it really felt like there is a missing piece into how effective Justice Esports could actually get. But today, decent day overall, where you guys could also put in your votes to tell us who you think is going to get the remainders of the chicken dinner and the rising star of the match.
Oh yeah, just scan the QR code right now, just right below Contra. Make sure your vote counts, so that you could see your votes maybe on the left-hand side of the screens once we pop it out. I love the GOAT Esports pick coming from the Myanmar casters, actually, from Sammy and BlingX. Would love to see GOAT to be able to finally get their own winner chicken dinner for day number 5. Again, it's high time for everyone, actually, because Austria is not here. And yesterday, I'm just still not yet able to move on where Martin was using the Car 98, right?
Yeah.
It's a beauty to see someone using those bolt action rifles. Hopefully someone from any one of these teams can, you know, still try to use it. Maybe Cute Loki, because I know Cute Loki is one hell of a sniper.
Yeah, Cute Loki, and there's also Marnet that has been also showing up with long-range action as well for today during the course of Erangel. So give them some DMRs and they will definitely put it to really good use. And of course, the timer slowly runs down, and you guys still have time to scan that QR code to tell us who's going to be the winners for Miramar. So far, you know, looking into all these other teams that are not playing in these matches, I guess Dread Esports currently will be pressured, and maybe if they're currently watching the stream thinking, are they going to be bested here in these upcoming 2 rounds? That really depends. Whether if Harame Bros or even YG could actually make that overtake happen within that top 4 ratio.
All right, let's take a look at Miramar. This is the first Miramar map of the day. Match number 5. I know you guys are already on the comment section. Just please don't forget to like, comment, or maybe even follow or subscribe to our channels here on Facebook, YouTube, and on TikTok. As we now look on the flight path coming from Minas del Sur, going right straight to Torre Ahumada. Again, a really safe flight path, in my opinion, except for the peeps who's going to be dropping to Puerto Paraíso. We know for a fact that Elevate will go to Ruins, either to Ruins or Puerto Paraíso, so we're going to find out later on where they will eventually go. As you can see, Fearless Esports drops out early. God7 also, who drops out early. I'm pretty sure that Austria's Montenuevo will be taken by someone, but ooh, look at this, Contra. STE and KE again. The rivalry never stops in Miramar.
It really seems they always go lock horns in the early game. It was from Sanhok, and right now into Chumacera. It's all about who takes that upper end of the factories, and it seems like it's going to be KE. And at least if they were to say, okay, let's give way and just let either side have it, you can run to Ladriela and you will still be in the center of the circle. So this is going to be a decent news, but if they were to lock horns from the get-go, we will see either one bow out having minimal points, and I don't think STE wants to really take that risk, do they? It seems like they're willing to go for the challenge. They're on the hunt.
Well, I mean, they do have Get Slow and NC2. If you talk about firepower and aggressiveness, they will most likely be... Ooh, look at this. This is a very open area for Get Slow. Dangerous spot here. And he's looking at the left side or right side, but there you go. The quickness of this player. Oh, but then again, Jisoo takes out Koopa. As now Get Slow goes into the warehouse. Carillo will bail out. Kaya will be on the back end. Will try to help out Carillo as Get Slow now. We try to cook up a nade. Both of them cooking up a frag grenade, but ooh, there's no players out there. Carillo Get Slow throws it out as well. Nobody yet being damaged. Get Slow does have a long barrel shotgun, but it reloads way too long. That's the only bad thing about this gun. It reloads way too long. But look at this. The box in gonna be done by KE. As Master D2K is right above. Ooh, spots NC2, damages him. Now needs to heal up, needs to back out here. 4 players now on to the side of KE. Where are the others of STE?
I'm not too certain, as they are still a little far off. They're coming for white flank. It seems to be that they will still get a 1-for-1 trade out. But STE, they're slowly losing their members if they're going to be late to the scene. They're going for the split, which KE sees the advantage, now pops those grenades. Carillo is going to be relaying those information to see how close they are. They can still going for a revive. NC2, does he know that there's going to be a formal push coming from the top? Kaya now setting for... making a little bit of that noise. NC, he's pushed into all these corners, nowhere to run. And that will be the demise of Strangers Esports. KE dominates and settles the score.
Wow. Now a 2-2. 2 from Sanhok, from STE, 1 in Sanhok, and then 1 in Miramar for KE. We're going to have that tiebreaker later on. Hopefully, we could see them again in Chumacera in match number 6. For now, it's going to be a 1-4 trade, by the way. Carillo was the only ones eliminated in that engagement, as they now got 4 eliminations in the bag. They can now focus on objectives if this is the case, because you don't really have to get all of the eliminations. And remember also, Contra from last night, there was one circle wherein they got the high point of the area in the circle. Just so unfortunate that the circle just went away from them, so they just have to focus now on objectives. Just the circle focus now is what they need.
Yeah, they're already upon it. Honestly, if they want to hold Chumacera for longer, they can do so. But they will expect visitors hitting into the city as well, or else taking the back end of the hill of the city, and at the very same time, the corners of Ladriela won't go too wrong. While we will focus on to the rest of the squads, which, you know, have a less eventful start. An uneventful start is always a good start, by the way, because you don't want to be clipped out. And as I say, uneventful, it seems like Kuru will lose this van, so it's okay. I mean, they were pretty close to some of all these areas of Kalo serve, so there will be plenty of opportunities for them to seek out for another vehicle. Meanwhile, GOT7 going for a pickup against Team Max, and I'm not sure if there's a capable save, because Boy Sean is thinking about it. But are they going to go for the full strike? It seems like GOT7 are sending more members to going for a flank as well. And Team Max, they got to make it a hurry if they want to get their teammates back up and get absolutely out of there.
Yeah, this is the disadvantage when it comes to city fights. You don't really have the capabilities to just push right away, especially if you don't have a vehicle. like what God7 does have right now. I mean, they do have now a vehicle, but it's way too late. Team Max will be able to go for a reset. They will be able to get the revives and bail out from the scene, which is right now for God7. They lose Edward QT in the process. They don't have an elimination, and no one else will be around Los Leones anymore.
True enough, and that's the thing about Los Leones that I kind of love and hate at the very same time. If you're going to be a passive squad, you can actually loot up all across this corner, and yeah, we probably won't see any of these guys picking the bite here in Miramar. Other maps, okay, you know, like I get it.
We did see it. Like it actually first started in Miramar, by the way. The bike meta started in Miramar.
True.
With Demios, with Dread Esports.
Kind of glad that they will use it on more frequently on other maps nowadays, but they definitely want to rely on engines instead.
Oh,
and here comes the full charge of FB into KE's territory, and immediately they get clipped. So let's see what Campus has in store for us.
Campus right now for this himself. Ooh, a Stokie. Kaius is currently down right now. 3-man strong, or 2-man strong now, as D2K and Campus will now be the ones to try to defeat Flash Vision Esports. Flash Vision won't be able to get his gun working now as he's down. Toki and Master Rix actually sandwiches these two guys from KE. Oh, but Toki goes down.
Wow.
And now it's going to be Master Rix who don't survive, as they are now out. And by the way, Contra, there was like one game where Flash Vision Esports was not included. It was the previous match. Did you notice that they weren't there?
I didn't notice at all, honestly. I didn't even... Oh, now that you mention it. Wow. But now they're gone for another game. This is going to look pretty bad. KE kept getting visitors into Silma. This is what I talked about, you know, like they can stay, but they will be visited by plenty of teams. And now this being Karame Bros, it's 4-1 at the moment. Well, range, 6 out some of all these areas play. Campus doing so well this game alongside with D2K. Is there any form of help? He does suppress one. He runs right back in. Kill enemy. They just look to be invincible. 2 members are down. And now things are looking even up, but shots are being fired from the back. As the trade sets in, Federalis with 1 HP down to Master D2K, and it will be the takeover from Harame Bros.
An almost choke by Harame Bro. Oh my goodness. They were almost killed there by just 2 players of Kill Enemy. The frenzy of these 2 guys is just on point. But look at this now. Since there's a lot of things happening to Musera, the Circle God says, no, we're not going to put the circle at Chumacera. Let's go towards Valle del Mar, as Minas del Valle is also in that area. There's so many squads already in position as well. There's too many teams also still outside the circle, right in the blue. We have GG, RSG, Elevate. My goodness. Why is the circle like this?
I mean, this is to wrap up the entire weekend number 2, so it better be good. And the more difficult it gets, the better for the audience. So I can't ask for more. Speaking of which, oh, almost having his hip popped off right there. Marnet, like I said beforehand, more sharpshooters out there trying to trade right back, and then immediately getting scouted out by the rest of YG. As teams after teams, they journey their way into Valdemar, but this city here is going to be a long stretch for teams to be able to book certain compounds. So urban warfare, maybe there's still chances where it still goes up towards the hillside. So for now, it's really hard to tell whether it's really going to be drawing to a close by the corners of Valdemar. So more often than not, you do see certain teams to be still taking the high heels. But since Gold Esports have gotten a couple of knocks, they're hoping for a push to set right in. Gold Esports, so far, one of the most proactive teams that we've seen for the entirety of the evening to always go on for a hunt. And this being against GE, it's not going to be an easy task at all. So let's see what Yatka is up to.
Yeah, Goat. There's a lot of votes for Goat for this game coming from the Myanmar casters. Let's see if this is their game. Especially that this is their dropping point as well. Remember, they drop at Valle del Mar. So right now for GE, Zai got hit from the side. Though he will be able to recover and go upstairs. The nades are coming in though. He has to be careful as the throw of the nade. Oop, not gonna get any hit there onto Zai. Zai needs help though. I mean, the rest of GE has to get closer. Maybe. Ooh, there's actually a nade right beside Zai, and he didn't realize that. 21 gets that frag grenade onto the body of Zai. Goes for the confirmation right away. This is how the Myanmar casters are looking at it from afar. Looks like there's gonna be a mini red zone coming in from Goat. A lot of frag grenades coming to the side of Genesis Esports as they try to get cover inside that small house. But for the meantime, it's gonna be probably just a standoff for now between the two because they have to be careful because the others are nearby. Might as well just hide for now and maybe try again for the next stage.
Yeah. It seems like GE has been allowed to go in for a reset. Go Esports. That push was pretty neat, I would say. Whereas, now it's going to be a tight standstill. You know, the problem about being inside of Valdemar is that if the circle close up to the kill, there's not going to be a chance where they can make it out alive with so many teams watching from above. So, it could be a really big gamble coming from all these big teams who are already inbound till they actually maybe wait till late stage of the game. But at least for now, they will be able to book up to stage 5 or so. Rank it now. Quickly eliminates the member being picked off from the side of God7. Amora Chili already out. Keeping an eye closely over onto the blue zone, expecting teams to still be making certain rotations out there where Astro X finds another member of Sin Esports. While all of that is happening, it seems like Team Max is also cutting into a close. Over in the corner of Minas the Valley. But Boyshan's all alone. He spots one now. Wow, quick picking. And just like that, got 7. They're already out of the match. We already got so many big names already off.
Well, I am expecting God7 to not be pretty good in Miramar. They have shown a lot of struggles in this map. And look at that beautiful death crate. Again, coming from that skin from Boyshan. This is the Scarl skin. I'm not really sure what the name is. And you can now set up for the M4 to the full skin, I believe is what he has. On the minimap, though, there's some type of gunshots being fired by either Fearless or Team Max to each other. Ooh, as the circle now updates, it's actually going to be an elevate circle now all of a sudden because they have the higher ground right above there on the northern side. Up on Valle del Mar, though, they're going to have some sort of urban warfare right around there. So it's going to be a pretty slow matchup right over there, to say the least. As 1 second was able to get a knockdown onto GG. This is the kid. Currently down and out. Needs to get a revive from his teammate, but looks like he's far away from his team.
Yeah. The team that could challenge Elevate later on is going to be Harame Bros. It really depends on how they manage it well enough over onto that entire region of the hill because it's a lot of coverage, which can be overwhelming. But over here, we've seen pickoffs happening over on the corner of the map. Great work from the side of Fearless Esports to be able to navigate through. Well, it's been 2 points already. I'm just really surprised that we still have so many teams on such tight space, you know. And that's thanks to the urban setting over on the Valdemar all the way down to the south side. But there is already exchange happening between Max as well as Harame Bros. Liliak taking it by the streets. And oh, what are we looking at here? That buggy just got stuck and he got blown up to bits. Unfortunate for us in the esports. While the rest of IG is holding it true.
They actually glitched out. I'm not sure what happened there. But for Harame Bro, Team Max is now their target. Ooh, look at that. Jappy just ran over one of the players of Team Max V9. Now for the rest the players of remaining for Max V9, they would have to escape the area. The problem is now they're going to be nearby PPE. PPE is planning on to rotating, but looks like they're going to have to stay right over there at the southwestern or southeastern side of the circle because of the two players of Team Max V9, Jappy and Range, now able to spot the player of Max V9, which is Joseph, who's currently who's down earlier. Is now out of this game. So for the rest of Team Max, they'll be surrounded by all players of PPE. While that is happening, Claire goes down. It looks like the push coming from GG. The aggressiveness is here now for GG.
Absolutely. They just know that they need to take control over the kill against the rest of Elevate Esports, and just like that, I talked about this before, they can easily be overwhelmed, and from the lower ground, it's Onyx. Oh, he just created all this space, and Elevate could not withstand the heat. Oh boy. If they held out, this could have actually been a really good place to win it out, but Nathan did match to going for trade. Now going up close and personal. Against support. He has the angle, and Elevate still saves the day. Oh, great work. For a moment, I really thought that Elevate could have actually been in danger. And just like that, they add those 3 points, and look at that ancient box. Something rare, something mythic is in there.
Yeah, maybe an Easter egg as well. But it was actually a teamwork made by Elevate Esports. First was the first knock of Rix, but then Rix got pushed, so he got knocked, and then eventually Nathan's push towards that compound, and also making sure that that mid player right around that hillside coming from GG will not be able to get him taken down, and then eventually the last guy for GG got taken up by Coca-Cola. So again, it's a trio connection for Elevate Esports. They do now have to take control of that northern side now, especially that RSG is very nearby the place. On the flip side, though, right around Valle del Mar, it is still Go Esports, who is still lurking around the areas, together with GE and Yangon Galacticos. All of these 3 Myanmar squads fighting each other, but look, on the kill feed, it was Raymond who exploded 21 of GOAT Esports.
Oh boy. I guess like there's really not many places that are safe to drive, especially with those open valley. This valley is a little bit wider, you know, like from one hill to the other one. And of course, it begs the question onto which teams out of many inside of Valdemar that will journey past safely, because it seems to be that the final zone will not be within the city. Playable Esports already moving across with their buggy, with the coops as well, as they are taking a bird's eye view. If they're lucky enough, they could catch some members of Gold Esports on the very edge of Valdemar. But over onto the hillside, take a look at this. Far southeast, there is a squad waiting on the other side. So Michi also has to be very, very careful. They may not be able to stay for far too long. But it really depends though. PBE, they can spread out a little bit more and get that intel over the back end of the hill. Exquisite, at least they're holding on to the rim of the circle and having the chance to also climb upwards to eventually challenge Elevate Esports. It could be a certain potential, but they will have to wait long, because if they exit now, it will draw a lot of attention from the teams that are inside of Valdemar. MK14 right next to Harame Bros just to supplement the firepower of Federalis and Co.
And usually Range will be the ones picking it up, but looks like it's going to be Rig will be the ones picking up that airdrop weapon. And during the early days, Contra, I mean, this gun is one of those guns that you don't really have to mess with, because if you're going to be fighting against someone who has the MK14, and then you're going to go up close and personal, you're going to be taken down first. This was kind of like whatever the DBS is nowadays, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, back in the days, so like you can adjust it to spray or even go for the single taps as well. It's like an upgraded version of the M4 in the form of a 7.62 weapon, so it's kind of crazy. But now, of course, everything has its fine balance. But there's a very good reason why the MK14 is still within the crates, and I kind of wish I could shelf one weapon back to the crate. I think
Which
you
one?
can guess it. Like, it's a very short range weapon.
It's a DBS.
Exactly. Everybody's using it nowadays. Ever since the Japanese players brought forward this style of play in Sanhok, and slowly you start seeing every game up till now. Even in Miramar, people are still carrying some shotguns with them. But if they don't carry shotguns, they will exchange it with maybe either a DMR alongside with AR, or maybe sometimes even an SMG, which is currently being set up by Ranzer. His secondary is a UMP, so that's where his close range duels.
Well, if you do put it back to the airdrop, then you would have to also buff the stats of the DBS, right?
Let it be. Lesser
Okay.
DBS, lesser problems.
Yeah.
If one guy has
Kinda
it,
like
it's fire.
what happened to kind of like what happened to P90 and to the FAMAS. It was buffed by the game itself ever since it was put back, or ever since it was put in the airdrops. But anyways, enough with the talk there.
Mhm.
We're gonna wait on for this engagement between YG and Exquisite Esports. Look at WTZ. It's looking at Super Pickles, goes for the spray together with Naughty Boy, and Super Pickles will survive those sprays. Now UI is down on low HP, be able to heal up. Ryman though has been the guy for PvE, to be honest with you, ever since match number 1. And right now, gonna be Naughty Boy. Will try to go for the spray, able to get UI. UI just 1 HP left, won't get a revive anymore. Icy will confirm him, and this is now RSG's or YG's chance to be able to go for the push towards Exquisite Esports.
Yeah, great catch coming from the side of YG. And take a look at the top end of the hill. Elevate still, after winning that trade out, now has to deal with all these soldiers from the foothill. Trying to hold on with those grenades now being lobbed towards the side of RSG. They're turning all the way back into the lower end just to find a little bit of rich to defend. And just take a look at how great of a defensive setup this is. But the problem is, now with the update, they are also finding themselves by the very corner, climbing downhill. There's a lot of open space, which is going to be very dangerous for these members of Elevate. So they have to clear out the members of Exquisite. And speaking of nading each other, it's going to be one sec that will be popped by Harami Bros.
Oh yeah, and it's also going to be PPE, so Miramar Bro has been very busy right now, taking care of 2 teams. As you can see also, they're at the bottom side. PPE is up on the hills, and you can see Range just using every single utility that he has now in order for him to be able to at least fake it out against Playbook Esports. But Romeo Boy, look at that spray. As
Wow.
now he's able to look at upstairs, which is RSG. He's just going for third parties right now, as you can see right now here with our Romeo Boy. He's third partying Exquisite and RSG. Was right very nearby each other. You will definitely have to go for that third party, especially if you have good angles, like whatever Romeo Boy has right now.
True enough, and he even has ample time to climb up to get another elevated angle. Elevate is already at the peak of it, and they managed to also squeeze through some parts. Nathan now gets that great vision. PBE now just firing upon FRL. It really seems like the side of FRL have walked from one PH team to another. They dealt with Harami Bros, and now to the hands of Playbook Esports. So they're absolutely happy about securing it, but PPE, they're not really in the safe spot. There's still more players up on those hills, challenging them on that position, but at least these creases gives them a little bit of reprieve. Nate's now set flying in, Exquisite getting bombardment, and here comes Federalis!
Oh no, Federalis. Oh, eliminates Mitchie. They were trying to go for the revive, but that is it. Federalis, with that 1 spray, actually just 2 magazines of spray, able to take out the last guy, which was Mon Boy, my pick. I mean, they really tried their best for PvE, but again, for Harami Bro, if you have them all 4 complete, they can totally take control of this. Kind of like what Austria has been doing so far for the past 4 days in this week. But for Elevate, Coca-Cola throws in out that nade onto Exquisite Esports. By the way, we're now down to 6 teams available here in stage number 7.
Yeah, I do expect that things will go rather fast. Those having 6 teams here, still pretty much a whole lot of space to play out. Though certain areas they just kind of run out in the open. YG now struggling up against the rest of GE. Big nade does connect. GE, as we expected them to thrive in Miramar, is showing up a little late, but better than never. But that nade, where is it coming from? Oh, it was rigged. How far was that toss? And now here comes the push coming in from the Harami Bros.
Yeah, and Rick's got naded again, so that's a confirmation from Rig. Now the smokes will be popping out so that they can at least have a little bit of cover for Elevate. Oh, but GE now from downstairs, from right below down to the western side now. Looks like they're planning on going on to the top. But again, Harami Bro now, their goal is to be able to defeat Elevate Esports, who's right over here at the northern side. Elevate Esports Nathan now throws in nades. 3 nades left for him, so he can definitely get that knockdown. With that Joppy knockdown now for Elevate, they can go for a follow-up here, especially that it's only Rig who's right there with Jappy.
Yeah. Some teams now vertically challenged as well. Despite not really getting all that vision, the nade still is super reliable in these situations. Harami Bros will still get to go in for that revive. Meanwhile, Coca-Cola and the rest of Elevate looking to have their best game of their lives. But only 2 players remaining right now. The rest of GE having 2 members also pushing right through, as they will slowly be denied by Coca-Cola. Now there's also going to be retaliation coming from Lil Yatka as well as Ferralis to actually catch them off. Because Harami Bros, they want to also secure some high elevated areas. By taking out Elevate Esports, that's one way to go about. Go on the lower side alongside with Genesis Esports. Now, the way that Harami Bros is playing this is absolutely perfect. 2-2 split, 2 over the hills, 2 on the lower grounds. They might take it all home.
Yeah, they might be. But Range right now has to connect with those nades. He has to also be careful because he's way too out in the open. I mean, he did set up the smokes, but you have to use it. While right now, ooh, Coca-Cola got taken down by the blue zone. So this is just so bad for Elevate. They cannot even fight with the 2 members that they have still strong. For Nathan, though. Ooh, looks like he's still able to get the revive. While the Mirado is just sliding away from them. Oh, no more! No more cover! And the fire is just right beside him. Just 1 more pixel. Oh my goodness.
Close, but no cigar for the side of Genesis Esports. And I got concerned with the Mirado as well. But that might actually affect him, but thankfully not. Rage now in the awkward vertical. As he does go in for the spray down, connects a couple of shots, and finds himself in a pinch as well. With a little bit more pressure coming from that gold member, XZ11. Can he actually find a way to push through? He might be able to go in for a revive if they take way too long. P90 in the hands of Ferralis. You know he offers nothing but pain. And there we go. Harami Bros looking to secure a chicken dinner on their own as they wipe out GE, and Elevate is out. Harami Bros with a 12-corner elimination backs it all home.
Wow, they're back. Harami Bros is back in the board with a win here in Miramar, and they did it with all 4 players complete. So it's not like the way we used to see them, wherein it's gonna be just Federalis or Range, or it might be a combination of Rig and Jappy. Again, if all 4 members are complete, then a lot of success will be coming in for Harami Bro.
I definitely do agree, but do you remember there was one point in the early game where they almost got wiped out, and that was against Kill Enemy inside of Chumacera. Thankfully, they won that fight, and they eventually get that full region control coming from Chumacera. And KE, they had such an explosive start. It's just that it's sad that they only had that 2 members to work with, but that was still a really, really good round for the side of KE. And then a lot of these teams we saw were booking the corner of Valdemar, and now you probably understand why I've always scrutinized that position of like teams hoping to bang that corner. That circle didn't win there, and then the problem is exiting out of it. So Harami Bros was not one of the teams that's booked into that portion for the longest time. They took the kills instead, and that's how you just get all these clean pickoffs. Same goes to Elevate Esports that basically hold the direct center, which they also see challenges towards their side.
Yeah, and they basically went for the objectives here in this match while they're doing elimination. So it's really good to see that Toronto is back now in the board. And they were able to defend against Playbook Esports. They were able to defend against Elevate as well, together with GOAT, who was right down below. I mean, GE got eliminated by Elevate in the process. So for Arama Bro, yeah, you are right with the almost elimination of Arama Bro, right around Chumasera. If they weren't able to manage that elimination onto Kill Enemy, then we won't even see Arama Bro here in the last moments of the game. The MVP of the game, it's always been this man for this squad. Again, if this man is connecting every single game, then it's gonna be a good game always for Arama Bro. 5 eliminations for the reigning MVP from PMCL Summer. Well, let's see if he can do it again on match number 6.
Yeah, you give this guy a P90, it's basically a death wish for all these other teams that didn't manage to get it out of that crate, because he's already so lethal without it. And you saw he just was having a party time on the foothill together with Rage over onto the course of the other corner. Meanwhile, Rage was also dealing with the high grounds as well, so that was played out so perfectly that they had each other's back. That's the beauty of how Arama Bros secure this chicken dinner without really putting themselves too much at risk. And take a look at that damage. 2.3k overall. Like, that was Federalis showing some of his best work, but everybody was really on point at the very same time. So it really is, like what you said, team effort that brought Arama another chicken dinner, and I believe they should have overtaken Dread Esports within this match.
One thing I also noticed with Arama Bro, did you notice that they kind of like let Rig tone down his gameplay, like made Federalis be their main fragger instead of Rig? Because I mean, you noticed that from week number 1, wherein you see Rig always tries to go first instead of Federalis. Federalis was kind of like the support from Rig. Now this time around, you see now Federalis doing those dirty work for Arama Bro, and then Rig is the one supporting Federalis. Looks like that works instead of the other way around, and in this week you can see the effects of it.
Yeah, and there is also another different dynamic which I have seen evidently throughout the course of this whole day, where it's always Federalis alongside with Range to be the duo, and Rig with another member.
Jappy?
Yeah, so with Jappy. So they have this form of setup for them to really take certain spaces, for them to really either support each other. And when, say, there's another different angle, that's where you can switch Rig to cover as a support as well for the other side of the duo to be able to provide that long-range cover. So I kind of really like this setup, a very classic play style, which kind of reminds me of how BTR used to play back in the past, which is super effective to play.
Oh yeah, and I hope that Few is kind of like their coach right now for the squad, because he's not playing anymore for Arama Bro. I mean, he's in the lineup, but he kind of like being the support IGL for the whole squad itself. I hope he's watching this right now, and if he heard us how we were able to analyze their gameplay compared to week 1 now to week 2, I hope he's smiling about that. But now with the match standings here in match number 5, they got 22 points in the bag here for match 5. Elevate gets 13, 11 for GE, PBE gets 9. As Kill Enemy, basically they got all their points from those eliminations in Chumasera, from, I think it was from STE, and then I forgot, oh, it's actually Flash Vision was the other 4 that they were able to eliminate. So for Kill Enemy, they are doing a really good job when it comes to firepower, but you have to also think about objectives. Objectives is the key to victory, and that's what Arama Bro did all throughout the game.
That's right. Let's take a look at the overall standings, as I did presume this to be Harami Bros overtake to knock down Dread Esports, and YG might be up next if they can get just about 5 points. But more importantly, they need to also secure some placement points in order to tie that number with Dread Esports, or even just basically overtake by securing a top 4. That should be good enough for them. While GE still within the top 5. PBE so far really pushing the limit. We saw earlier when we started off the day was around, what, 11, 10, and now they're at number 6.
Yeah, number 6 now for PBE. A slow and gradual increase here for Playbook Esports. And this is a thing of beauty here. The two PMSL teams, just right beside each other, GE and PBE. They were formerly from the PMSL region. I think they're thinking now that they need to step up even more now that they're not the number 1 and number 2 team in this region. It's currently Ostja and Harami Bro, who's currently at number 1 during week number 2. Let's see, and let's hope that they will end strong here for today, because again, this is the last day of the week. We're gonna find out later on which league points will be coming to which team. And these are very important now, especially that there's only going to be 1 week after this week.
Yeah,
and that's the only time that you can try to bounce back and try to get back up on at least top 16, because again, 17th to 20th, they won't qualify in the grand finals.
Yeah, but when we take a look at what's currently looking like in the league for Harami Bros and maybe YG and a few other names, despite them not really having that number 1 spot, they just absolutely give it to Austria Esports. You would still see the margins to be very, very close because of how they've remained to be very competitive. I guess like there was a team that did very well back in week 1 and not so well here in week 2. Something like Sid Esports. That's where they will need to play desperately heading into week 3. As for Harami Bros, they just play standard. They don't really have to change too much of that game plan. As a matter of fact, even in the grand finals, depending on who they are matched up against, that's where, you make those adjustments once you find out who the top 16 are. But for now, it's just going to remain to be pretty much a constant. But what's constantly being reminded to you guys as well? We do have the Gunner Exit as well as the advanced upgradable MG3 currently available in stores for you guys to check out. And it will be offered to you guys till the end of September, where the first draw is only at 10 UC. So grab it quick while it lasts.
Oh yeah, grab it right now. If it's your birthday today, happy birthday. Go ahead and grab the Galadra X suit together with the Sky Huntress. Just spend all of your money. But don't forget to buy yourself a cake so that you can celebrate it together with your own family. But again, happy weekend to everyone as well, to everyone who's watching this live stream across all platforms on Facebook, TikTok, and on YouTube. If you're enjoying this right now, just click that button to follow and subscribe to all of our channels. As we go back to the casters now, hopefully we could show you now the prediction, because this is the final game of match number 6 here in Miramar. Let's now show you this one. It's going to be Elevate from me. You've seen the improvement from Elevate. If you compare their gameplay from Sanhok and Erangel, then compared to Miramar, slowly a different type of Elevate is what we're seeing. And it's always been that way. I mean, if you try to look back in week number 1, they try to bank on those Miramar matches. So I would love to see Elevate get their winner chicken dinner, at least to get their scores even better, even though that it's not as well as what they had in week number 1.
Yeah, I really do think that they understand terrain advantages much better than at least half of the squads over on the table. Yeah, maybe it's not fair for me to say like fully half of the squads, but overall, based on their track record, it really felt like they aren't exactly the type that just absolutely crashed out with 0 points in the early game. So Elevate Esports, like we saw, over on to how difficult things can actually get around that Valdemar region. They were smart enough to take the high ground instead of going into the city, and they were up there for so long that they actually make it into top 5, top 4, and how many elimination points did they also manage to gather? So long as they could stick to that game plan, it will work well for them. Honestly, this is a random show of vote coming from Contra with the GOT7 vote. Where I think like back in the past, there were decent results. Today, having okay results heading into matches of Erangel, I'm kind of unsure and still unconvinced of how they've been going into these matches of Miramar. Could be exhaustion or so, but hey, new game, always a new hope for these gentlemen out there. Where GOT7, I believe they did manage to at least secure a chicken dinner at least back in the week 1 here in this map, so maybe they could still figure it out.
Well, I mean, GOT7 is not a consistent team when it comes to Miramar. Yeah, they did manage, if we're not mistaken, like in week 1, they did manage to get a chicken dinner, but their inconsistency here in Miramar, I mean, for me, I'm not really sure of that pick. But if they found a way, then definitely they're good for this one, because they really needed a win here, or maybe at least additional points for them to be outside that rank 11. Right now, they're currently at rank 11 with 119. So if they really want to improve, especially with the league points, they would need to have a win in order for them to at least go over, I would say, STE. So the ceiling would probably be either top 9 or top 10 for GOT7. As for the rest, I do see a pick here from Good Game Esports from Big Daddy.
Oh yeah.
The team of Good Game Esports is a very passive team. If you noticed from Erangel, they won that chicken dinner and they only got 4.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we understand they came from Yasnaya. It's a long route. That's why they don't have any much kills. But in order for them to be successful, they have to be aggressive all throughout the game.
Yeah, it really felt like they are the most confident only when there's like maybe 2 to 3 more squads left. That's only when they decide to show up, for instance, to pick up the win. But I believe that there's definitely a side that we've seen before that GG did at one point maybe proved that they can get those double-digit elimination points, but they like to play standard, which is not wrong at all. Well, it's just that they just don't look as flashy as what we have seen coming from teams like Harame, bro. So I guess like throughout the course, it might have actually hurt them for a little bit in terms of the long-term points, but at least they're still here, putting some really good numbers out there with a chicken dinner for today. But you guys tell us who's going to be scoring this chicken dinner for our final matchup of the evening to close off PMCL Week 2.
Yeah, definitely. Scan the QR code right now. Vote for your favorite team. As, again, casters may not be correct all the time. Like, it's been really lucky for Contra to get, like, multiple correct predictions. If you look at the prediction count for Contra, I believe he already has, like, more than 5 correct predictions throughout the week. So, it's a pretty good stat for our caster here. But for you guys out there at home, you can definitely vote for your own. And if you manage to vote for the team that wins it all for match number 6, you might as well also try to take a picture of that, and you can show off in social media. Another thing that you could do is to vote for your favorite rising star. Just Federalis just recently got the MVP for match number 5. Might as well vote for Federalis so that Red Bull and Martin will have some sort of worthy opponent by the time that we end this tournament.
Yeah, and you know, speaking of which, you know, without Asia, you can really see how powerful Federalis is, because sometimes Asia just outshines that because they were just, you know, hauling points after points. But today, you see Harame Bros really having a good field day out, and so good to the point that they reclaimed number 2, which really was lost from the grasp of what they had, because they took a break, and then once they came back, things looked a little bit shaky, and then heading into this final day, so they look so much better. So Dread Esports, yeah, with them missing out, we probably might even see Dread Esports move into the 4th position. So from number 2 to number 4, if you're looking at bonus points, that's probably like how many points? More than 5 points, I think. I definitely have to look back at the charts, or it's just
and you know what? It's more than enough for Dread to be able to at least get that bonus points. Because I mean, If you think about the points that they had in week number one, they managed to only get, I think it was just a single digit bonus point. So getting a double digit bonus point this week would just cancel out that bad performance that they had in week number one. And are you saying now, Contra, that Osjus Martin might be the Federalis stopper? Because I mean, you just mentioned that whenever Osha is there, Federalis can't do whatever he's doing right now. So is Martin the Federalis stopper?
Not exactly so. It's more of like the whole squad kind of like outshines the performance of Harame Bros at a certain point in time. Like you saw the other day where they were actually playing, like they just absolutely gotten like 3-4 chicken dinners out there. So we've also seen instances where Federalists have actually taken down Red Bull as well as Martin before. So I would say that it's more of the type of coordination that we've seen coming from Asia Esports that always racks them points. They've always go out for the hunt very proactively. Harame Bros, kind of on and off, right? There are certain points of time where they will get those big numbers, and there are times where they try to get those big numbers, and they will also be having some tumbling blocks over on the course as well. So who looks cleaner? I will definitely say Asia looks slightly cleaner. By how much of a margin? Unclear. Oh, look at this!
Again. Oh, and look at this, though, Contra. It looks like KE was just way too short with their drop. There was one gliding, though, onto the far distance, and looks like they first went towards a vehicle. So this is not like what you've seen in the previous match wherein we're going to see a little bit more of the engagements, like a standoff between the two in one building, but it's going to be STE and KE. They will go for the loot first. Oh, looks like Get Slow spots Carillo. And Carillo will go down, most likely will not get a revive anymore, and there we go. Just ran over with a pickup truck, and KE will just most likely stay away from Chumacera.
Yeah, it's just rough start for the side of KE this time around. STE exacting vengeance, and you were just talking about, them having a draw from Sanhok all the way up till now. These guys have been noisy neighbors all the time. And I guess like STE wants to keep up to the record that they want to always be on the upper hand.
Ooh, the bike.
Yeah. This one's in prison.
Yep.
Funny enough, if you steal a bike, you end up in prison, and then they put bikes right out there. Right. So.
Well, that is if you steal a bike, but you will not mostly steal a bike in this game because, like what you said, this is Miramar. You only use a bike if you really have no choice. I remember back then where a team that won without any vehicles in Miramar. They basically just walk and run towards the circle.
When was this?
Well, this was a local tournament in the Philippines. Way back, tournament called PPGL.
Oh, I see.
And this was when the team of Claire, together with Aeons, Tyra, and Alas.
That sounds
you know Alas, right?
Yeah, I do. Met him before.
Oh yeah.
Is this Blacklist International?
Yes, they are. And this was way back when they just first time. I think this was the first time they had Tyra in the lineup as well.
I remember the debut of Tyra, and of course, a lot of people were having discussions about the newly added player to Blacklist International, which of course has already been the superstar roster of what he offers, and of course, Tyra did make his own mark as well in the pro circuit, going up against some of the finest teams here of Southeast Asia. I really do miss Blacklist International, though.
Yeah, me too.
Especially you. I mean, you received some good salary there. I have to believe.
Yeah,
we're not going to discuss
a big part of it.
Yeah, that's one good part of it. Doing what you love and earning dough.
Exactly. Well, Sindo, former teammates fighting each other. It's gonna be PvE. That's Monboy though. Ooh, It's kind of a rivalry is what's happening between the two of them. I mean, if you noticed in previous games, there were some sort of fights against BB and Sin, and now that they lose Monboy, their main fragger, or not really a main fragger, because I know for a fact that Mitchie is their main fragger together with Jarrell. Monboy is kind of like a support man for the squad. Ooh, there we go. Another elimination for KE. What's happening to KE now?
Wow, KE. They definitely had that early game struggle, and the moment that they move out, they absolutely get tossed down. It's also FV running across the crosshairs of GE, but Zeiss gets traded back. Oh, that was rough, but at least Flash managed to get over on with knock. So Flash secures those double points. Still needing a pickup though. The GE member should be revived in the jiffy, as Master Tokyo was the only one left. And we've discussed about this area before when it comes down to Miramar. If you're going to bypass anywhere from Power Grid to St. Martin, GE is always going to be ready. So that is where they will have to be very, very careful about that. And Super Pickles now also getting shot. So Genesis Esports is going to be out in the open, definitely vying for a whole lot more. Marnet getting himself into a little bit of a trouble. Well, it's still in the early game, so it should be able to maneuver throughout the course of the battle. And therefore, since it's esports, they're happy to take them on. Shots now being fired over on the top side of the hill, catching over onto the UA. Well, MM tries to go in for a little bit more of a close proximity approach, while Koopa now drops in the grenade. Exquisite really wants to give chase. He does run over Zeiss. Wow, what a way to do so with the monster truck.
Wow. And that was MM going for that monster truck. Like what you said, you would love to see a lot of monster trucks. Now it's being shown by these players. Request and you shall receive. As you can now see, UI goes for the spray down onto Genesis Esports, who did lose one player in the process. Looks like they're gonna bail out from the scene, and we'll just focus on rotating right through the circle. Not so sure where the circle is though, because I think they're looking towards the blue zone here.
Oh boy.
What's happening?
And they're on the opposite direction, it seems. GE, they're just avoiding some form of chaos over the top end of the power grid area, and this is probably going towards the Impala side, which you could see is still pretty much playable, and PBA climbing upwards. Yes, indeed, it will be on the southeast.
And this is going to be good for Ryman. Ryman, I remember him from PMSL. He is the ones always using the Mini 14 for Playbook Esports, and he's a very underrated player when it comes to DMR action. And you will see here why I call it underrated, because we don't usually like praise Ryman that really too well about the Mini 14s, but later on you'll find out what I'm talking about once all the rest of the teams would close into Impala. But for now, looks like we're about to close in our blue zone here in just a minute. For Ranzer and the rest of Astro X for Fearless, they're still on rotation. RSG also rotating from the blue zone, kind of like what GE is doing. Well, GE, I think they're gonna go for like a hard rotation on from the western side, maybe through the northern side of the circle. Fearless from the bottom side will just try to run past the road areas. Maybe, oh, looks like they're gonna try to go upstairs now onto the mountains. So you see now. You can hear some gunshots also by a player who has that MK12, another DMR weapon that is very strong. Ranked though, I'm not a fan where he is right now. It looks like it's something where you just throw a nade and then you get knocked down.
Yeah, it's a very dangerous position that he's holding out, but it doesn't seem like he's left with much choice. You take a look at Sin's position; they're smack dab in between two squads. Gold Esports also above. Harami Bros are also charging in, so I think at the very least, some of these players who's holding over onto the shorelines, they will have at least a little bit of wiggle room while Goat Esports is dealing with this current situation. Sin, if they could pull further back, they will also be met by some form of a little bit of arrangement coming from other squads. But this is just going to be a barricade that they're trying to set up, despite how dangerous this could actually get later on. So, moving into Impala, that's where I guess we'll see shots being fired from above the hills coming in from the members of PPE, especially like what you said, Ramen on the Mini 4 team. So Gold Esports, they're indoors for the moment. But teams are willing to wait. They're definitely eager to take on battle.
What
And
happened?
that vehicle just absolutely sink. Come on.
He was just way too fast.
It really felt like they just slided right through. I don't know if he lost a tire that sends him all the way down here. But this guy, he's already taking whatever meds he has. And finally going for a swim. Look at his health bar. He's slowly running out of breath, and he's moving towards the direction of Sin Esports. Toki, what could you possibly be up to? Can he actually get a catch, though? Will be rather interesting. He goes up for air, but it's unclimbable. He needs to look for an alternative spot. Okay, that's more like it.
I'm not really sure where he can actually get off from that area, because I mean, wait, this is way up on north, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you try to go maybe south, then maybe there's like a land area where he can actually go on. But on this side, I'm pretty sure there's none, if I'm not mistaken. But you know, correct me if I'm wrong, Master Toki. But whatever he did, I thought it was like a car accident outside. It's just way too fast. The speeding ticket for Master Toki. But anyways, look at this now.
Toki's still there.
Since Master Toki did that, he's now inside the circle. He can also try to get that airdrop was right beside him.
I don't know if he wants to risk it, because Sin Esports, they were just waiting by. If they really want to,
Ryman,
they could actually go for it. But like I said, Ryman now getting involved, as there's gonna be Sin Esports members also getting a catch out there in the field. Jarrell also spraying down upon them, making it really hurt. And just look at that. This heal is just so OP for the teams that can actually siege it, because you get that perfect view, the flat ground right down below. No one's going to be able to cut across. But Bunny, he immediately takes down Master Toki. He should not have gotten up to land. Honestly, just waiting by the water right there, he might squeeze into maybe stage 5 if he's lucky enough.
Exactly. Yeah, and maybe might as well get 2 or 3 points right at that moment. Just a total bad day for FVE, to be honest with you, because there's like one match where they did not play, and then there's like just too many unnecessary engagements that made them, eliminated in the early stages. But look at this. GE now coming in for the push. Smile takes out the kid. Now Nor is upstairs. Ooh, not able to eliminate Flash, as he still has a little bit of HP left. Smile, though, is currently down. Will go for some smokes, and nobody else will go for the challenge here on the minimap. There's no one nearby GE, so most likely they will be able to revive their teammate. As for KE, Kaya still in the blue, going through the zone right at the bottom side of the circle. As for KE, it's just not a good game for them this time around. They did manage to pull up 8 eliminations on match number 5, but for this match, no eliminations, and then there's only one guy. This is just so bad.
Yeah, a little tough for them to really play out this round. Playbook Esports, though, still hugging by the top end of the hill. Though they spotted one more. Could that be? Well, the name seems a little faint for me to actually take notice. But from the looks of it, it could potentially be members from the side of RG or even Elevate Esports, to be specific. And Elevate, once more, finding the middle circle. Very, very good work for them. And I wonder if this place that they're holding out is going to be a decent location for them to defend at the very least. Here comes Exquisite, charging right through. Elevate will quickly answer my question from here on. Now, Nathan's going to be moving forward to try to see if he could just tuck in a grenade into the shack. That could be a very big bang to really overwhelm members of the side of Exquisite Esports, as he's already in the scene. A lot of smoke's now being popped up. Exquisite Esports, I'm not too sure if they regretted that decision, because now they have to play so defensively if they were to be in that position, with still members on the side of Playbook Esports taking charge of that hill.
And right now for Elevate, they have to manage this engagement now against Exquisite. They don't really have to go right now because they don't really have a really good vantage point over Exquisite Esports. They do have a pretty good ridge to work on if the circle would go to their side. And they have actually set up a minibus to just, as cover maybe for later on. But again, it's just early, still stage number 4. 2 minutes left before we go into stage number 5. It's just a matter of Claire and the rest of Elevate Esports able to, get some hits from the long range right now. There's actually someone got knocked down. It's Ramibro versus STE now. I think it was Jappy who knocked down NC2. NC2 will get a revive from Lucy as F762 and Get Slow will have to get into position. And Jappy just throwing every single frag grenade that he has. Another nade coming from his teammate. By the way, the vote results right now. No Ostja. Number 1 is Harami Bro.
Yep, Harami Bro so far taking the lead for today. And taking a look at this situation here. Kaya, the only one left, dealing with the rest of Gold Esports. Though Gold Esports is scattered, this is going to be a long toss. It does connect, and 21 will land a hit shot to secure it too. KE having a bad day out here in Miramar. Though last game was much better where they at least walk away with 8 elimination points, this time with 0. And Fearless Esports, they now take charge over the south side, trying to move directly into the passage where they will be up against Rami Bros. And here comes the nades dropping in. It is from Strangers Esports as they are now pulling all the way back. Rami Bros looking for a little bit of a defensive ridge to try to hold out, as they do have members of STE swinging by. 762 finds Rig, but here comes the flank. Little Gaka just helping out in the process to really suppress the rest of STE.
And Lil Yatka needs to move closer so that he can definitely just go for the third party, as Ranzer is busy together with Lucy. Fearless Esports. And you could also add Harami Bro to this engagement. The three-way matchup right now is what's happening. Pop just praying and praying, and he can actually get some players off from STE as they were able to eliminate them. Pop dies, or gets knocked down in the blue, by the way. As right now they get closer to Harami Bro. It's got to be Fearless versus Harami Bro now. Range gets up, tries to throw in a nade, damaging Ranzer and Astro X. But Jappy just down to 1 HP, but Range is there to save his teammate. But Goat, here comes Goat. Third party Harami Bro. This is so bad for Harami Bro as they are now out.
Oh boy. They were just playing by the edges there, and they didn't really have space against all these other teams. And there was barely any cover for them to work with. Oh, beautiful nades coming from both ends. They both connected. And now both sides limping. Go Esports quickly goes in for the revive with the help of 21 just around this region. Go Esports really showing their strength playing by the edges. While for Ranzer, he's going to be going for a late pickup. 2 versus 3. While they send XZ11 to move deeper within the area of play. Sin Esports now does have those compound over on the south side. So it's going to be hard for teams to infiltrate. It's going to be a good hole for them at least till stage 6 appears. Now, what's FRL going to do? Fearless Esports is so far away. And this, at least there's a couple of buggy, but it is a risky take for them. They're going to wrap over onto the west side instead, because they noticed that Gold Esports have taken over onto the eastern side. You don't want to be right behind them. while Go Esports goes undetected for now, just by the rim of the circle.
Oh yeah, for Goat Esports, they're not really overcommitting, which is actually good. They're down on the downslope as well, which is bad for them if ever, they get spotted and if ever they get pushed. So they're just still managing, still trying to be patient with this type of circle that we're looking at right now. Still a minute left for everyone else to try to move into the circle. We're now in stage 5, going to stage 6, as Sin is not really trying to engage with anybody yet as of this moment. Though earlier they were in engagement with PBE. PBE is still alive though with 3. And MH now throws in 8. God7 versus YG. 2 Myanmar squads right now going at it. This is going to be the job of WTZ now. If you can spot MH, you can get him knocked down, then it's going to be a push coming from the 3 players of YG.
We'll have to pull back though, barely any cover as the pressure is on. I would QD at least have a couple of smokes for them to at least hold out for the moment. But it is so difficult as they're being pressed by the entirety of YG, forced to rotate even further up north. But going up north, that will be a challenge up against Playbook Esports, who have eventually moved down from the hills, with Michi now opening that space. Such a good game so far for a PBE, but take a look at where GE is at. They're slowly sneaking over onto the back end of Playbook Esports, so I think that's where we'll see the fight between these 2 big squads happen. But Elevate Esports still directly in the center. They just know how to play out Miramar so well.
As for Joseph, not sure what he's looking at. I mean, he's maybe waiting for Renzer in 1 second to get closer. He now hears the footsteps. That's why he's cooking up the nade. Now Renzer closing in. Renzer, though, not really committing. Now, ooh, what kind of throw was that?
Yeah.
Joseph now goes for the side, and Renzer takes him down. I'm not really sure what Joseph did there.
Absolute whiff. That's what that was. I don't know. I guess he was panicking already, and he just absolutely tossed it up in the air, revealing his position as well. Honestly, very questionable. But here it goes. I see absolutely books it directly in the middle. This is nowhere safe for him to be, and you will expect GE and also PBE to be on the lookout. It will be members of GE to seal the deal. Jero now pops that grenade towards GOT7 members as they all go all out on the brawl. I want to see this fight taking place because these members are all scattered to the ground. Michi getting tagged up, but thankfully he stays alive, so that Ryman could still have a little bit more of that space. While he have to go right down below, he has the buggy, not a problem at all. Very stable as he swiftly swerves past members of Genesis Esports for the moment. Genesis now just slowly taking that firm corner over onto the eastern side, is going to pose a threat to all the other teams out there. Take a look at Elevate. Still within some of all these beautiful ridges, and all other teams really can't walk towards that direction because the other teams who have the high ground can't just look past the area. So this is such a great place to just take shelter for now. Elevate Esports don't really have to force themselves into any altercation until teams drive right by. Speaking of which, there is a team on wheels at the moment in purple that's currently really close to them. I wonder who could that be.
Well, it's probably YG. They're the purple team.
Fully purple.
Yep, there we go. Yeah.
Oh,
Purple logo. Oh,
wow.
Nade! Just right on point onto Nathan. Now Claire will have to heal up. Eventually the nade will be coming in as well. It's a secondary nade. A follow-up Molly now. Coming in from Romeo Boy, but unfortunately he overthrows the nade or the Molly, and then another nade coming from WTC. Now, not gonna hurt a lot for Elevate Esports, and this is just so bad. The utilities are now used up. Oh, another one now knocks 2.
Beautiful stuff coming in from Say Cloud. I felt like they shouldn't go in for the revive right then and there. They needed to pull deeper into the ridge and now got themselves into such a world of trouble. YG quickly wipes them off with those grenades. 3 points just like that. Now looking for even more. I thought that YG would have actually achieved a lot of elimination points for this game, but they played rather safe, just wrapping around over the western side. Now, Esports also left those compounds as they will have to deal with Ramser. He will get the better of a spray. Couldn't exit out of that buggy in time as the rest of Esports scattered. Cool now taking that position. Ramser, he's trying to heal up, but he knows the location overall. Romeo Boy is the one to hold out against Esports. So count the lucky stars for the moment as Cool won't be able to survive to tell the tale. Quickly go in for those instant pickoffs there. YG absolutely dominant over on the south side. On the north, we still have 2 members of PBE. Goat Esports still here to play it all out. Smell out in the open on the ground. Get scouted out. This dish damage to each other. It will be Romeo Boy actually helping out GE.
And look at Exquisite Esports, still complete with 4 players alive. Lure of Dagon 7 will be done for the evening, as YG now goes for a spray onto 21, who is already down, and he's out. YG doing a really pretty job here, getting those elimination points. Now with 6. Goat, though, it will have to defend against GE. Yatka together, or actually no more together, but he's all alone now against 3 members of Genesis Esports. He doesn't have also utilities for him to throw out onto the side of GE, so he's in trouble.
Yeah, he's just looking for whatever other pickoffs that he could possibly get for the rest of Goat Esports, but GE back in their Miramar form, 12 elimination points. They sweep by the edges, got themselves so many pickoffs within all these battling teams. Michi now running across the corner. Now it's Yatka versus Michi, and he still gets it. Little Yatka, the Wonder Boy, just doing whatever he can with his last-ditch effort here in the top 6. Exer, now Big Nate being sent right in. Might be able to find one. Yes, he does. Land it over onto Koopa. Second one, does he connect? Perhaps this will be a troublesome affair for the rest of the squad over on the other corner. Elevate left with only 1. Well, Yangon Galacticos, they heard all that noise from right down below, but they're not going to push right through. Oh, he's going to set that bait. Oh. He just revs the engine and just ditches it, but the footsteps are still heard from WTZ.
Well, he's not overcommitting because there's Exquisite Esports right over there on the opposite side. The nade comes through. WTC is down. This is going to be a help coming from Rix of Elevate Esports. He's all happy. I think he's smiling that there's someone helping him out. But look at Romeo Boy. Gets closer to his teammate. Getting set for that revive. As Super Pickles, I think he threw in already all of his utilities. Romeo Boy, though, is down to the 10 HP left. As we look at the bikes again. Ooh, that nade actually. Splash damage together with the bleed out. WTZ is out.
And right across the corner is going to be Ryman, last member remaining, just trying to get that defensive cover coming from the vehicle. But Super Pickles have already marked his location. There's honestly not many space that he could just work with. This is the smoke, but eventually, with another smoke being popped here, he will have to reposition Super Pickles. He's sort of pointing in the right direction. He just really have to just go in for a spray. Meanwhile, Romeo Boy, he's been overlooking that bottom side. He should be able to pop this grenade over onto the van. He aims it directly and shoot! Bang!
Ooh!
There you go. Elevate Esports are down and out. They hold towards this area of play for the longest of time, making it to the final few zone, but the problem was the teams all around them was just overwhelming the entire squad that they could not even land a single attack that's efficient, especially from Yangon Galacticos, who's covering over that full south side. Now, Question here is it going to be GE? Is it going to be YG or Exquisite to take the win home? Master Smile going for a long-range spray. We'll be able to find one, and that is Marnet to secure it. And Exquisite will be out. And here we go. YG as well as Genesis Esports. Two of Myanmar's finest duking it all out. Nate's now being sent in. Oh, wow. What a connection towards Flash. It's going to be a 2 versus 2. And Master Smile as well as Marnet works in tandem, holding over on the spine of the hill, while St. Cloud tries to approach even closer to take a point-blank shot over onto Marnet Boy. Bringing out that Groza to play as he quickly restocks. The nades are flying through. Marnet now 60% of health left. There's a double push coming in. They do get that reset as this is now a 3v2.
3v2. Romeo Boy comes in as GE with a shotgun to the face, and now the finish onto Yangon Galacticos. Genesis Esports gets a winner chicken dinner in the final map of week number 2.
The biggest win so far from Genesis Esports to just provide them with that last hurrah to have just about enough points to maybe knock one of these teams over onto the total leaderboard. So this is over 20 points. We last saw, like, the last I kept track of was like 12 elimination points. By them taking down YG and also Exquisite, is this going to be a 30-pointer? I'm honestly not sure, but I absolutely love watching how Genesis navigate this. They weren't exactly in like some of all those crazy spots like PBE, but even so, they have been able to really punish teams after teams after teams.
Yeah, and you know what? It might be Ostia first, Arami Bros second, and then GE would be third, most likely. And then YG would be the fourth one, and then Dread would be the fifth team. We're not really sure anymore. Let's see and find out later on once we get to that overall rankings. While we're looking at the beautiful match 6 on the highlights, it's just a matter of getting into the circle, able to get those ridge, just being right at the edge, actually, to be honest. Because if you're right in the middle, you're gonna suffer whatever elevate actually experience, because they were like on this type of like ridge bunker situation. They picked that one ever since stage number 4 or maybe stage 3, and then it bit them right at the end because it's an easy frag grenade or utility kill for the opposite squad. And right at the end, it was the battle of the Titans from Myanmar, YG and GE, and Smile with that 7 elimination for this matchup with a total damage of 1,430.
I believe this is the second or third time that we've seen him over the course of this week itself to secure the MVP, and it's great to actually have him back in his prime form yet again. Back then it was his duo alongside with Master Ichi to really back majority of the points for Genesis Esports, but now with him pretty much being activated, the race is still on. So hopefully this is what we will get to see out of Genesis Esports when it comes down to perhaps a grand finals with a 3 to 4-way horse race. So I am excited with this ending that we've gotten here inside Miramar. I can't wait to get into the next week already to actually see how Genesis will fare against the rest.
And look at how many eliminations they got. 19 for Genesis Esports. We'll find out actually who gets second, who gets third. Just a few, but this is a really good output for Genesis Esports. Looks like they went all out in the final match of week number 2. A much needed all-out match from Genesis Esports. And again, it was led by Smile. And most likely it is a teamwork. Because if you take out 7 off from that 19, there's still a lot left for the rest of the squads to actually get elimination points with. So really good job with the performance here for match number 6 off from Genesis Esports.
Yeah, we definitely love to see more of this. Like, him being the veteran member of the squad, he really leads the way overall of how things have been turning out. I want to really see Genesis Esports to also improve on their work rate when it comes down to matches in Erangel, so that Austria gets a little bit more of that competition alongside with Harame Bros, So once we did wrap up this match, we saw the airdrops were really put into play. We have Rosas in action and a few other weaponry that was being held by some of all these players by the end game. So it was definitely what that has provided GE with a little bit of that firepower as well heading into the final match. So with that said, plenty of heals and lots of revives. I think this is like same old. But to my surprise, like even with such a wide value to play out, there's only 8 headshots through this game.
Oh wow, yeah, good thing that you noticed that one. 8 headshots only.
A little low.
and then another thing is, I mean, if it's just 8 headshots, EBE had the topmost part of the area. Like they had the mountain earlier on, so not so sure how they weren't able to manage to get those headshots in. They're at the top of the the mountains. But here comes the match standing for match number 6 of day number 5 of week 2. YG gets 13 with 7 eliminations in the bag for them. Exquisite Esports, this is one of their games wherein all of a sudden they would pop out, and it's all because of the good positioning that they had selected in this matchup. It's just that right at the end they were like out in the open. There's like no vehicles as well for them, so they didn't really had any chance at the end game. As for Elevate, we saw them at the final 3, whereas they only got, or not in the final 3, but right around the final
Top
moments
5
of this game.
Yeah,
exactly. They only got 1 elimination though. So that is because they were just stuck out of that area where they're in that ditch, and they didn't really move at all until then that they were bombed by YG and the rest of Exquisite Esports. And now here comes the overall rankings. GE goes over YG by just 3 points. Austria will be number 1, Harame Bro will be 2nd, then YG will be at 4th, Dread will be at 5th, GOAT will be at 6th, and then PvE will be at 7th. It's good to see that KE is there with 143 points at 8th, and then SCE will be 9th, Max will be in top 10.
Yeah, it's really crazy to really think about how important that Miramar match was, because it really decides the fate of YG or GE to get more of these bonus points. So congratulations to GE with this crazy hurdle, bagging that chicken dinner. Now secures themselves a top 3 spot with a little added bonus on the block. So of course, Sin Esports, FVE, RTC, as well as XQS looks to be over onto the lower end of the spectrum. So this is where it becomes concerning. So by the end of week 2, here are the bonus points being awarded. It's Asia that's going to say that number 1. Of course, based on what we saw out of that position, this is what they will get. So who do you think is the most improved? Because I'm looking at Max here. They have 11 points. And GOAT Esports having 15 to have really strong records that they are holding to so far. And of course, not forgetting Dread Esports now at the top 5.
I would say Dread Esports is the most improved team from last week. I would say second would be either Harame Bro or GE, because Harame Bro was like at 7th, and then I think GE was like at 8th or 9th. So that's a big leap for Harame Bro and GE. For Dread, they were like around, I think it was top 18 or maybe top 17. So here comes the league standings. And there's a lot of tiebreakers, by the way, that we need to talk about here, Contra. Because you can see here, YG and Harame Bro gets 36 points. Now, the tiebreaker is YG has more chicken dinners compared to Harame Bro. Again, chicken dinners are also important. This is when the chicken dinners comes into a factor. There's also another tiebreaker from 7 to 9. You can see that 23, 20, 23 from Elevate, Max, and PvE. So Elevate has more chicken dinners, and then Max and PvE have the same total of chicken dinners, but Max has more placement points
Yeah.
compared to PvE.
And most importantly, right now, sitting at 17 to 20, these are the teams at risk right now. GG, Exquisite, Flash Vision Esports, as well as RTC. They may get eliminated if they do not perform in week 3. So RSG, they're also by that borderline alongside with GOT7, but GOT7 have been so impressive this week. They redeemed themselves as to be able to really steer clear away from being seated towards the bottom 4. So good for the teams that really have been really reap all the rewards by being super hard at work. So of course we thank all the players for such an amazing week. And you know what, Cuckoo? There's only 1 week left for them to wrap up the group stage, and I guess we'll find out who will be our top 16 teams.
Well, we'll find out right after week number 3, which is going to be next week. So we're going to be joined in now with casters Sir Cloud and Chushu as we bid farewell here, Cuckoo TV and Contra. It's been a pleasure working with you, man. It's my dream, to be honest with you, to work with Contra, since he's one of the OG casters here in PUBG Mobile.
Likewise, it has been a great pleasure to be working with you. I had a great time and a whole lot of fun, and I guess it's been a long week and a long day for ourselves. And for those of you guys who have been having a good weekend, I hope you have a great week ahead, as this is the PMCL. We'll be back on Wednesday, so make sure you tune in to Choo as well as Sir Cloud. For now, we give you a great evening and good night.